Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Sunday's coverage of round number 4 of the Mastermac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championships. You join us once again at Clay Pigeon, and after a fantastic day of racing yesterday, it is sure to be brilliant stuff coming our way with 20 races set to take place across the day's action. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, alongside me in the commentary box, the one, the only, it is Izzy. Izzy, a fantastic day of racing on Saturday, and we're looking forward to it today on Sunday.
We are, Ross. I mean, looking at the weather though today, we've got a few clouds in the sky today, and it's been quite windy, a little bit chillier than it was yesterday, so we'll have to see how that is going to affect all our riders today. But at the moment, everybody's just out having some warm-up laps, getting ready to get started and get the 20 races of today underway.
Absolutely, don't worry, you've not missed any racing action. These are the warm-up sessions that we're currently seeing the senior mini-motos out at the moment. They've got 1 minute and 35 or so left to go before the checkered flag will fly, and they'll bring it back into the pits. A couple more sessions afterwards as well, I believe, before we get our first race of the day underway. Race number 2 for the AC40 Pros, and should be fascinating to see how that one unfold. We hope you are enjoying today's action. Well, the action that is supposedly coming soon. Wherever you are watching from around the world, let us know who you are supporting, let us know who you are wishing to see, and let us know as well how much you're enjoying the action. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, all of the above to the live stream to make sure that we help get FAB Racing out in the world to show the very best of grassroots British mini bike racing. And we are hopefully not too far away now. Less than a minute to go in this warm-up session for the senior mini-motos. Matt Birkin currently on top of the timing sheets. In second place, though, his brother Josh Birkin. First time he's been with us at FAB Racing in a long while. Didn't crash yesterday. That was a good start. Pace wasn't quite there compared to his brother. Still think he's getting a little bit up to speed.
Yeah, Josh is just getting back into the groove of things, I think, this weekend, Ross. You know, he's had this breakaway. Last time he was here at Clay Pigeon, he got injured. So he's just going to be working this weekend just to get back into the swing of things, get a feel for being back on that bike, racing again, and racing against his brother, really. That's interesting to see when you've got that competition. We have a few families in our paddock where we've got siblings racing against each other or in some different classes, and the spirit between them is always something that's really good to see.
Absolutely. They say that the person you want to beat the most out on a racetrack is your teammate, but if your teammate's also your sibling, then it probably increases that need, that want just that little bit more. Checker flags now on this warm-up session. I believe we've got a couple more left to go, although I can't actually see anybody in the holding area at the moment. So we'll wait and see what the plan is, whether we're going racing shortly or if there are a few more warm-up sessions still yet to come here on Sunday morning. If you have just joined us, don't worry, you have missed none of the racing action. We are just getting our final few warm-ups out of the way here at Clay Pigeon. Round number 4 of the Mastermac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. Somehow already at the halfway point of the season, it has flown by in the blink of an eye, and only 3 more rounds left after this one, 2 of which at the same track as well, going up north to Rowra in Cumbria, right in the heart of the Lake District. A fantastic circuit that is really loved by the riders, although I think the travel time up there maybe a little bit less loved. And in the final 2 rounds of the season, separated by a month, but both at Three Sisters up in Wigan, a circuit that's become a real favourite despite being a fairly recent addition to the FAB Racing calendar back in 2022, I want to say off the top of my mind. So the senior mini-motors, they'll be making their way back into the pit lane, and then we'll hopefully be seeing some other things going out in just a moment's time. But Izzy, we had some great racing all throughout yesterday, some really, really tight battles. We saw in the AC40 Inters, 4 bikes neck and neck for the entire race. We saw on the pit bike 140, 7 bikes neck and neck for the entire race. The Clay Pigeon, it's a track that really just breeds hard and fast racing.
Yeah, we were speaking about this yesterday as well, Ross. This track is one of those ones, you've got speed, you've got really good corners that provide some brilliant overtaking opportunities. And all day yesterday, the unexpected continuously happened, especially in the pit bikes. We've got a lot of riders joining us this weekend in the pit bike 140 series. And that first race yesterday, both of us were kind of stood here going, oh my goodness, what is happening here? Everybody getting involved. Like Ross was saying, we had 7 riders all battling it out at once for some positions, and it was just brilliant stuff to be seeing. And like you were saying, the AC40 Inters, 4 riders just hung together for the whole race and were really battling it out, and we've just been watching and just saying how brilliant it's been so far this weekend.
It really has. Are getting another couple warm-ups out and underway. This is the Mini GP 50R class, which is open to upgraded metric hit Mini GP 50 bikes with a bigger 28mm exhaust restrictor and also a Varley 140 and 160 four-stroke machine. So a bit of a machine rivalry. Looks like the metric hits were faster yesterday. We did expect that. Clay Pigeon, very fast circuit. You're on throttle a lot. You want that high-end power, that high-end punch that you get out of a two-stroke engine. But of course, there's still something that we'll be wanting to keep our eyes on, and of course in this class as well we'll be wanting to keep our eyes on whether anybody can stop Sebastian Gazlowski. The boy has been untouchable in anything he races in so far this season, winning up race after race after race in both this class and the Mini GP 50, the restricted, the traditional Mini GP 50 class, so to speak. He's been absolutely fantastic, and 2025 has been a real breakout year for him. But you know, I say, can anyone touch him? People may be looking a little bit closer here than they have been in the past. Mason Frederick, he's taken a win in this class already this season. He's looking not too far away, and in the 50s as well. So it's not just a foregone conclusion yet. And of course, with racing, anything can happen. You know, there could be a problem, there could be a mistake. So that's something we need to keep our eye on. Sebastian Gazlowski, how's he going to fare out there today? Is he going to continue to dominate out the front, or maybe will he be challenged?
It's like you're saying, Ross, we're at that midpoint of the season. This is when those battles for the championship titles really start coming into play and coming into effect. Sebastian Gazlowski has dominated so far this season, but there is still, with 3 weekends left, some of those guys just ever so slightly behind him on points at the moment, like Mason Frederick or Bradley Curtis, are really going to be looking this weekend to kind of get a win in one of the races this weekend, to kind of knock Sebastian Gazlowski back that little bit and put themselves in for that championship title fight. This is like midway through the season. Everybody's going to be really looking in all the championships now to really carefully start thinking about who it is on the track they're going to need to battle, what you're going to be taking out of the bike to get those wins. And just a reminder, if you are just joining us watching our stream right now, don't worry, you haven't missed any of the action from today so far. We are just having our last few warm-ups happen for all our championships, and then we will be getting underway. At the moment, out on track, I do believe we've got the Mini GP 50Rs for their warm-up, and then we've only got just 2 or 3 left, and racing will be underway. An exciting day, 20 races for today for all our classes.
Absolutely action-packed, to say the least, if anything was judging to go by from yesterday. Just a touch back on Gazlowski in the championship. He currently leads, or he came into this weekend with a 61-point advantage after race number 1. That is now up to 66 points. Of course, that could have been bigger, but we had that shortened round at Ella Park that unfortunately multiple red flag delays led to the cancellation of some of the final races for some of our classes. So in the 50R class, there was only 2 races that weekend, or the championship gap could be even bigger. And just to put into a perspective, it may seem like a lot of points, but again, there's 3 races in a weekend. So if you're looking to take home the championship at the end of the next round, for example, round number 5, you need to be leaving Raura with a 150-point advantage in the championship to claim the crown there. Or, you know, if you're looking to leave the first round at Three Sisters, round number 6, 75 points, etc., etc. I'm not very good at maths, but even I think I can just about understand that one. So don't worry if you're also struggling. So Gazlowski maybe won't be picking up the championship at Raura unless troubles befall other people, or maybe the likes of Mason Frederick and Bradley Curtis don't show up. But, you know, it is possible, but that gap may be, at a first glance, not quite big enough to be already thinking about championship aspirations heading into the next round at Raura, which is only a couple of weeks away. We're getting a couple of rounds done short, sharp and fast here at FAB-Racing, so that'll be fantastic to see. Again, if you are just joining us, not missing any of the action at the moment, this is just one of the final warm-up sessions of the morning here at the 4th round of the Master Mac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. Sunday's racing at Clay Pigeon, all 20 races heading your way. Race 2s and 3s for all classes. They're all coming up in a little moment's time. As we see there, apparently the sun's exploded for some reason. Don't worry, everything's fine. We're all still good. The racing still set to go ahead as normal. A very a very efficient day of racing yesterday as well. It was all very good racing. Only one red flag for a really big accident involving Bradley Curtis. We were a bit worried if he wasn't going to be okay to race today. We found out this morning he was taken to hospital, had a couple of checks. There was concern there might have been a small bone break, but he's been given all clear. We've been told he's going to be out there on track today.
Yeah, we have. We've been updated to say everybody's checked in on him, and Bradley Curtis is saying he is going to be out racing today, which is brilliant stuff to see, because like Ross said, after his crash yesterday, we were all a little bit concerned here in the commentary box, just wanting to know if he was all okay. But we've had that update this morning. Bradley Curtis will be back and hopefully racing with us a little bit later on today. But like Ross said yesterday, that was our only real big incident that occurred on track. Everything kind of flowed really smoothly. We had some amazing racing, quick racing. We had some fast lap times coming through yesterday. I think one of our quickest we had was a 38 point something, but absolutely phenomenal speeds we are seeing from them here at the Clay Pigeon circuit. These guys, every weekend they are just getting better and better, pushing more and more out of their bikes. Absolutely amazing stuff to see, and like Ross said, halfway through the season it's only going to get better from here, I think, Ross.
Absolutely, the action certainly hotting up as we start getting into the business end of 2025 here. We can see that that's the 57 of Bo Morris. Seems to maybe be a bit of an issue with the bike. We can see some people tinkering away with it, making sure everything's okay, and Bo stood there rather forlornly. Younger brother Van, it's his birthday today, so happy birthday to Van Morris, turning 9 today. We saw the family opening some presents as we came into the paddock this morning, so I hope they're all having a good day, and hopefully they have a good day out on track to mark that as well. It'd be a bit of a rotten birthday if you go out on track and it's all a bit disappointing and everything breaks and all of that, so that's not what we want to see. What we do love to see though is a bumper crowd already starting to form here at Clay Pigeon. We saw loads of people here yesterday. Again, you'll be seeing it up in the senior mini motos and the pit bikes 140, for example. They do local club racing of those classes here at Clay Pigeon, so when Fab Circus rolls into town, you get a lot of people from the local club racing scene turning up and giving it a go. So you do get really big classes here. And again, a bumper crowd forming as well, which is great to see.
Yeah, and we said this yesterday, every weekend we're getting more and more people coming to each of our rounds of racing with FAB-Racing. And it's brilliant stuff to see, because it's brilliant to see everybody being supported on the road to Moto GP. They're just starting out their journeys now, some of them as young as 6 racing with us in the rookies class. This is where they are starting out their journey to become the stars of tomorrow, and to know that there's so many friends, family, spectators coming to support them, that must give them that little boost as well, to know people are supporting them so well.
Absolutely. Of course, FAB-Racing, the place to start your bike racing career as a younger rider. We've been part of Dorna's Road to Moto GP since 2019, after in that season in the R&G British Talent Cup, over 60% of the field all came from FAB, and every year since then as well, it's been the same stat, and the top 2 in the championship of that class all coming from FAB. So this is the gateway into the British Talent Cup, and then beyond, over to British Superbikes, over to World Superbikes, even riders in Moto GP as well. Scott Ogden, the first British Moto 3 pole sitter at the Zaxxon Ring a few weeks ago, first pole for a British rider in Grand Prix racing since 2022. One of our FAB graduates, so you never know, you could be racing up in Moto 3 in a few years' time if you're getting your start here in FAB Racing. Looks like that is the Extreme 200s, I want to say, heading out onto the track now, and indeed it is. It's also been merged with the Mini GP 70s, so we have a 2-class warm-up here, but again, it's just a warm-up, just riders making sure the bike works, making sure that their body's woken up and they're not still sore from sleeping on the floor of a van or something like that, and making sure that we can all go racing. As we can see, some maybe not famous Paddock members, but a few of the Paddock members, as there we see, for example, Sarah Harris there, owner of the Sarah Harris Racing School. Great to have her and her daughter Holly Harris, a super teen Kawasaki rider up in BSB. She's racing in Mini Moto, in the senior Mini Motos this weekend. We can see former BSB rider Josh Day there as well in the pink hat, supporting his son Harrison, who's doing a fantastic job in the 70s. It must be said, Harrison really taken after his dad. He's had a fantastic season.
He has. Normally Harrison at every weekend flies ahead of everyone else, but yesterday in the first races we saw him under a bit of pressure yesterday. We saw some people just keeping up with him, but with that he's getting pushed to do the defensive riding. Yes, it's good when he can pull away from everybody else and hold on to that first position And that's really good to see from him. But also, when you've got the other riders pressuring him that little bit, it kind of pushes him to do that defensive, find that groove when he needs to defend, which will help him also in the future when he's racing as well.
Absolutely great to see the support that our young riders get, and of course we do see it as well. We're seeing it this weekend, the likes of Samuel Munson and Isaiah Devine, two very fine British Talent Cup riders coming back to Fab this weekend. And yes, they're getting a bit of track time, seeing old friends and the like, but also they're helping their younger riders just by being here, by showing them what it takes to operate at that level. And you see it across the years at Fab. Riders from years gone by, they're always coming back, they're always turning up and giving a helping hand. Sullivan Mounsey up in Red Bull Rookies Cup this year. He was often here last year, just turning up and showing younger riders how he does it. Philip Sorowiak as well, current British Talent Cup and a Northern Talent Cup rider now as well, after he made an appearance at Brno with the Grand Prix when they headed to town a couple of weeks ago. He's also been a rider who occasionally shows up when he can, when he has the time. Yes, it's time on the bike for these guys, it's more training, but also it's giving back to Fab Racing, helping the younger generation, showing them the ropes, giving them tips and tricks to help them learn and hopefully one day reach those levels as well. One of my favourite moments of that, I think I did refer to it yesterday, when Casey O'Gorman came back. I believe it may have been here actually last year, and was racing with Wilson Dilks, who was dominating everything he touched, as Wilson Dilks tended to do across 2024. And Casey himself, a fantastic young rider, turned up and was really racing him hard, not out of aggression or anger, but just out of okay, I want to see what you can do, I want you to give it back to me, we're going to get the elbows out here, show me what you got.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what's nice to see. They come back, they put that little bit of pressure on them because they've been here themselves and they know what to expect in the future, and anything they can give to these younger riders will just help them even more when they reach that point. I mean, we've got loads of sponsors in our paddock here at Fab Racing, one of them being House of Moto, sponsoring Savannah and Daisy Polden this year. House of Moto is all about supporting young female riders and helping to get their career started in the motorbike industry, which is brilliant stuff to see. Also run by House of Moto is the highest female rider award, which at the moment Nelly Nuth is absolutely dominating, Ross.
Yeah, similar to last year as well, Nelly Nuth picked up the inaugural House of Moto All-Female Rider Cup, which is, it kind of does what the name says on the tin. It's out of series championship, I suppose. It comprises of all of the riders, or all female riders, should I say, across all of our classes here at Fab Racing. And then however many points you get in your own class, you also get stuck in that as well. And well, Nelly Nuth, when she's doing her thing in mini motors at the moment, of course, last year's Fab Racing Rookies Cup champion, coming down to that beautifully dramatic final race of the season at Ella Park that had our hearts in our mouths as her and Emilio Pereira put on a battle for the world to see. And this year as well, looking like she might be trying to go 2 out of 2 years in a row, and she continues to dominate now in the new Interclass and again in the Fab Racing All-Female Rider Cup. So that is really fantastic to see that these young female riders are getting support, because of course for the last couple of years there has been a big push for more women riders to get involved, and it is great to see that the effects of this push, we're starting to see it. We're starting to get more and more girls coming up into the younger classes, and it is really fantastic to see.
Yeah, it is, Ross. Like you said, a fantastic stuff to be seen. If you are the parent of a young female rider and you think they may be interested in getting involved in motorbike racing, do head to the Fab Racing website. All the information is on there about how you get involved, and that goes for all of our classes as well. If you're looking and you're thinking about possibly joining, head on over to the Fab Racing website, find out some more information, and yeah, come and join us. We're welcoming you all.
Absolutely, always great to see new faces in the Fab Racing paddock. You get it quite a lot in Moto Team, for example, the cheapest variant of motorsport available on these fair aisles here in the United Kingdom. And it's always great to see new riders turning up, learning the ropes. Many of them have never raced before in their lives, and they turn up, become part of the Fab Racing family, and go out on track and learn and show us what they can do. And in some cases, such as the case of the O'Keefe family, end up race winners in class as well. So anything is possible. Make sure you head over to the Fab Racing website and find out more. 45 seconds left to go in the Mini GP 70 and Extreme 200 warm-up. One more warm-up to come after this. That's the Pit Bike 140s. Henry McCartney currently topping the table in this one at 37.566 is the lap time so far for the boy from Sevenoaks. Fantastic lap from him. Again, the rumour mill has been swirling around Big Mac, supposedly looking to find his way into the RNG British Talent Cup next season. And what we've been hearing has been good as well. Of course, Henry McCartney, he's supported by the Danny Webb GP camp. Danny Webb, a former FAB graduate himself as well, set up that camp a few years ago, a training camp for young riders, and he supports a fair few riders here as well. So it's great to see that there is this push for young British talent to come on through and really get developing their skills early, so we can show those pesky Europeans what we're made of when we make it onto the international stage and they just don't show us up because they can go round all winter or something like that. Checkered flag now out in this warm-up session. One more yet to come, and then we can get racing. Pit Bike 140s will be out next. And we've got 22 riders here this weekend. It's a bit like the pit bike days of a few years ago, where sometimes you get 25, 26 turning up, and it was just incredible. And again, the racing yesterday, it's just fantastic, because yes, it's a huge grid, there's action going on everywhere, but especially up the front, we had 7-8 riders together at the front of the pack for the entire race. Yeah, you're right, Ross. It was almost a repeat at Houghton Park a couple of weeks ago. The pit bike 140 racing we had there at Houghton Park was absolutely amazing. It's happened again this weekend. 22 riders. When we first saw that, when we first got the grids delivered to us and we saw who was going to be on those grids, we both said, wow, that's a lot of riders for the pit bikes this weekend. But it just provides that good racing. You don't know what's going to happen. Some of the guys starting on the back of the grid flew up and got themselves involved in some of the battles towards the front yesterday, and it's also really good to see. But in with all those guys is Harrison Quincy, one of our younger riders in the pit bikes. He's really getting himself involved in those battles. He's putting his elbows out, putting his spot in and saying, look, I'm getting involved here. Yeah, some very brash, I feel, is the wrong word. Aggressive feels too much though, but elbows out, definitely the right term. He was making some big moves in race number 1 yesterday, and maybe we'll be seeing some more of the same today from Harrison. As you can see there, some of the riders getting ready to go out, some of the younger members of the paddock running around, looks like eating a slice of toast there. Fair enough, got to get your fuel in you for the day as they head out. So that's just coming down into the paddock there. There we see that's the Team Acme Racing bike, the number 8, Marco Pandolfo, not on it this weekend. He's over in Sicily visiting family, so it's Matt Lindley who is on the Team Acme Racing bike this weekend, and it looks like it's actually the Moto team guys who are going up next, so maybe just a slight mix-up of the sessions for the warm-ups before we go out. So there might be 1 or 2 more after this one as a matter of fact, but it will be the Moto team guys out next. Not a very big grid of Moto team riders this weekend, unfortunately. There is a endurance event open to Moto team class bikes at another circuit this weekend. A lot of riders have decided to go to that too instead, which is more than fair enough. But again, that's a hearkening call to maybe riders who are racing over there or racing in other endurance championships. If your bikes are eligible for Motor Team, feel free and come along. Show us what you can do. Yeah, exactly, Ross. Like, that's all these events that these riders are going to, that, you know, this endurance events, everybody speaks to each other, say, oh, your bike could fit all the requirements for FAB-Racing, why don't you come and give it a go? And that's what it's all about. It was such a welcoming community here at FAB-Racing. Oh, just a little kid there on the back of the screen giving us a little wave on the camera saying hello. But everybody's looking forward to getting the racing underway today. Moto team are just now coming out on their warm-up laps. We are going to have 2 races for each of our classes, and it's going to be absolutely brilliant stuff. What we saw yesterday was just a taste of what we're going to be getting here today, because these are the races that really going to help those championships points today. Race 1, yes, does, but when you've got 2 races in one day, it takes it out of you, but you've got to put all the effort in to be able to keep up there with them points. Yeah, it's not a massively physical circuit here at Clay Pigeon, but it is fast, so you do, and especially turn 1 as well. You can just see at the bottom right of your picture the start of it. It's not a big corner when you look at it, it's just a left-hand kink, but on a bike you got to really hang on to the thing, and going through there takes a lot of effort, so it can take it out of you with 2 drama-packed races and a warm-up session as well when you're sitting through it. So if you are just joining us, don't worry, not missing any of the action. This is the Moto Moto Team warm-up before we get racing, hopefully in a few moments' time with our first race twos of the day. Let us know where in the world you're watching from. Let us know how you're finding the action. Let us know who you are supporting as well. Of course, like, share, subscribe, all of the above to help get FAB-Racing out there and show the world the best of British grassroots racing. To see a little bit of racing happening out on track just out of the commentary box window, as we can see there the Team Acme Racing bikes giving it a go to somebody. That's the 116, I believe that is, as they come across the start-finish line. Indeed it was Joshua French on the 116 in the standard class. If you fancy getting involved in Moto Team, it is the cheapest form of motorsport available in the UK, so make sure you head over to the FAB-Racing website. You can also head on to Facebook. They have their own Facebook channel called FAB-Racing Moto Team. Funny enough, they're all really helpful. You can ask all the questions there and head over to the website and find out how to get involved, because especially for the standard class bikes, you can literally just buy a very cheap, probably a bit of an older road going bike, stick a race fairing on it, and off you go. So, you know, if a certain commentator in the box alongside me's dad fancies giving it a go, as we've heard off the grapevine as we were having our tea last night, if you head over to the FAB-Racing website, yeah, could be interesting to see, as we see a couple of the guys from the Masterback Hawk Racing team there, it looks like. Hopefully they're doing okay. But yeah, if you fancy getting involved in Moto Team, Izzy's dad, head over to the FAB-Racing website.
Yeah, he's getting a bit of bug for racing again. He's my dad. He's recently just been at Donington doing some parade laps. He was doing one this weekend. Unfortunately, I couldn't join him because I was here, but we caught up with him last night. But yeah, Dad, if you ever fancied Moto Team, come along.
Absolutely. There we can see the LRA Moto factory boys, Jamie King and Chris Wells, the pit bike mainstays, who, when LRA introduced themselves to the championship a little while ago, they've been roped into riding their bikes in the Extreme 200 as well, still getting to grips with the Extreme 200 bikes that you see nowadays. A few years ago, the regulations were changed, so they went from it basically being an open pit bike class where you could take your pit bikes and do whatever you wanted to. It's a much more Grand Prix style machinery, although you do occasionally get the odd pit bike style bike. So a bit of an adjustment for Wells and King. They're still doing a good job. Both of them were champions in the pit bike 140s in years gone by. So yeah, plenty of opportunities, whether you race in pit bikes, whether you do Moto Team, plenty of opportunities to get involved here at FAB-Racing. So make sure you're checking out if you do fancy getting involved, and especially to those guys who do Moto Team races over at Endurance. Hell, if you're watching the Suzuka 8 Hours at the moment and you fancy flying over and giving it a go, when that's done, I think there's 45 minutes left in that at the moment. So hopefully if you are watching at Suzuka, you're enjoying the action here, because this is miles better than the Suzuka 8 Hours. Who cares about one of the most prestigious races in bike racing? So there's best of luck as well. We've just been told away into Danny Webb, who's apparently running quite well, I've been told, in the Suzuka 8 Hours. If he is there, he might not be there, I'm not sure. I know that he has done it in the past. Danny Webb's GP Camp, of course, a big help to the younger riders in the FAB-Racing paddock. And 1 minute and 20 left to go in this Moto Team warm-up. 3 riders out on track. Team Acme Racing, Matt Lindley behind the handlebars this weekend. He's on top and the only open bike out there. The other two are standard. Joshua French is second overall. Ian Jackson in the 27 is in P3 and about 5/10 of a second or so away from French. So a bit of work to do for Jackson going into race number 2 and 3 today. Race 1 yesterday, the Moto Team, really interesting because we often see that number 8 bike, the Team Acme bike, has been really, really good this year. They spent a lot of time working on it and building their way up through the field. This year they have been the class of the field, and as we do tend to see, the open bikes quite often run away a little bit at the front. Yesterday, though, Joshua French on that standard class bike, which is a slower bike, for the first half of the race certainly, was keeping with that number 8. Of course, whether they overtake each other or not doesn't matter at all, because they're both leading the race in respective classes. Where you finish on track overall has no bearings on what points you're going to get, but those guys were still racing and still giving it to each other. Really interesting to see that French could keep pace with that number 8.
Yeah, but Moto Team, they never seem to, like you were just saying, Ross, they don't care who's on open or standard. They're just running the bikes they're running, but they really do get competitive on the track with each other. Like you said, Joshua French was keeping up with that number 8 for Team Acme Racing yesterday. Matt, who was coming to replace Marco this weekend, though, he really put his name out there yesterday, really made his mark on that track. He kept going with the work Marco had done this weekend, and I did say Marco, watching wherever he is in the world, would be feeling quite happy with getting that replacement sorted for this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Marco, if you are watching along back home in Sicily, hope you're enjoying the sunshine. Hope you are enjoying seeing your family as well. So once again, as the Moto team guys come to an end, if you fancy getting involved in the cheapest form of motorsport available in the UK, head on over to the FAB-Racing website, head on over to the FAB-Racing Motor Team page on Facebook, find out more, find out how you can get involved, because it really is a fantastic championship. Believe we've got one of our final warm-up now. Hold me for that one because I may be incorrect, but looks like the pit bike guys are going to be heading out onto track in a short moment. As one of our flag marshals this weekend, Lucy Curtis, who we've not really seen this year in FAB Racing, unfortunately. She's mainly been racing up in Scotland on a pre-125 bike, but she is operating this weekend, not as a rider, but as the pit lane marshal. So great to see Lucy giving a hand and giving back to FAB this weekend. But yeah, the pit bike guys are heading out to the track now. Again, not everyone, some riders choosing not to. We've got 22 pit bikes out there this weekend. Looks like we may be getting some of them. May not be, who knows, but they've got around 7 minutes to go in this warm-up session. Again, just making sure that everything's working. It was so tight at the top of this class yesterday, Izzy. Could be absolutely fascinating to see. Absolutely,
Ross. It was really tight yesterday at the top of this class. We had about 7 riders really battling it out with each other. So these guys just on that warm-up now. Some of them may not have come out in case they're also racing in another class, so they've already done their warm-up for this morning and they just are so ready to get the racing underway. But yeah, we've got a couple of the guys that are coming out now for their warm-up on the pit bike. Yesterday's first race was absolutely crazy. We were both kind of just stood looking at the TV like, wow, what is happening here? Just keeping an eye on everyone. But like we were saying, Harrison Quincy getting himself in some battles, Richard Holmes-Williams as well. He didn't start off the race the best yesterday, but then he worked that back by the end of the race and really worked hard to get up into the position that he did. But yeah, these guys have just got roughly about 5 minutes left of racing of their qualifying warm-up to go, and then we will be getting our second races of the weekend underway. All the action left to come today. If you are just joining us, do not worry, you have not missed anything so far. This is just the pit bike. 140 is now having their warm-up laps, getting ready, and then the second race of today will be underway.
Absolutely. So as we continue going on in the pit bike 140 warm-up, 21 riders out of the 22 out there on track at the moment. So almost a full field, to be fair. Not everyone's setting a lap yet. Robert Leveridge still not on the timing features. Richard Holmes-Williams goes fastest. The race 1 winner yesterday, 41.197 is the lap time early doors in this one. Again, it's a warm-up. You can't always read into the lap times, but Holmes-Williams out of the gate punching on a Sunday morning here in Dorset, just about in Dorset. Again, we are literally about 5 minutes away from Somerset, but you know, we are in Dorset, so take from that while you wait. It's all the West Country anyway. They all drink cider and drive tractors probably, and well, pretty fitting for the namesake, Richard Holmes-Williams. But as we continue onwards, as we were saying a moment ago, fantastic racing yesterday, and it was brilliant to watch. Let's hope for more of that from the pit bike guys today. As you can see, a huge gaggle of riders out on the track, as even though as they're heading through, they're still trying to get a bit racy in this warm-up session, which is fantastic to see. 4 minutes left in this one. Holmes-Williams goes even faster, 40.926. He's really started to get a shift on now. Is the 126. Jamie King slots into P2, 4-time pit bike champion. He was leading the championship by a handful of points ahead of Chris Wells coming into this weekend. We'll have to do some maths and figure out where they lie coming out of it, because Harrison Quincy coming in and upsetting the apple cart at Hooton Park, and then this weekend when the likes of Holmes-Williams very quick, Chris Wells very quick as well, Ollie Horner also here on that number 70. Great to see him back in FAB Racing. A disappointing end to yesterday. We believe he had a mechanical problem that led to him going off track for a little while, but was running at the front of the pack for most of the race. So we've got a handful of very strong riders up the top of the grid. as you can see there, some of them in the paddock. That is Isaiah Devine there, Holly Harris here as well, as alongside Isaiah Devine, as I just mentioned, two British Talent Cup and former British Talent Cup rider, now racing in the Kawasaki Super Team. Those guys are racing over at Thruxton next weekend. Make sure you head down to catch all of the Bennett's British Superbike action there, and hope it'll be a fantastic race. And I'm sure that Holly and Isaiah looking forward to that one. Thruxton, obviously a really, really big track, really fast around there. Going to be quite brave, to put it politely. With 2 minutes and 30 left to go in this session, I don't think, Izzy, we're very far away from getting our race 2 started.
No, I don't either, Ross. And then we have got 20 races we are bringing you the coverage of today. 10 race 2s for all our classes, and then the 10 race 3s, and I cannot wait for it to get underway. Yesterday gave us just a little taste of what we should be expecting from these riders today, and it's just going to be better, even better than what we had yesterday. These guys have been working so hard, and you speak to the parents and they're all like, yeah, we really want to do well this weekend. Like, everybody is just pushing and pushing. We've got some new faces here with us this weekend, like we've been speaking about. It's a local track for quite a few riders, so they've come and joined us this weekend. Everybody's so competitive but so friendly at the same time, and it's going to be brilliant to get these races underway. We have got just 1 minute 40 left in the Pit Bike 140's warm-up. Then we are going to be bringing you the first lot of race 2s for today. If you are just watching and just joining us, our stream, please do let us know where you are watching from, who it is you're going to be looking out for today, who you are cheering on. But yes, please do let us know where you are watching from. Do not forget to like, share, subscribe.
Absolutely. And of course, we know that many family members and friends like to tune in for whoever they know out of our junior riders, or even our older riders as well, so we can't wait to see you supporting them. And of course, we know that some riders do have fans already. Somehow Nelly Nuth somehow is almost famous in the bike racing world in America already, even at her young age, for her exploits out on a track. So we know that she gets a lot of love from across the pond. Checkered flag will be out very shortly in the Pit Bike 140s. We might be seeing some bikes making their way to the holding area soon, as there we see some of the paddock watching along. Still a bumper crowd here at Clay Pigeon, even if conditions a little bit more grim, a little bit more overcast, a little bit more British than it was yesterday, when there was that weird yellow thing in the sky that no one's seen in about 4 weeks or something like that. Anyway, so great to see that we have the trackside support there, as they're all watching along intently in this warm-up session, and can't wait to get the racing action going. I'm sure they cannot wait, as you see a few riders now in the holding area just behind them as well. That is for the AC40 Pros, our first race number 2 of the day, first race of the day in total, in fact. So they'll be heading out to the track when the checkered flag comes out, which it does now. So this warm-up session is now over, and then we'll be getting the AC40 Pros, and we can't get ready for that one to get going. And of course, it should be fascinating. Of course, we'll get all of our mini moto action out of the way first, as we tend to do here at FAB-Racing, the juniors and the seniors. Again, a big grid of seniors here this weekend, a few returning faces as well. Holly Harris, who we've just seen, Lamar Morgan is back once again. Great to have him back as well, and sending him all of our support. And but first up, of course, it will be our junior riders, and there we can see, Izzy, some riders getting ready to go down in the holding area. So it is almost time to get racing here.
Yes, our first race is going to be the AC40 Pro and the LC40 Elite. These guys are all the time. We've got the air-cooled versus the liquid-cooled. Those two on the front runners, Maxwell Keats on that number 24 and Jensen Sadras on that number 2, on those liquid-cooled bikes, absolutely fly ahead of the others. These two, although they are on track at the same time, are 2 separate classes being run currently, but they always give us the action, and sometimes we'll occasionally see one of those guys running on the AC40 getting up there, getting themselves involved in a few little battles with the guys on the LC40 rookies. We cannot wait to get it underway. We are just hearing in our ear, racing is going to get underway in just a few short moments.
Time then for the first race of Sunday's action. Time for our first race 2 of the weekend, and time for the AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elites to make their way out onto the track. Of course, this combined class, which only granted has 2 LC40 Elites in it, but 13 riders out there. And while the 2 on those liquid cool bikes, they probably will shoot off up into the distance, as we've been seeing across the season. They just have that little bit more power, that little bit more thrust from that liquid-cooled engine. It is still fascinating racing, especially in the AC40 Pros yesterday, the air-cooled bikes. Really, really interesting to see some big battles going on. We're hoping for more of the same today.
We are, Ross. We are. They are just being released out of the holding area now. They'll form the grid once, go around for a formation lap, come back, and then we will get racing underway. But these 2 guys running in the LC40 Elite class, Jensen Sadras and Maxwell Keats, just 30 points separating these 2 in the championship. So anything can happen between these guys, with Tommy Williams leading the AC40 Pro Championship at the moment. Brilliant racing we see from these guys weekend in and weekend out on the AC40 Pro and the LC40 Elite. They are just waiting now to be released on their formation lap, and then we'll let you know what our grid is going to be looking like, and then the racing will get underway. Here they are now, just coming round. So on making up our grid today, we've got Maxwell Keats starting in first position, Jensen Sadras in second, Joey Athasich in third, Danny Longhurst in fourth, Tommy Williams in fifth, Freddie Taylor in sixth, Claudia Goodman in seventh, Henry Brody in eighth, Reed Saxelby in ninth, Emerson Oakley in 10th, Cooper Say in 11th, Ethan Bayliss in 12th, and Oliver Wilson in 13th. And just a reminder, guys, that those 2 running on our front row, the 24 of Maxwell Keats and the number 2 of Jensen Sadras, these are our guys on the liquid-cooled bikes. So it's different to the rest of them running on the AC40s. Absolutely, making their way around the final corner on their sighting lap. Before they stop on the grid, we wait for those red lights and we get them underway for race number 2 here. As the final few riders, bit of a wipe to the visor there from someone. I don't think Jensen Sadras is out there. Look, there's no one in the number 2 grid slot. This could be a one-bike race for the win in the LC40 Elites. And yeah, there's no Jensen Sadras to be found, so problems maybe for the number 2. Either way, that means that Maxwell Keats, who finishes, wins. Unfortunately, he's the only liquid-cooled bike out there this weekend. So we'll keep an eye then on the AC40 Pros, as we're just waiting for last few checks. For all of our eyes will go to those red lights. The crowd watches, the anticipation builds. We get ready to go racing here at Clay Pigeon on Sunday. The red lights will come on now. It is lights out and we are on the way. Maxwell Keats gets away well, alone on the front row of the grid. Danny Longhurst, good start there, slots into second place overall and the lead in the AC40 Pro class as they come into the chicane for the very, very first time, making their way through all cleanly, and all looks very good so far from everyone. Some small gaps starting to build, but still very tight out there. Keats leads on that liquid cool bike, leading the way. P2 overall, looks like it's Danny Longhurst on that air-cooled machine, so a great start there for the number 26. They come to the end, or nearly the end of the first lap, and unfortunately it is only a one-bike race in the liquid cool class, but in the air-cooled class everyone very close together so far. They are, Ross, they are on our screens now. We can just see that 26 of Danny Longhurst just ahead of some of the other guys running on those air-cooled bikes, but a brilliant start there for Danny Longhurst. Brilliant stuff we are seeing from them on the track currently. This performance we are seeing from these guys on the air-cooled bikes. There is our race leader, the 24. Maxwell Keats has just got ahead and kind of got such a big gap forming ahead of everybody else. But the guys running on these air-cooled bikes, this is their race now. We've got Danny Longhurst leading ahead of Joey Athasich and Tommy Williams and Reid Saxelby. It's looking like this is going to be a really close battle between these guys here. But Danny Longhurst just keeping on that throttle, coming now onto that start-finish straight, round into the first corner, and we have got just 7 laps left to go of the race for this guys here. But that was the number 67 of Joey Athasich, was looking to make a move on Danny Longhurst then, but they've got the 51 of Tommy Williams hot on their tails, and not only are they trying to make that move on Danny Longhurst, they're also defending. But there they went on the outside then. That didn't seem to work for them, but they are going to keep trying, looking whether outside, inside, what is going to work best to make that move on Danny Longhurst.
Yeah, very similar to what we saw in race 1 yesterday. The top 4 all really tight together as he comes through. Danny Longhurst doing a fantastic job at the moment. She would love to win, but she's facing huge pressure. Just a quick note, looks like Jensen Cedras is in this race. I think he may have started from the back of the grid, so I wonder if there was a problem for him or it was a decision to start there, as that is a big lunge up the inside from Joey Athasich into turn 2, gets the move confirmed as well. So he now takes the lead in the AC40 Pro race. That's P2 overall on your timing screen. Let's see if Danny Longhurst can respond. Let's see if anyone else can maybe try and find their way through as well, because Tommy Williams, Reid Saxelby all right there with him as well. A 4-way fight for 3 podium places here, similar to what we saw in race number 1. Currently it's advantage Joey Athasich.
It is indeed just 6 laps left of racing to go. Danny Longhurst, though, unfortunately, a bit of a gap forming now between her and Joey Athasich. He took that second place spot, but first in the AC40s from her. The 51 there of Tommy Williams has just made a move down on the inside on Danny Longhurst, has now took that position from her again. She has got Reid Saxelby now hot on her tail. Reid Saxelby going to be looking to make a move as well. She's just not quite able to hold her defensive position at the moment, which is just letting the other riders through. But Tommy Williams now hunting down Joey Athasich with just 5 laps left to go, coming around now into that final corner. Everybody gets onto that throttle, looking to get some moves made. Round they come now. Absolutely brilliant performance we are seeing from these guys here. Claudia Dudman being closely followed. Danny Longhurst being closely followed by Reid Saxelby. She's under a lot of pressure there with just 4 laps left to go. Reid Saxelby pushing all he can out of the bike. They're coming through into our little chicane section now. The number 26, Danny Longhurst, under a lot of pressure here from Reid Saxelby on that number 57. This is the battle for 4th position currently. Round the hairpin they've just come, but these are our guys are running at the front of the AC40 Pro race. Absolutely brilliant stuff from these guys here. Danny did last time get a podium at Hooton Park. She's going to be looking to do that again.
But I wonder if maybe she's acting as a bit of a cork in the bottle, because the 2 in front have shot away, and there is a big gap forming now between herself and Tommy Williams, with Reid Saxelby just behind. There is Jensen Cedras on the number 2, so he definitely is in this race. So for whatever reason, the number 2 Liquid Cool Bike decided to start from the back. Interesting decision, but he's working his way through. He's still second in the Liquid Cool class regardless. So it is technically not a one-horse race, even though Maxwell Keys is 12 seconds ahead of the nearest bike to him at the front of the pack. Was that a move attempting to be made on Danny Longhurst? I believe it was, but Reid Saxelby wasn't able to try and fight through as Cedras comes up to them. Of course, this is a different race. This is an overtake that does not matter. These guys in 2 different classes, but Cedras on a much quicker bike who'll be looking to make his way through. You can just see the power of the Liquid Cool Bike there as he blows by them on the straight like a rocket ship and down into turn 2. Oh, almost collects there. Danny Longhurst actually couldn't quite confirm the move around her, but I'm sure now that we're coming onto this straight, you'll just see the pure power of the Liquid Cool Bike. And indeed, there you go, blink and you'll miss it. Through goes the number 2 of Jensen Cedras. Leaves the inside open though, and they're both going to slide back through. Missed his braking zone, so he's got to do all that work again.
Yeah, he has, with just 1 lap left to go now. Maxwell Keats on that number 24 has just started the last lap of this race for the AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elite. Coming around now that final corner, we can see the 26 of Danny Longhurst and the 57 of Reid Saxelby. But here on our screens is one of the guys running in the middle of the pack. We are just waiting to see what is going to be happening Where is our leader currently? Let's find out where Maxwell Keats is with just one lap left to go. Here is our guys though running in 4th position. There is our race winner. Look at him go. Maxwell Keats on that number 24 takes the race win of the second race for the AC40 Pro and LC40 Elite in here at Calais Pigeon. This is our battle here. That is the number 67 of Joey Asich and the 51 of Tommy Williams. I wonder who just managed to take that second position, but first for the air-cooled bikes, Ross.
Yeah, really tight there, but Tommy Williams did take the win there in the AC40 Pro class by 15 thousandths of a second. How close do you want it to be, boys? Brilliant racing all the way to the line. It's Maxwell Keats who takes the win in the LC40 Elite, with Jensen Cedras in second, and meanwhile Tommy Williams takes the win in the AC40 Pros, with Joey Athasic second and Danny Longhurst in P3. Reed Saxelby was fourth, with Claudia Dubman fifth, Freddie Taylor sixth, Henry Brody seventh, Emerson Oakley in P8, Ethan Bayliss was ninth, Cooper Say was 10th, and Oliver Wilson was 11th. So that's the Reed in the order they finished in class. There we do see the overall finishing positions as well. A fascinating race. Wonder what was going on with Jensen Cedras, if he missed making it out to the grid in time, or whether it was a decision to start from the back. I don't know. I mean, he still finished second, finished fifth on the road, but we know that, you know, that bike can be fighting at the front with Maxwell Keats and be taking home 25 points instead of 20 if he finishes in front of him. So bizarre to see him starting from the back. Hopefully, if it's an issue, it's solved for race number 3, which of course comes a little bit later on this afternoon.
Yes, it does, Ross. Here we can see them all now. They've just come into that holding area, just got behind their podium positions. But what a fantastic race for these guys in their second race of the weekend here at Clay Pigeon on the AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elites. Just waiting now to get news of when our second race of the day will be underway, which will be the AC40 Rookies. Kids as young as 6 in that class who then work their way up to get where these guys are on the AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elites.
Absolutely. Can't wait to get the Rookies Cup action underway. But of course, race number 3 still awaits for the AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elites. They'll be out later this afternoon. Coming up now, we have got the AC40 Rookies, their second race of the weekend. It's going to be brilliant to see what they bring to the table for this second race of the day. Kids as young as 6 racing with these guys, which is always fabulous to see from them. We're just going to wait for them to be released from the holding area. As they are now, they're going to come form the grid, be released on a formation lap, and then we will get the grid again and the race will start. The performance we saw from these guys yesterday was absolutely brilliant. Those guys running out front. We've got Jensen Brown, Van Morris. It is Van Morris's birthday today, his 9th birthday. So happy birthday to Van Morris. Absolutely brilliant that he has chosen to join us this weekend for his birthday. But here we go now. Everybody just lining up, just having a few checks from marshals. Then the formation lap will be happening. Van Morris is starting in second place today on our grid. Yeah, absolutely, and of course taking the victory yesterday in race number 1 as well, after Jensen Brown encountered late issues and had an off and a full. Let's see if he can repeat that. The birthday boy starts in second, but it is the 171 of Jensen Brown on the pole position. Zach Athasic is third. Oakley Hipple alongside William Skingle and Chase Carter. They make up row 3 with Theo Tyler 7th and Oliver Cheeseman in P8. Casey Reeson and Adele Everett, they round out the top 10 with Logan Paisley in 11th alongside Reggie Watson in P12. Caleb Bailey is 13th with Keely Bailey P14. Izzy Cook starts 15th with Arlo Simmons in 16th. Savannah Polden is 17th with Oscar Bond P18. And Ayrton Oakley is 19th and our sole rider on row number 10 at the back of the grid. So 19 riders, a fair few here for round number 4 at Clay Pigeon. And again, a fantastic race yesterday. Jensen Brown and Van Morris with a huge battle. There came up some traffic, whether it was a mistake or an issue for Jensen Brown. He went straight on coming out of turn number 1 and fell off onto the infield grass, which handed Van Morris the win in a rather disappointing fashion after a great race. And I know that Van Morris would have loved to have taken that one right down to the wire. Let's see if we're going to get something similar in race number 2 today, as the riders now as our front row making their way into position. Last few checks on the bike, making sure everything is a-okay from our roving marshals, parents of the FAB-Racing paddock that we see in the yellow high-vis. A big thank you to them, of course, for not only supporting our junior riders, but for going out there, assisting the orange-clad regular marshals in their abilities and making sure that we can go racing as safely as possible here at FAB. So, of course, a huge thank you to all of our marshals, the medics, all of the above, as we wait to the point, to the lights from the flag marshal. It'll be all eyes to those red lights that come on now. Oh, it's chaos. We got a fair few jump starts. This is going to get halted, surely. 3 or 4 riders went. I believe Oliver Cheeseman, Chase Carter, Theo Tyler, Oakley Hitwell all jumped away at the lights there. It's so easy to do, Izzy, because one rider goes and those around them you just go because you don't know what to do because you see someone moving out the corner of your eye. It's going to take us a few moments to reset this.
Yeah, it will, but this is what happens sometimes. These red lights we've been having have been quick this weekend, and they were slightly just a little bit slower than we've had so far this weekend. So some of our riders actually started making the way around the track, but that is always so difficult because, like you said, Ross, you see one person go, you want to go, and then people stop, you end up weaving your way through. I'm surprised we didn't get a crash there, I'll be honest, with that little bit of a jump start, but everybody just coming back now, reforming the grid. It'll be eyes to the red lights again, and we will get the race underway. Perhaps there will be the possibility that because so many riders jumped it, there won't be any penalties for anybody, and we'll just restart this race because it technically didn't even get started.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be any penalties given it's just going to be a total race restart. The race never really started in the first place, but it does now. This time, we are away cleanly. Front row, neck and neck into turn number 1. Who's going to get the advantage into turn 2? It will be Van Morris, by the looks of things, who sweeps around the outside of Jensen Brown. So Morris takes the lead. The birthday boy starts things off well here in race number 2. Hot on their tails, though. Zach Athasich, Oakley Hitwell there as well, as they bomb down the back straight for the very first time into the hairpin, but the bike compresses through a slight dip, then over the crest. You can't quite see it on the picture, but the undulation of this circuit, it is there. It makes things tricky. That's slightly wide there from Athasich through what is not quite the penultimate corner, because this isn't really one corner, it's 2 with a bit of a short shoot in between them into the final corner. We do now go, and the top 3 breaking away from the pack, all quite close together though. It's Van Morris that leads the way ahead of Jensen Brown. Just behind them looks to be the 76 of Zach Athasich.
Yeah, Zach Athasich is really looking to get himself involved in that battle here. I have a feeling we've got a 3-way battle for first position on our hands in this race here. 7 laps left to go. Van Morris is leading. Got a big gap. I do believe, though, Zach Athasich may have just got through on Jensen Brown then, and I do believe he has. That is one of our riders there stopped on the side of the track. That is the 171 of Jensen Brown. He's going to have a look, see if he can get started, but yellow flag is out at the moment. Everybody's just got to slow down a little bit until Jensen Brown gets moved. He's going to be so disappointed and upset with what has happened there. But here comes Van Morris coming around that final corner now. About to have 6 laps left to go. Zach Athasich running in second. Absolutely brilliant performance from him. He's going to be looking to hunt down Van Morris now. He hasn't got to worry about Jensen Brown anymore. He's out of the race at the moment, so he's going to be looking to search and hunt down Van Morris.
What a shame for Jensen Brown. Whatever issues that may be, we saw potentially reliability issues leading to the crash in race number 1. And as the yellow flags wave as they try and get that bike restarted, more gremlins befalling him in race number 2. We know that these mini moto machines, reliability-wise, they're temperamental at the best of times, but sometimes it's just heartbreaking when it strikes twice in one weekend. As there we see is that maybe moves being made further back as, oh, that's another rider down. That's the number 74 that's gone down, or the 174 should I say. That's Oakley Hitwell. He was running in 3rd place as well. So what is going on out there? It's chaos at the moment. Great to see that he's up on his feet and all okay, as he now does rejoin the race. So everything looks to be okay. Just a small off. Yellow flag still waving, but he will rejoin with no issues as the race continues on. The 57 of Van Morris, your current leader, and that's now the 2nd podium runner we've seen having issues as Oakley Hitwell falls, but does rejoin. Should be in about 13th place.
Absolute madness we are seeing in the second race for these guys here at Clay Pigeon, Ross. Just 5 laps left to go. The 57 of Van Morris leading the race on his birthday. He is also being closely followed by the 76 of Zach Athasich, who is gained on him quite a bit there around that final corner, but he is going to be looking to take that first place position. These are our guys running in first and second. It does look like Zach Athasich could make the move here coming into the first corner, just doesn't quite catch enough throttle there, and another rider down. Oh dear Lord, everybody's falling off today, Ross.
Yeah, turning into a race of attrition very quickly. Gets straight up, straight back on the bike though. That is fantastic to see, that everyone is okay and continue to push onwards. And even these young rookie riders as young as 6 years old, they come down, they get straight back up again, straight back on the bike. As we've now got traffic for the leaders, so this could really shake things up as well as they make their way into the penultimate corner. Looks like that held up Morris a bit more than it held up Athasich as they come to the final corner now. Looks like the rider that we saw go down a moment ago was Arlo Simmons, as that's a great run onto the main straight from Zach Athasich. He's got the inside, but Van Morris will hold on around the outside of turn number 1 and will keep that advantage down into turn 2. So once again, Athasich, he's looking like he can draw alongside. Really just needs to confirm it, get that last little extra push to get in front and get into the lead.
Yeah, exactly. Van Morris seems to get a bit more out of his throttle just at the last minute than Zach Athasich can catch up with. Zach Athasich is pushing his bike to the absolute limit on those straights. Look at how close in that small little straight we got there before they've just come around into that corner. Zach Athasich gains on Van Morris but cannot find it in the corners to be able to make that overtake. Whether he looks to the inside, to the outside, they're just coming up on some traffic once again. Round that final corner they come. Van Morris leading on that number 57 ahead of the 76 of Zach Athasich. Just 2 laps left to go. Is Zach Athasich going to do it? He looks to make the move, and he just couldn't quite get it. Van Morris defensive then cut straight across the path of Zach Athasich to hold on to that first place position. They're just coming around through the little chicane now onto that back straight. Who is going to take the win in this race? It is so tight on them, just 0.1 seconds separating these two. Zach Athasich ran a bit wide in that corner there. That won't have helped him too much here, but Van Morris leading. Just listen to the crowd as they are there supporting these two riders. Absolutely brilliant here. Van Morris, his first weekend with us at FAB-Racing. We've got to see what's going to happen. We are just coming round now to begin the last lap. Look at this, Zach Athasich pushing, getting on that throttle. So is Van Morris though. Zach Athasich doesn't look like quite he can just make that move on this last lap. Van Morris leading ahead of Zach Athasich, and let's see what's going to happen between these two. Coming around now into the little chicane, Van Morris is leading ahead of Zach Athasich, but Zach Athasich looking to make a move up on the inside. These two are neck and neck, side by side. Who is going to take it going into this corner? It is Van Morris holding on to that lead. We've only got a few corners left in this lap to end this race. Who is going to take it? Is it going to be Van Morris or Zach Athasich? Van Morris though building a gap there ahead of Zach Athasich. Just coming round this final corner now. Who is going to take this race win? Van Morris leading ahead of Zach Athasich. Here he comes now. Who is going to be our race winner? They are coming down onto the start-finish straight, and it is going to be the 57 of Van Morris takes the race win for the second race for these AC40 rookies. Absolutely brilliant stuff from him, and a good thing to happen to him on his birthday.
Absolutely, 2 from 2 for Van Morris, and the birthday boy on top once again in race number 2 on his debut weekend in FAB-Racing, no less. But man, oh man, he had to work for that one. Kudos for Zach Athasich. Only 3/10 separating them at the line, but they were inseparable during that race. But it was Van Morris that held on at the end of that one to take a well-deserved second win of the weekend, and things just keep looking up for the birthday boy. It is Van Morris, the number 57, who takes 2 from 2 here at Clay Pigeon. Can he complete the hat-trick and sweep the weekend? We'll have to find out a little bit later on in race number 3, but it's Van Morris who takes victory from Zach Athasich in second. Oliver Cheeseman rounding out the podium places there. Theo Tyler, the 77, into 4th, with William Skingle in P5. Chase Carter was 6th, with Casey Reeson in 7th, Adele Everett in 8th, Reggie Watson P9, and Caden Bailey rounding out our top 10, with Logan Paisley 11, Oakley Hipwell P12, Keely Hayley Bailey was 13th, with Izzy Cook 14th, Savannah Polden 15th, Arlo Simmons in P16, Jetson Brown was 17th, Ayrton Oakley just behind in P18, and Oscar Bonk our 19th and final rider there. Even though it was a bit chaotic in that one and a fair few riders coming down and having issues, everyone was able to finish that race, which is great to see. And again, another fantastic race at the front of the pack. More of that in race 3, please.
Yeah, exactly, Ross. Brilliant stuff we saw from those riders there. Van Morris and Zach Athasich wouldn't let each other out of their sight for that race. Zach Athasich consistently chasing and trying to catch up with Van Morris after Jenson Brown unfortunately had that little off. But here on our screens now we can see everybody crowding round that guy who took that first place, the number 57, Van Morris, being congratulated, the birthday boy, on his debut weekend, being celebrated and congratulated by some of our other riders here in the grid. One more race to go for these guys later on today. Let's see what's going to happen.
Race number 2 awaits us then as we get ready to get going in the new for 2025 AC40 Interclass, brought to you by Britson Electrical Services. Of course, the class where Nelly Nuth has continued what she left off in 2024 in the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup and currently leads the championship. She starts from pole and took race 1 victory, but had to work for it. Finley Stiles, Randy Carter and Noah Bartha all hot on her heels. This could be a fascinating race as we go into this one. Let's run through the grid then as we go around on our sighting lap. It's Nelly Nuth starting from pole position, Finley Stiles alongside, who we were told failed a post-qualifying tech inspection, but didn't face consequences for us. So whether we were lied to or whether whatever went wrong was justifiably wrong, all seems to be fine. He starts alongside on the front row. Randy Carter's third with Noah Bartha in P4, with Seth James and Austin Payton rounding out what is unfortunately only a 6-rider grid. But again, we saw yesterday, Izzy, I'll mention it time and time again, the top 4 riders inseparable for the entire race 1 yesterday. If we get more of the same here, it's going to be a fascinating battle and all of the riders will be hungry for a win. They're all going to have to work hard.
Yeah, and this weekend is Austin Payton's first weekend. He's come up to the AC40 Inters after being in with the rookies so far this season. He was looking at yesterday to try and get himself involved in a few of the battles at some points, but absolutely brilliant stuff we see from these guys weekend in and weekend out. They are just coming now, just forming up the grid. Just going to have to wait and see who is going to come first. Just some final checks on their bikes now. Nelly Nuth looking to just have some checks there. She looks all okay. She sat down. Marshall's moving off. It's going to be looking to the lights. There we go. Flag marshal pointing, and it is lights out, and away we go. Who is going to take that first position? It is Nelly Nuth leading into the first corner with Randy Carter, I do believe, or Finley Stiles hot on her tail, with Noah Barfoot getting in the middle there. Absolutely brilliant stuff we have seen from these guys, but they're just so closely packed together. Nelly Nuth is being hunted by Finley Stiles, with Noah Barfoot getting involved there, looking to make a move on Finley Stiles and take third place position. They've just come round that hairpin now, and it is Finley Stiles makes a move down on Nelly Nuth, but with Noah Barfoot looking to make a move on the outside of it, and Noah Barfoot does it. We've now got Finley Stiles leading this race, Noah Barfoot in second. I don't know what happened to Nelly there, but she is now third place runner.
I think she just got caught unawares there, Izzy. I don't think she defended that inside into the left-hand hairpin. Stiles came through, shocked her a bit because suddenly there's another bike appearing on your inside. And then Barfoot capitalised on that and slipped through as well. So a bit of a shake-up early doors in this race as we complete the first lap. Stiles, Barfoot, Nuth and Carter. Your current top 4 are Nuth and Carter, perhaps dropping away a little bit from the leaders. As up the inside, that's a wonderful, wonderful move by Noah Barfoot. Sees the gap and sends it down on the brakes around the inside. That is brilliant stuff to take the race lead. It'll be 7 laps left to go as they come to the start-finish line on this occasion, and it is all changed. Well, yesterday it was tense. The top 4 locked together, but no one really able to make a move already in this race. They've come out of the gate swinging, and everyone's scrambling for position early doors.
They are, Ross, like you said, just 7 laps of racing left to go. Nelly Nuth currently running in third. A little bit of pressure from Randy Carter behind her. He's going to be looking to make a move there. Is he going to do it? No, Nelly Nuth just holds on to it. Randy Carter looked to make a move on the outside of Nelly Nuth then, but couldn't quite perform and carry that out the way he wanted to. Nelly Nuth, though, defensive in holding on to her third position at the moment, but Randy Carter is putting on the pressure. They're just coming round now into that final corner, about to start the next lap of this race. Who knows what is going to happen here? I wonder what is happening with our front runners at the moment, Noah Barfoot and Finley Styles. We're going to have to wait and see how they turn out, but on our screens right now we've got Nelly Nuth and Randy Carter. Randy Carter so hot on Nelly Nuth's tail there, nearly touching wheel and wheel with her, once again looking to make the move on Nelly Nuth, but can he quite carry out and execute it in the way he wants? No, he can't. Nelly just has that bit more speed, a bit more power on her throttle, and keeps a hold of that third place position.
She's a massive risk though of dropping off the podium here. Of all the races she has finished so far this season, all but one of them were victories. She's had one DNF and one third place at Houghton Park. Every race so far this season that she has taken the checkered flag has been on the podium. She'll be desperate to try and keep that result, as we see there Seth James coming through as well as Nelly Nuth. She looked a bit quiet in practice on Friday. It just didn't look like it settled. Lots of coming in and out of the pits, lots of tweaks to the bike. But race number one, it wasn't the normal affair. As looking to the outside, oh, that is something spectacular from Randy Carter, setting it off on the outside of the chicane. Take a bow, sunshine. Brilliant racing on display here at Clay Pigeon, as Randy Carter, with one of the moves of the weekend, sets it up beautifully and gets into the podium places. Nelly Nuth off the podium here and looking like she's struggling for pace, whether it's she's not comfortable, there is an issue with the bike, we're not sure. As we cut back to our leaders, it is still Noah Barfoot that leads this race ahead of Finley Styles, only half a second separating though. These guys have shot off into the distance ahead of the guys in third, fourth and fifth, about 5 or so seconds separating this battle from the next, but maybe not quite as alongside each other as those further back in the pack, but still Styles is putting a lot of pressure on Barfoot, who was able to slide by him earlier on.
He is. Styles may have felt that he could have messed up slightly, then gave Barfoot that opportunity to just slide past him, but now they're coming round into that final corner. We are going to have just 3 laps left to go for the AC40 Inters. It's all up for grabs. Anybody can try and get these podium positions at the moment. Just 6 riders in this race for this weekend. Barfoot leading ahead of Styles, with Carter in third, Nelly Nuth in fourth, James in fifth and Baton in sixth. But our leaders at the moment, Barfoot building that gap. He's got a 0.2 second difference ahead of Finley Styles running in second. Barfoot is going to be looking to try and increase that all the time, but Styles is putting on the pressure. You can see when both of them hit onto that throttle, trying to keep hold of their racing lines. Barfoot being really defensive in his racing lines. You saw then he had a quick little look over his shoulder just there. Once again, he is looking for Styles. He's aware Styles is going to be putting on the pressure there. 3 laps left to go. Here is our guy running in third. That is Randy Carter. But Nelly Nuth now down to fifth. Seth James has managed to get past her and get up into fourth position. I do wonder if Nelly's got some issue occurring, Ross, with just 2 laps left to go.
Yeah, big shame for Nelly Nuth. Not the normal performance that we expect from the number 44, but up the front on the penultimate lap, it still rages on. Both Barfoot and Styles have 1 win apiece in 2025, and as it currently stands, someone is going to be adding a second to their ledger as they round the final corner to start the final lap of this race. What has Finley Styles got in his locker? Can Noah Barfoot hold on and resist the pressure from the 19 behind? Into turn 2 we go. We've seen some spectacular moves already in the chicane in this race. Anything from Styles? No. Barfoot happy taking his normal lines. He feels like he doesn't need to defend as they come down to the hairpin. Look at them braking the bikes, dropping them, rising over the slight crest there. Into the final section we fly. Barfoot goes wide. Styles looked to the inside, couldn't find anything that may compromise his exit, but he looks closer than ever. A bit of a desperate desperate lunge. One turn to go, last chance saloon for Finlay Styles. Maybe a drag race on our hands to the line. It will be a drag race, but it's going to be Noah Barfoot that is going to make it his second win of the season with a mighty fine ride and taking the victory by 1.5 tenths of a second ahead of Finlay Styles, as Nelly Nuth, potentially with issues, drops down to P5 in the end. She will take the checkered flag, the first race she finishes this season off of the podium for the 44. A bizarre, worrying performance from her. But in race number 2, it's Noah Barfoot taking win number 2 of the season. Finlay Styles threw everything but the kitchen sink at him, and still the 36 held on.
Yeah, he did, Ross. The 36 held on really well to that first position. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Let's just have a look. It was Noah Barfoot who took that first place position. Finlay Styles in second and Randy Carter in third. That rounds out our podium with Seth James in fourth and Nelly Nuth in fifth. And rounding out all of our riders, coming in sixth, was Austin Baton. Nelly Nuth, so far this season, has never not finished on the podium. You know she's not going to be too impressed with that today, but we did see, just as they came through from their formation lap, she did just seem to have one of the marshals just having a quick look at her bike, so perhaps it was something they noticed there, but they just wanted to see how she would get fare in the race.
Absolutely. Well, panic not, the Brits and Electrical Services AC40 enters. They'll be back out for race 3 later on.
Coming up now, we have got the senior mini-motos. Now, these guys never fail to entertain race after race. We always have some entertainment from these guys, as we saw in race 1 yesterday. We've got both the Birkin brothers here with us this weekend, Matt and Josh. Josh is returning after having a bit of a break from racing, but now they've just been released to do their formation lap. Let's have a run through of what our grid is going to be. Matt Birkin on pole position. In second, we've got Rhys Gentry. Third, Josh Birkin. Fourth, Keaton Payne. Fifth, Craig Ashall. Sixth, Nick Bennett. Seventh, Callum White. Eighth, Lamar Morgan. Ninth, Holly Harris. 10th, Chris Yeomans. 11th, Tom Bird. 12th, Aaron Player. 13th, Harvey Jeremy. 14th, Gary Eldred. 15th, Chris Payne. 16th, Steve John. 17th, Tom Ryan. 18th, Robert Gentry. 19th, Jerome Richards. 20th, Kieran Roberts. And rounding out our grid on the 11th row by themselves, starting 21st, is Nikki Lewis.
Yeah, very, very big grid of riders. Josh Birkin in the warm-up earlier looking a little bit stronger than he did in race 1. I think he may have had an issue earlier on. We know he didn't crash, but he dropped down the order massively as some of our riders deciding to take a very, very quick sighting lap there. Meanwhile, championship leader, reigning champion Matt Birkin, taking things nice and steady as he slots into that P1 grid slot. The rest of the riders all forming up behind him. A little check back from the pole sitter before he gets back on the bike, and somebody, Nick Bennett, moving over right to the edge of the grid box. He's anticipating a good start. We always know the senior motos brings chaos. Let's get it done. We are underway here. That's a great launch from second for Rhys Gentry on the 100. Takes the lead down into turn number 2, and Matt Birkin under big pressure from Keaton Payne there, who just about wasn't able to get through. He'll have to settle for third as it stands as we head through the chicane for the first time. Gentry leading on the 100. Birkin looking to the inside but runs a bit too deep. Now invites pressure on himself but able to hold on as already a small breakaway forming at the front of the pack. The 711 of Nick Bennett. It looked like he was anticipating a fast start. He got a fast start. He's up to 4th, up 2 places on this opening lap. Birkin, another look. Nothing there for him as they come around the final corner to end the opening lap of this race. It's the fast starting, the fast charging Rhys Gentry who leads the way, but it could all be changed behind him. Matt Birkin with a big move round the outside at turn 1. That is special. That's why he's your reigning champion. That's why he's the championship leader. Matt Birkin with something sent from above retakes the race lead.
Yeah, he does. Rhys Gentry just could not physically do anything there to stop Matt Birkin from taking that first place position. Keaton Payne running in third, though. He's looking to make a move now on Rhys Gentry. He's closely followed by the 711 of Nick Bennett. He's made the move past Josh Birkin to take 4th position. But here are front runners Matt Birkin, a beautiful move past Rhys Gentry to take back first position in this race, but Rhys Gentry is hot on his tail. Look at how close these two guys are. They are in single file, so near to each other. They separate a bit when they come round that first corner here, through into the chicane, but Matt Birkin holding on to his lead. We've got just 7 laps of racing left to go in race 2 for the senior mini motos, and what a start it's been. Matt Birkin round that hairpin now, building a bit of a gap now. He's got a 0.066 second gap between him and Rhys Gentry, running in second place position. Keaton Payne there, our third place runner. Bit of a gap forming there between these guys as well.
That's a nice move there from Josh Birkin. I believe that is on Nick Bennett to get up to fourth. No, in fact, that was the 100 of Rhys Gentry, who's dropped back big time from Matt Birkin. In fact, Matt Birkin's managed to, it's just all change at the front, I suppose. So Keaton Payne ahead of Rhys Gentry, who's maybe becoming a cork in the bottle, in fact, in front of those behind him. Nick Bennett, Josh Birkin there in P5, Craig Ashall as well in 6th. They're all keeping each other in sight as they come down. Bit of a look on Bennett from Josh Birkin, but Bennett shuts the door. The 711 says, no you don't, I'm staying here, sunshine. You've been away for far too long to get away with that one on me. The number 5 will have to stay in P5 for the time being. And knowing Josh Birkin, I wonder how long it is before he just starts grabbing onto the back of the fairing of Nick Bennett and physically trying to pull him back, because I know that's a trick that he has tried before, but I'm not sure Race Control will look upon it too kindly. 5 laps left to run then in race 2 of the senior mini motos. Matt Birkin and Keaton Payne going away at the front. A second between them, a further second between Payne and Gentry in P3 as it stands. But this huge battle for 4th rages on. Nick Bennett under huge pressure from Josh Birkin.
He is indeed. Matt Birkin, though, our front runner. Here we can see the 711 of Nick Bennett. Josh Birkin has made that move, though, now. Josh Birkin now running in 4th place position. He's took that from Nick Bennett and he's flying ahead of him. Absolutely brilliant stuff there we've just seen from Josh Birkin. He is getting himself involved in this race. Nick Bennett under pressure from Craig Ashall, though, as well here. These guys in that front group of 6 absolutely putting on the pressure on each other, but Josh Birkin, a beautiful move from him, round past Nick Bennett to take that 4th place position. Matt Birkin, our race leader, though, he's holding on to that lead, with followed by Keaton Payne and Rhys Gentry. There we can see the number 100 of Rhys Gentry. Keaton Payne making the move past there. They're coming through some back marker traffic as well, though, which is giving Josh Birkin the chance to catch up to these guys here. This is a 3-way battle we've got for 3rd place on our hands. Coming around that final corner now, about to have just 3 laps left to go. Look at that, the number 100 of Rhys Gentry, hard on the throttle to get past Keaton Payne, but cannot quite make the move. But Josh Birkin is also there as well. He's just put in the fastest lap of this race. He's seen now he's got an opportunity to get involved in some of these battles, and he wants to make a mark and get a podium position.
Matt Birkin could basically cruise home blindfolded at the front, but a huge battle. 3 riders fighting for the final 2 podium places, and it's getting very, very close indeed. Rhys Gentry still holding on to that P3. He's been there for some time, but he's looking racy, looking like he wants to get back through. On Keaton Payne and poking a wheel into the final corner. That's a bit brave, as there is race leader starting the penultimate lap of the race. Matt Birkin continues to disappear up the front as those behind continue to fight. Kind of pretty typical there for Matt Birkin's racing adventures. He's just really good on a mini motorbike, isn't he? As the rest of them cross the line behind him. Let's see how close they all are as they come across. As there we see Matt Birkin still on that number 1. He's still miles up the road with 1.5 laps left to run, and it has been a very nice performance indeed. There is the battle for second. Keaton Payne is still holding on from Rhys Gentry, and Josh Birkin, should I say, still hot on their tails as well. These guys are going to be fighting all the way to the checkered flag, which is just 1 lap away.
Yeah, here we go. Look at that. Rhys Gentry was looking to make a move there on Keaton Payne, but couldn't, and he's done it. Rhys Gentry, oh gee, Josh Birkin looking to get involved now, and he does it. Josh Birkin has just slid his way through past those 2 and is now running in 2nd place position ahead of Rhys Gentry and Keaton Payne. What a move from Josh Birkin there. He saw the battle between those 2 happening and just took advantage of that. Here we are with our leader, Matt Birkin. He is just coming around that final corner of the track now. Our race 2 winner, it is going to be Matt Birkin. Another race win for him in the senior mini moto. Brilliant performance from him. He gets his head down, he gets away from everybody else, and he does a job. We've got both Birkins on the podium. Reece Gentry in second with Josh Birkin now in third, but just a 0.04 seconds that separated the guys finishing in second and third.
Man, oh man, what a race. Both Birkins on the podium. What is this, 2022? Run it back, guys. Reece Gentry stealing it back from the number 5 at the line. But Josh Birkin, that move through turn 2, 2 riders in one corner pulling your way through. The only one thing to say about that, really, to quote the macho man Randy Savage, oh yeah, that was nice. It is Matt Birkin who takes a fantastic victory there with Reece Gentry P2 just by less than half a tenth of a second, and Josh Birkin rounding out the podium. Great to have him back in senior mini motos. Keaton Payne in P4 just losing out on that huge battle with Craig Ashall 5th and Callum White in P6. Lamar Morgan 7th with Nick Bennett in P8, Holly Harris 9th, Tom Burton P10, Aaron Player 11th and Harvey Jeremy P12. Gary Eldridge was 13th, followed by Tom Ryan with Steve Johns 15th, Rob Gentry in 16th, Kieran Roberts 17th, Chris Yeomans P18, Nicky Lewis 19th and Jerome Richards in P20. Unfortunately, we did lose Chris Bain as our sole DNF in that one. But what a race. That was a classic senior mini moto race. Just riders fighting, swapping position everywhere, and some real masterful racing out there. Let's hope for more of the same in race number 3 later on.
Definitely. Let's hope for some more. There are our guys now. The senior mini moto just celebrating at the podium. Coming up now, we have got the Mini GP 50R, the Ovalis versus the Metro kits. Going to be brilliant action we see from these guys. We can see them just in the side of our screen there, just waiting in the holding area to be released. There we go. Our green flag being waved by Lucy Curtis. They're making their way onto the grid, hopefully in just a moment.
I think there might be a bit of a blockage. I think one of the riders at the front of this pack, as they're getting ready to go out, having a little problem, and they're just being held once again by Lucy. Before they get going, there we go, out onto the grid. Of course, this 2-stroke versus 4-stroke dynamic that we've been talking about all season long so far. The 2-stroke upgraded Metro Kit Mini GP50s with a larger 28mm exhaust restrictor on them, slightly larger than you would find on the standard bike. And then, of course, the 4-stroke, the Avali 140s, all the 160s if you fancy it. And at some tracks, it's definitely more beneficial to have that 4-stroke engine. Here at Clay Pigeon, what we've been seeing so far and what we would expect, it's definitely 2-stroke power and 2-stroke top end that gives you the edge on this one. But of course, if you do have an Avali 140, 160, you are more than welcome to come along here to FAB-Racing and try your hand here in this class against some of the very best that we have here. Going through the grid then, it's Bradley Curtis, who is joining us today after a big crash yesterday in the 50s race. Great to see him starting from pole after he got the all clear medically. Sebastian Kozlowski is second with Mason Fedrick P3 and Rex Austin in P4. Jensen Ansel is fifth with Kai Hawken alongside. Tommy Keats and Caelan Ratcliffe on the fourth row. Josh Burkus ninth and Nicholas Dunwoody rounding out the top 10. Max Johnson starts 11th with Bo Morrison P12. Daisy Polden is 13th with Leo Harrison 14th. Mason Hams is 15th with Harry James alongside. And it's Callum Maxwell and Claudia Dudman on the final 9th row of this grid. 18 riders out there on track today, split across a few different machines. 2-stroke against 4-stroke, Metro Kit against Avali. It's not like a big manufacturer battle. They're not getting manufacturer support, of course, but it's something for us to keep our own. And again, it's an opportunity to see some of the very best young riders we have here in FAB-Racing going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, exactly, Ross. They're just forming that grid up now. We are just waiting for everybody to just come around, finish forming the grid. There we go, a red flag. That is our marshal there holding up the red flag. Just waiting for everything to be confirmed at the back of the grid. There we go. He's going to point to the lights now. There. And it's lights on. And lights out, away we go racing. Look how close it is there between our front two, Sebastian Gazlowski and Bradley Curtis. Bradley Curtis has made the move past Sebastian Gazlowski, with Mason Frederick going up on the inside as well on Sebastian Gazlowski. He's now dropped to third position. Bradley Curtis is now leading ahead of Mason Frederick, with Sebastian Gazlowski in third, closely followed by Rex Austin in fourth. How tightly these guys are bunched together. Sebastian Gazlowski, though, you know he's not going to be too pleased with that position that he's just lost there. Well, those two positions he's lost to Bradley Curtis and Mason Frederick. Coming around now just to end the first lap of this race, it is Bradley Curtis leading ahead of Mason Frederick, with Sebastian Gazlowski in third. Mason Frederick, though, did look to be making a move on Bradley Curtis then, but just couldn't quite execute it into the first corner.
Frederick looking very racy early doors in race number 2. It's not often you see Sebastian Gazlowski get bullied out of the way like that. In 2025, Frederick once again looking to the inside of Curtis. Curtis on the metric kit and Frederick on one of the Avali machines. So he is kind of in the middle of a two-stroke sandwich there as they make their way through the final few corners. Still Bradley Curtis holding on here though at the moment. Of course, Gazlowski, he'll be annoyed with that move at turn number 2 on the opening lap. He'll be looking for a way to respond. Rex Austin also just behind them. That's a big launch. Doesn't come into fruition there from the number 5 of Mason Frederick. Fastest lap of the race last time for Rex Austin as well, 39.960. Everybody else running in the 41s at the moment in this leading pack, as there we do see Mason Frederick finally gets into the lead after a lap and a half of trying to get through Bradley Curtis. Is this allowed to sprint away? Was Curtis acting like a cork in the bottle, or was it just an opportune move and he's finally able to get in front?
Absolutely brilliant performance we are seeing from Mason Frederick here at Clay Pigeon in race 2 for the Mini GP 50Rs. He has got that first place. Coming round now, just 9 laps left to go. Bradley Curtis looking to make that move into the inside corner, but cannot just get enough on the throttle, on the brake, just to be able to slide past and get past Mason Frederick. Mason Frederick is on the defensive now. Like you said, Ross, looking very racy early on in that race. He started that race with a mission in mind to be first place, and he has achieved that now, but he has just got to defend for the rest of this race. Sebastian Gazlowski still in third at the moment, running in third in this race. You know he's not going to be pleased with that. We were talking about his domination earlier just before racing got started, and he is every race weekend he has consistently delivered those wins, and now he's got to kind of battle it out here and have people around him. He can't really go off in front like he normally does. He's really involved in the battles here and has got to look to gain those positions back with just 8 laps left to go.
He's just gone straight on there though, down to the hairpin. You saw him struggling to get the rear of the bike settled on that rear brake, and it's cost him a little bit of time as a result. When it was looking he might be trying to get through Bradley Curtis on this lap. They've all switched up the wick on this lap, these front 3. Last lap from Sebastian Gazlowski at 39.183, and he's trying to go down the inside of turn number 1 there and maybe make it 2 moves in 2 corners. Gazlowski up to second, gets through Bradley Curtis. That was really tight though. Now he can try and attack Mason Frederick for the race lead after losing pole position in the opening few meters. But Gazlowski, he was sat there patiently waiting for that moment. That was a move that was crafted over a fair few laps. Super smart thinking from Gazlowski on the 64, and now he can try and attack the number 5 as they come around the final corner. Will he try anything down the main straight again? He gets very good runs out of the final corner, almost gets shoved onto the grass by Frederick. Gazlowski will have to get out of it, still looks to the inside to see if anything's possible. This is proper elbows out racing it, unsettled in turn 2 as well. You saw that Curtis caught the back of him, so Gazlowski's really pushing hard. All 3 of these guys at the front giving it their all and not giving anyone an inch.
These guys are fighting in this second race here at Clay Pigeon. Mason Frederick currently leading ahead of Sebastian Gazlowski. Coming up, I think, to some back traffic now, which is also going to just cause everybody to just... We'll have to see what happens. Back traffic, you never know what's going to happen. It can catch people out. Sebastian Gazlowski looking to make that move again. Mason Frederick didn't push him off just as much as he did on that last lap round, but Mason Frederick highly on the defensive. He is aggressive, wanting to hold this first place in this race. Just 5 laps left to go now. They're coming down into that little hairpin. Sebastian Gazlowski, though, that was smooth. That was easy, but can Mason Frederick take it back? No, he doesn't. Sebastian Gazlowski, that move, that was calm, that was smooth into that corner. He was just a bit later on the brakes and he just slid right past Mason Frederick to take that first place position back in this race. Coming now onto that start-finish straight, we have got just 4 laps of racing left to go. Sebastian Gazlowski, Super Seb, leading ahead of Mason Frederick and Bradley Curtis. Bit of a gap he's got forming now. It's looking even between these guys running first, second, and then second to third. They've got a bit of an equal gap sort of forming between them. Mason Frederick, though, in that second place, knows he wants to catch up with Gazlowski, but he is going to be under pressure from Curtis. Now Curtis gaining on Frederick there, coming round into this final sweeping corner of the track. Absolutely brilliant stuff from Bradley Curtis we are seeing, especially after his crash yesterday. He's come back, he don't care, he wants to be on that podium.
Yeah, really racy there goes Bradley Curtis, looking to the insides, getting squeezed and had to stand the bike up just a little bit as Gazlowski's now in clear air. He is now lapping in the 38.7s, so he's been unleashed now that he's got the other 2 riders. But these 2 as well, maybe following, maybe able to try and close in, but I think they're now locked in a battle of their own. But it's not over until the checkered flag waves and the fat lady sings, as they say, and it's going to be 2 laps left to go as they come to the line, rounding the final corner now. This battle for second place, Frederick and Curtis. Bit of traffic ahead for the race leader. They'll be catching them very shortly as well, heading down into turn number 2. The likes of Callum Maxwell and Claudia Dubban as well. And in this battle for second as well, as we see Frederick getting held up there on his Avali, just behind him. Bradley Curtis will have been watching on his Metro kit, and he looks to the inside. The opportune move, smart stuff from Bradley Curtis to get into second place, waiting for the traffic, and then uses it to hold up Mason Frederick as well. No blue flags here in FAB-Racing. You got to get through it all on your own, and Bradley Curtis has used those slower riders to his advantage to get into second place.
Bradley Curtis, what a clever move that was from you there to get that second place back. Mason Frederick, you could see he clearly wasn't happy with that. He knew he was stuck in traffic there, and Curtis just went, yeah, I'm having that, thank you very much. I'm just going to squeeze past. Oh, we've had a bit of a nasty crash here, though. That is the number 11 of, who is that, 57?
Yeah, that's the 57 of Bo Morris and the 11 of, that's Leo Harris that we see down there. Yellow flags will be waving. They are out of the way and both out on their feet, which is good to see. But rounding the final corner, took him a bit of a while to get back to the front. But once again, it is Sebastian Gazlowski who takes the race win here in race number 2 of the Mini GP 50R class. A bit of a patient game, a patient race. He lost a couple of positions on the opening lap away from the line, and then just had to sit there waiting behind his opponents. But as soon as he was able to slide on by, Gazlowski never looked back. Bradley Curtis does hold on to second place after that smart move against Mason Frederick, who does round out the podium places. Looks like both of the riders we saw down there in Leo Harris and Bo Morris were both able to remount and rejoin the race, and have just taken the checkered flag, I believe, as well, which is fantastic to see. But it is Sebastian Gazlowski already celebrating in his signature style. He takes a fantastic win by 2.1 seconds there in the end as well, able to form a nice little gap, a best lap time of 38.758 as well, some 0.2 quicker than anybody else. Sebastian Gazlowski takes the win. Bradley Curtis finishes second, and Mason Frederick rounds out the podium. Rex Austin, he finishes in P4 with Calum Ratcliffe in 5th, Jensen Ansell 6th, Guy Hawkins 7th, Josh Perkins in P8, Tommy Keats was 9th, and Nicholas Dunwoody rounds out our top 10. Max Johnson in 11th with Mason Hams in P12, Daisy Polden 13th with Harry James 14th, Claudia Dubban 15th with Leo Harris and Bo Morris after that crash finishing 16th and 17th, and Callum Maxwell, unfortunately the 111 a DNF late in the race for him. But another fascinating race in that one, and again Gazlowski, really smart riding from him. got overtaken at the start, didn't get the getaway that he wanted, and instead of getting frustrated, throwing his toys out of the pram, potentially leading to more mistakes, more time loss, just kept his cool, sat there in third place for a fair few laps, biding his time. When the opportunity came, he pounced, got back into the lead.
He really did, Ross. That was a really impressive performance there from Sebastian Gazlaski. One more race for these guys coming up a bit later on today. Can't wait to see what happens with these guys. Coming up now, we have got the Extreme 200s. These guys never fail to impress us at all. There we can see the bright pink of Harrison Day coming into his second place position. Iconic colours he is running on his bike. Extreme 200, the class being sponsored by Amphibian Scaffolding, so thank you very much to them for their sponsoring. We cannot wait for this race to get underway. Everybody just getting into their positions now. Always intense racing from these guys on the Extreme 200. The front runners, the top four, we always see a battle between these guys. Let's have a run through of our grid though, see who's starting where. On pole position we have Henry McCartney, in second we have Harrison Day, third Travis Shaw, fourth Taylor Tomlinson, fifth Logan Cousins, sixth Azia Devine, seventh Chris Wells, eighth Samuel Munson, ninth Jamie King, 10th Archie Hooper, 11th Josh Wood, 12th Rory Jones, and 13th, making up our grid on the 7th row, is Ruben Ray. Yesterday we really saw a tight battle between those guys running in the top four as they are in the championship. Henry McCartney, Harrison Day, Travis Shaw, Taylor Tomlinson, a really tight battle between those guys for first and second and third and fourth yesterday. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens for these guys. A couple of our guys from the British Talent Cup have come and joined us in the Extreme 200 this weekend. Going to have to see how they do. Really much looking forward to it.
Yeah, it should be a fascinating race. AC Polster to Harrison Day. Last chat with his dad, former BSB rider Josh Day there, before they get ready to get underway in a big grid filled with many different bikes, as we so often see here in the Amphibian Scaffolding Extreme 200. It is lights on, lights off. We're on the way. That was a great launch for the 77 of Taylor Tomlinson, but gets held up, and ultimately we're going to hold formation down into turn number 2. Tomlinson muscles off an attempt by Zed Vine that looked like on the 190. Got a good start there on that LRA bike as they head down the back straight. It is still McCartney that leads ahead of Harrison Day there, and Big Mac holding on. Potential British Talent Cup stars of the future in this one, against a few British Talent Cup stars out there currently as well. But it is McCartney that leads the way ahead of Harrison Day, just behind Taylor Tomlinson. Again, a very, very quick start. We got boxed in, couldn't get through anyone away from the lights. So maybe Tomlinson feeling racy with some pace and bodies, already keeping in check with the two leaders who are starting to break away.
Absolutely, the leaders are starting to break away, but Henry McCartney breaking away from Harrison Day himself. Harrison Day is going to be looking to hunt him down. Harrison Day wants this win. He needs this win in the Extreme 200. Everybody seems to be separating a little bit and then bunching, like you said, Ross, the accordion effect into those corners. That was an overtake there. That was Azia Devine who lost that position to the Travis Shaw there. He looked like he was struggling to keep control of his bike, then managed to get himself back upright and stay involved in the race, but it did look like he was just struggling with his bike, then keeping in control of it, which allowed Travis Shaw on that number 4 to get up past him. No, sorry, the number 7 of Logan Cousins now leads ahead of him. Perhaps he's having some issues on that 190 there. We'll have to wait and see, but once again, up there in the top, we've got Henry McCartney, Harrison Day, Taylor Tomlinson, Travis Shaw and Logan Cousins, weekend in, weekend out. These guys always battling for those top few positions. On our screens now, we've got the number 7 of Logan Cousins currently running in 5th. Brilliant start for him in these first few laps, but Henry McCartney there, absolutely our race leader, flying ahead of the others. He's now got a 0.8 second gap between him and Harrison Day. He is just consistently building that gap with just 9 laps left to go, and he's going to find a comfortable lead position there.
Absolutely. It's been a bit of a disappointing race so far for P9. Samuel Munson on the 72. The British Challenge Cup rider was really getting involved yesterday in race number 1. Race number 2 so far, as we're now heading into Sunday afternoon, just not quite clicking so far for him. So let's see if the bike starts to come to him in a few laps time, and maybe he's able just to up the pace, up the ante a little bit. Tomlinson is starting to catch Harrison Day in front just a little bit, although the last lap was actually ever so slightly quicker for Day in response. Up the front, McCartney, fastest lap of the race, 37.688. That is 4 tenths quicker than anybody else is lapping at the moment. So McCartney starting to shoot away as this battle for second looks like it is starting to brew. And not too far behind these guys either. Travis Shaw, number 4 in P4. He'll be looking to get involved and maybe slide his way onto the podium place. There is Shaw, not too far behind him. Logan Cousins as well on that number 7 bike, who's had a very solid 2025 so far, not just in the amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200 but in other classes as well, so he could potentially get involved there. As Isaiah Devine still looks to be struggling on that 190, so maybe it is a problem for Devine, another British Challenge Cup rider that we've got with us this weekend at Clay Pigeon. Tomlinson quicker than Day on that previous lap by over a tenth of a second, so he's responded, returned favour, and is now catching once again. You can see the gap visually getting closer and closer, the accordion effect, and every single corner. Does Tomlinson have enough though to get through? Because it's one thing to catch and follow another rider, it is a complete other thing to overtake him.
Exactly, with just 6 laps left to go, Tomlinson here is going to be thinking he's got to be clever when he wants to try and make this move, make that overtake and get past Harrison Day, because Harrison Day, as we saw yesterday, he went on the defensive quite a bit when he was under pressure from other riders. He knows what he needs to do and how to defend. So Taylor Tomlinson has really got to think here, well, what can I do? How can I be clever and keep that gap close enough that I do have the space to make the move when I want to, if I can push enough from the bike to just squeeze past Harrison Day on that number 15. 5 laps left to go. Harrison Day running in second place ahead of Taylor Tomlinson. Our race leader Henry McCartney has absolutely flown ahead of everyone else. They've got a 2.2 second gap between him and these guys running in second and third respectively. Harrison Day though on that bright pink, very clear where he is riding, got some back traffic. There's back traffic here. If they catch up with more, could it be where Taylor Tomlinson on that 77 has that chance to make that move? Because if Harrison Day gets caught behind someone, that could leave the door open for Taylor Tomlinson. So it is where Tomlinson's really got to think and really be clever. 3 laps now left to go of racing. Absolutely brilliant stuff we are seeing from these guys. Harrison Day running in second place. Coming into that chicane there, Taylor Tomlinson is hot on his tail. Taylor Tomlinson, that was close there, but he really is going to be thinking, how through that hairpin can I make a move? If I can make a move. Harrison Day though, just ever so slightly building that gap between him and Taylor Tomlinson. 0.1 seconds, this is close between these guys here.
Yeah, really close, but the 77 just not quite able to find a way through just yet. 3 laps left to run as they come across the line and head down into turn 2. Once again, Tomlinson just that little bit too far away. Can't quite find that extra inch, that extra little push to get through. A little bit more traffic, that could maybe potentially help him, but I don't think it is, as Day's going to bomb past through and actually is going to get the better of it as he's able to clear them before the braking zone. So actually Day now extends that gap a little bit on that number 15 machine. It will be 2 laps left to go at the line. Tomlinson running out of time here as the 75 Henry McCartney now 2.5 seconds ahead of him. You can just see him there disappearing out of view at the bottom of your picture. There is the race leader now. Big Mac once again doing a fantastic job. We've been saying it all weekend, but the rumour mill is swirling around McCartney. Potential British Challenge Cup star heading into 2026. There's been rumours of being involved with Danny Webb as well. We know the support that Danny Webb's Grand Prix camp offers riders here at FAB-Racing. He may be going that step further with Henry McCartney next year. But what a way to show the world that you are ready for the British Talent Cup here, because he's gone out there not just this season but especially this weekend and is putting on a display showing, yeah, I've got what it takes to take the next step.
Yeah, exactly. He really is. Just one lap left to go. This is our race leader, Henry McCartney. This weekend he has come and he has shown what he is all about. He really wants to make his position known and say, look, I'm coming in, I'm going to pressure you guys, I want some race wins and I'm going to take them, and that is what he is doing here in race 2 of the Extreme 200 here at Clay Pigeon. He is just coming round now, coming up to that final sweeping corner on this last lap. Here is our race leader, here is our race winner. It is going to be Henry McCartney as he comes round now and crosses the line. Henry McCartney, your race winner for race number 2 here at Clay Pigeon. Who is going to take second place though in that battle between Harrison Day and Taylor Tomlinson? Harrison Day has crossed the line in second position with Taylor Tomlinson in third. A 0.3 second gap was separating those two, so Harrison Day did build that just a bit and managed to get comfortable in holding on to second position. An amazing race once again from these guys. Henry McCartney taking that race win. Look there, Taylor Tomlinson just giving him a little wave saying congrats mate, you've done well there. Absolutely brilliant stuff from all of these guys today.
Absolutely. We saw that photo of Henry McCartney. I think he's grown up a little bit since that photo was taken a few years ago, and his skills on a bike has certainly improved as well. Unfortunately, a bit of an uneventful race outside of our front runners. Everyone in the mid-pack just in a bit of no man's land, and all of them kind of separated by a second or more. So a bit of a shame there, but the action at the front more than made up for it. A fantastic race, and though McCartney ultimately was able to pull away, that battle for second was really, really tense, and that was the main story of that race. And looking forward into race 3 of the amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200 class later on as well, that's going to be something we've got to keep our eye on. Does Taylor Tomlinson have what it takes this weekend to get through Harrison Day, who is having a spectacular 2025, may I add, and basically everything he touches? Is he going to continue that? Is he going to be able to hold on to those positions ahead of Tomlinson? We'll have to wait and find out. They'll be back out for race 3 later on.
Coming up now, it is going to be a Moto team. They will be coming out on track in just a few minutes to get started and get underway. Absolutely brilliant stuff we see from these guys. We've not got as many Moto team riders with us this weekend. Only 7 guys on the grid, as some of the others, like we were saying earlier, are off at an endurance event. But here we can see them now just coming out to form up the grids. There's one of the O'Keefe brothers, that is the 65 of Harrison O'Keefe there, with his other brothers on the 64 and 63. Out on the front of the grid we've got Team Acme Racing, the number 8, so recognisable that bike. Matt Linley replacing Marco Pandolfo this weekend. Lining up next to him we have Ian Jackson. That is it. That is how small our grid is for this race this weekend. But these guys now just coming around on their formation lap. Like I was saying, starting on pole position is Matt Linley for Team Acme Racing. Ian Jackson in second, Joshua French in third, Harrison O'Keefe in fourth, Ben O'Keefe in fifth, Robert Baldock in sixth, and Gary O'Keefe in seventh. Now these guys are split slightly. Some of them are running the standard Moto team bike and some of them are running the open, but like we always say, these guys really don't care about who's standard or who open. They are just there to race.
Absolutely. And yesterday we saw some great racing in the first half of the race between the number 8 Team Acme Racing bike and Ian Jackson on the 27. Those two in different classes. We're normally used to the open bikes at the front of the pack running away a little bit, but Ian Jackson this weekend, at least until the bike starts to maybe overheat and starts to slow and maybe starts to get a bit tired as well, he is able to keep pace with Matt Lindley. And again, even though they really have no reason to fight whatsoever, they're in 2 different classes. Whoever finishes in front of each other in that fight is irrelevant, quite frankly. But they're still going to go out there and give it a good go. Looks like we're a rider down, but it's going to be eyes to the lights anyway. Race 2 for Moto Team gets underway. That's a big pickup on the front wheel for Joshua French as the Team Acme bike doesn't get away well, but with no other open bike near him, he still leads the way in that class. It is Ian Jackson who assumes the lead in the standard class. Joshua French, though, very fast starting on that 116. He maybe fancies a fight with the number 27 as they head down the back straight and into the hairpin for the very first time. And Matt Lindley on that number 8 bike already trying to make up for lost ground early doors. The three O'Keeffes locked in battle behind them. You'll see them coming through here like synchronised swimmers, all of them nose to tail, making their way through. The O'Keeffe boys, Gary leading Harrison, leading Ben there as they come to the end of lap 1. Leading the way in standard class, it is Ian Jackson at the front of the pack, Joshua French in second, and Harrison O'Keeffe in P3. In the open class, it is the Team Acme Racing number 8 bike, currently P3 overall, that you see there now, leading the way with Matt Lindley on behind the handlebars. Gary O'Keeffe, who's just behind him on the road actually, although there is quite a gap between them. He is second and the only other open bike out there as they're up the inside trying. Matt Lindley, oh, is there contact there? I think there may have been a bit of fairing to knee between the number 8 and the number 116. That's not something you see very often in Moto Team. Again, you don't have to make those aggressive overtakes because you're in two different classes, but the number 8 team clearly got a bit bored and thought, yeah, we're going through here whether you like it or not.
Yeah, exactly, Ross. I was just watching that there, and I definitely think there was some contact between the number 8 and the 116, but that Matt Lindley now running in second on that Moto Team Open. Here we've got the three O'Keeffe brothers. Looks like they're getting into it, having a bit of fun here, a bit of battles between themselves. Running at the back of the grid, just 6 riders on the grid. Currently leading them in this pack of O'Keeffe's is the 63, Gary O'Keeffe, but Harrison O'Keeffe on that 65 on his tail. Look at that line and neck and neck between them, and just smooth as anything. The 65 of Harrison O'Keeffe has just gone through on Gary O'Keeffe. These three brothers always battling it out. Look, 63 is going to take it back again, and he does. The 63, Gary gets ahead of the 65 of Harrison, with Ben just hot on their tail looking to get involved also. We've got 8 laps of racing left to go. The O'Keeffes, though, brothers, all good friends, but when it comes to the track, they all want to win and they all want to be higher than each other. Look at this, the three of them just swapping, chopping and changing as this race continues, but the 65 of Harrison is pulling away there from the rest of them. But let's go back to our race leaders here. The 27 of Ian Jackson being hunted down by that number 8 for Team Acme Racing, being ridden by Matt Lindley, coming round that final corner now. The number 8 looks, gets on the throttle and just smooth as anything slides past Ian Jackson coming into that first corner. It is now Matt Lindley leading this race with just 7 laps left to go. Brilliant move made from him there. Ian Jackson looking to try and find a chance to just take that back from Matt Lindley, but Matt Lindley, after not a best start for him, has just made his way up through the positions and is now running in first once again.
Yeah, still leading the way in open class, of course, but reassumes the overall lead after a disappointing getaway for that number 8 bike. Ian Jackson, although losing position on this track, he still leads in the standard class. Joshua French some 3 seconds back, so he's not under any major pressure at the moment as the O'Keeffes continue to scrap over the final few places. Harry and Ben on the standard bikes, Gary on an open bike. So even though Gary on the 63 is last out on the road, he is still second in class. Part of the joys of Moto Team, and of course we always talk about the O'Keeffes, they'd never done any form of racing before. They found FAB, they wanted to get involved, they looked into Moto Team, they saw that it's the cheapest version of motorsport in the UK, and they saw how friendly it is to new riders, thought, may as well it'll be a laugh. They turned up not knowing a thing about how this all works, and now they are firm favourites within the paddock. They're race winners, they're crashing out of the final corner before race winners. They've really done the whole thing, and they do it all with a massive smile on their face. Looks like Gary's dropped back just a little bit, so then there were 2, Harry and Ben, the 2 standard bikes, starting to fight each other, as at the 63 of Gary, the eldest of the trio, I think dropping back just a little bit there, but still pushing onwards. Of course, family pride, very important for these guys. They obviously all love and care for each other, but again, out on the racetrack, they will definitely give it to each other. And if you're lucky enough to hear some of their interviews we've done with them across the years as well, they don't hold back on the microphone either. They are a funny bunch. But Gary dropping back, Harry and Ben still going at it tooth and claw at the moment. The 65 of Harrison O'Keefe holding off the 64 at the moment. These guys are in the same class, so this is fighting for position as well. So I wonder if Ben maybe just waiting patiently, seeing if there's an opportunity to make a move, get up into 4th place overall, get up into the podium in class.
Yeah, and it could be a thing of because these guys are brothers, they are just wanting to get into each other's heads at the moment. Ben could have dropped back a little bit, so Harrison thinks, oh yeah, I've got this 4th place position at the moment. And then Ben is just going to come through and just absolutely fly past Harry. You never know. We are coming around now to just 4 laps of racing left to go. Here is our race leader, I do believe, number 8 for Team Acme Racing, Matt Linley on that number 8. Absolutely brilliant performance we are seeing from him. He's got a bit of a gap formed between him and Ian Jackson on that 27, running in 2nd currently, but here we see our race leader, 3 laps left to go, just through that chicane. He came there onto that back straight. Look at that, just smooth on the bike, just getting everything he can out of it as he comes round that little hairpin through. Is brilliant. That is for Matt Linley for Team Acme Racing.
Absolutely, and just a quick update championship wise as well. I mean, obviously that number 8 bike is miles up the road in the Open Championship. They can't win it mathematically here, it's not possible. They very much can win it, and I think at the moment realistically might take the Open class title at the next round at Rara, which is just crazy as he gets through one of the O'Keefes there. Starting to catch some lap traffic is Matt Linley. Once again, Marco Pandolfo, the normal rider for the team, not here this weekend. He's back in Sicily visiting family and friends, wishing him all the best. I'm sure that he is watching along over there. In the standard class championship, bit more interesting. Linton Di Miola had a 33-point lead coming into this weekend, but he's not here. Ian Jackson and Harrison O'Keefe in 3rd and 2nd behind respectively. 33 points back to Harrison O'Keefe, and having Ian Jackson only 1 further point behind. So those guys both need very strong weekends to jump Linton Di Miola, because right now this is championship battle territory for them. Last lap of the race then, onwards we go. And of course, who else would it be? It's the number 8 bike of Team Acme Racing. That is miles up the road, 4.5 seconds ahead of Ian Jackson last time out. And his only other competitor in the Open class, Gary O'Keefe, on the 63, is at the back of the pack in P6 overall. So I don't think any real pressure on that number 8 bike right now. And with only a handful of corners to go, it was a disappointing start. Dropped back behind some of the standard class bikes, fell down to 3rd overall at one point, even though they were always going to be winning this racing class. But it's taking the checkered flag once again. Team Acme Racing, that number 8 machine, is on the top here in race number 2 of Moto Team at Clay Pigeon. Ian Jackson takes victory in the standard class by only 2 seconds ahead of Joshua French. So pressure is still on there at the end as Gary O'Keefe, a lap down there, finishes 2nd in the Open class, even though he was 6th on the road. We wait to see what's happening with the other O'Keefe boys. I think they're still fighting, and they very much still are. This is all still for position as well. Ben just ahead of Harrison, who's going to be in front and on the final podium place here in the standard class. Down to the final corner. Can Harrison find anything? Oh, a slight wobble. A check back from Ben O'Keefe, and he is home and dry. Ben O'Keefe takes the final podium place in the standard class, and Harrison will have to settle for 4th in class and 5th overall there. But some interesting racing between the O'Keefe boys. Once again, the number 8 bike really showing just how good they are. And of course, this the cheapest form of motorsport available in the UK. If you want to try and challenge them at home, why don't you head to the FAB-Racing website, find out how to get involved.
Yeah, exactly, Ross. Brilliant racing we have just seen from these guys there. Look at that, our race winner, Matt Linley there, just in front of the number 1 podium position. He is working hard this weekend. He has come out and showed everyone it doesn't matter that the normal rider for this team isn't here this weekend. I'm still going to do a job that I've come here to do and keep on winning those races for the team. Absolutely brilliant stuff from him. And there is the 63, one of our O'Keefes there, just having a little chat with him. The 116 and the 27 of Ian Jackson there. They're just coming round now. Everybody heading back to the pits. Coming up now, we have got the Mini GP 50. Absolutely brilliant racing we see from these guys weekend in and weekend out. They are sponsored by King's Two Wheels Centres, so thank you very much to that sponsor. We are just waiting for these guys to be let out of the holding area, come out on to the grid and then be released for their formation lap. But yesterday, these guys, Ross, absolutely fantastic stuff we saw from them.
Yeah, brilliant racing from the 50s yesterday in race number 1, and we're hoping for more of the same today, as once again a bumper crowd watching here at Clay Pigeon. Plenty of people down behind the Armco, plenty of people up on the balcony, I'm sure plenty of people in the cafe just behind the balcony as well, maybe getting in an early lunch while they can before the mad rush awaits. But the riders out onto the grid then, of course, one sighting lap before we get going racing. And of course, starting P2, the man of the moment, Bradley Curtis, a huge high side late in race number 1 yesterday. And a cheeky trip to hospital followed. There was a bit of a worry that there may be some broken bones or some injuries somewhere, but he's been given the medical all clear and he is back on the bike today. What a phenomenal story and a phenomenal aspiration that young man is. It is Sebastian Goslavsky that starts on pole, but Bradley Curtis, welcome back after, not missing any time at all, I suppose, in P2. Great to see that he's all okay. Rex Austin starts third alongside Tommy Keats, with Jensen Ansell in P5 and Kai Hawkin in P6. Caelan Ratcliffe and Josh Perkins on the 4th row of the grid, with Max Johnson P9, Nicholas Dunwoody rounding out our top 10. Bo Morris starts 11th with Daisy Polden in P12. Preston Baker is 13th with Harry James in P14. Callum Maxwell is 15th with Bojan Blajewski in P16. Oliver Wilson is our 17th and final rider here as the pole sitter comes in to his grid slot. It's not been as dominant in the 50s as it has been in other classes so far this season for Sebastian Goslavsky. There was a DNF at Ella Park and a bit of a topsy-turvy by his standards. Round 3 at Hooton Park a few weeks ago. All 3 races, regardless, were finished on the podium, but Rex Austin, 2 wins and a 2nd place in the final race, walked out having narrowed that championship gap down to just 29 points heading into this weekend. So let's see what's going to happen in this one. Race number 2 of the 50s. It is lights out and we're underway. Great getaway there by Goslavsky. Austin also away well and maybe challenging down into turn 2, but the 64 closes the door and will assume the lead as Bradley Curtis, a disappointing getaway, drops down into P3. Looks like maybe Caelan Ratcliffe, I believe, got up to 4th place there potentially with a great start, and it is the number 96 from 7th to 4th away in the lights. That's a great launch for him as they come down to the back end of the track. But it is Goslavsky that leads the way at the moment. Rex Austin, it was quick starting though, and this hot on his tail, making their way through to the final corner now. It will be Goslavsky that leads this opening lap, but once again, some great racing potentially brewing. They're not disappearing into the distance, they're very close together.
Absolutely. Actually, it was the number 8 of Tommy Keats who has worked his way up into 3rd position. Bradley Curtis, so on that number 71, unfortunately dropped all the way down to 7th position. He didn't quite get that start that he wanted on the track, but here, our front 4 runners, you've got Sebastian Goslavsky, Rex Austin, Tommy Keats and Caelan Ratcliffe. These guys are all going to be looking to have a little battle on their hands here for those podium positions. Our current podium positions holders on our screen right now. Sebastian Goslavsky comfy with his lead. Does look like Rex Austin will occasionally look to be making a move, but unfortunately just can't quite get the speed to be able to come out on Sebastian Goslavsky and take that 1st place position. Caelan Ratcliffe go on that 96, fastest lap of a 39.955. He's getting himself involved in these battles there. He has Tommy Keats in his sights and he's like, I can taste the podium here, I want to have a go, let me have a go. Here they come around into this sweeping section into the final few corners. Sebastian Goslavsky still leading ahead of Rex Austin, Tommy Keats and Caelan Ratcliffe. There we can see 8 laps left to go now. Sebastian Goslavsky, our race leader. Rex Austin pulled out then, looking to make a move, but couldn't quite get one sorted there. Tommy Keats in third place with Kylan Ratcliffe in fourth. These guys are so bunched up, so tight together. This could well be a battle for first place on our hands.
Top four all in tandem as it stands, as it's shortly to be 7 laps left to run. And anyone could make a move at any point. We just need that spark that's going to light a fire and send them all scrambling for positions. Once again, Austin, a little look to the outside, but we're going to have to wait and see if he makes a move. There was a look there by Ratcliffe on Tommy Keats. Didn't quite find anything, but again, just looking, getting the sense of where he's quicker than his opponent. Not quite able to come to anything, though. This time, though, Ratcliffe to the inside. That's a big, that's a double overtake, and that's down. Kayla Ratcliffe bit off more than he could chew on the brakes down into the hairpin. And after a phenomenal opening stint in this race, he just goes too deep. Rex Austin lucky to stay on 2 wheels as Ratcliffe hits him and goes down, and it looks like out of the race as well. What a shame there for Kayla Ratcliffe. That commotion has allowed Tommy Keats up into second place. I believe actually Rex Austin may be dropping. Yeah, he's dropped down to 5th as a result of that one. So that's Bradley Curtis now back into the podium places after a disappointing getaway from second. But what a shame for there. Oh man, Kaylan Ratcliffe, you got to feel for him, but just such an easy mistake to make. You get greedy on the brakes, you think you can go, and suddenly you're running out of room and you're hitting another bike.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for him there. It was just a case of just not quite having enough room. But here we are with our race leader, Sebastian Gazlowski, on that number 64. The gap is building between him and Tommy Keats. 0.7 seconds separating these two. Sebastian Gazlowski, super said, doing what he does best. Gets himself comfy, finds himself a lead, and just has the track to himself. Really, absolutely brilliant stuff from him. Bradley Curtis back up into third now on that number 71. You know he struggled with the start of the race. He had the crash in this race yesterday, and now he's back in a podium position where he was yesterday. You know he's just going to want to keep a hold of that, stay on the bike, and finish this race here at Clay Pigeon, the second race for these guys of the weekend. We are coming down now to have just 4 laps of racing left to go. There is our 991 of Rex Austin coming up to the number 20 of Kai Hawken. He's looking to make up some places. He unfortunately lost after that slight incident with the 96 of Kaylan Ratcliffe. Round he comes now into that chicane. Rex Austin is on the throttle, and you can tell he has Kai Hawken in his sights, and into this corner here is where he wants to look to make the move. And Zoo on the inside he goes. Easy move there for Rex Austin to get past Kai Hawken, now running in 4th position.
Absolutely, the 991, one of our front runners early doors in this race, but held back after that incident. I do hope there's no damage to that bike. It did look like Ratcliffe did hit him as he was going down, and if he did, first of all, how did Austin stay on the bike in the first place? But hopefully everything's all okay. It looks like the pace is still there. Obviously last lap he was held up a little bit, but he lapped a second slower than Gazlowski, and considerably down on his rivals in front, Tommy Keats and Bradley Curtis. Now he's got a bit of clear air. We'll see what he can do, as it looks like the podium guys starting to bit ahead of traffic. You can hear the crowd roaring along as the riders make their way through. It's going to be 2 laps left to run at the end of this one. 2 to go. Gazlowski now with a comfortable lead after the chaos unfolded behind him. Curtis and Keats, though, 3rd and 2nd respectively. So close together, just 2 tenths separating them as they cross the line. Rex Austin as well, he's 4 seconds back, but if these two are fighting, potentially opportunities to get involved.
The 71 of Bradley Curtis on our screens, we just saw him. He is gaining on that number 8 of Tommy Keats, just 0.1 seconds separating these two. Sebastian Gazlowski has still got his lead, but Bradley Curtis has put on his hunting boots and he is going after Tommy Keats. Absolutely brilliant stuff we are seeing from him. He is slowly just shutting down that gap bit by bit. He's going to look at doing it with just 1 lap left to go. Now our race leader, Sebastian Gazlowski, absolutely flying ahead of everyone else. A 0.2 second gap now between Tommy Keats and Bradley Curtis. He's got just a few corners left to go to see if he can get that second position back, but our race leader, there he is on that number 64, Sebastian Gazlowski, Super Seb, coming around now to come through that sweeping final few corners section, around onto the start-finish straight, and to take that race win as race number 2 for the Mini GP 50s. Here he is, the man, the myth, the legend. On your screen, it is the number 64, Super Sebastian Gazlowski.
Almost runs off the road in his celebrations. Yet another win for Gazlowski, and one in some style as well. Yes, assisted by everyone being held up by that incident with Caelan Ratcliffe behind him. But it must be said, still a mighty, mighty ride. Tommy Keats did finish in second place with Curtis in third. Looks like the number 8 was still able to hold on. So there it is, confirmed for you, Gazlowski from Keats, from Bradley Curtis. And Super Sebastian Gazlowski once again on top here in this one. What a race that was, and a bit of chaos as well. You got to feel for Caelan Ratcliffe, who was so quick at the start of this race with just a small mistake. Got greedy on the brakes and down he went. Hopefully the bike isn't too damaged. It's easily fixable if it is, as the riders making their way back into the holding area to the podium boards for our top 3. It is Sebastian Gazlowski that takes the race win. Tommy Keats and Bradley Curtis rounding out our podium places. Rex Austin recovered to P4 with a nice ride, with Kai Hawke in P5, Nicholas Dunwoody in P6. Max Johnson was 7th with Josh Perkins in P8, Daisy Polden 9th, and Jensen Ansell rounding out our top 10. Bo Morris was 11th with Preston Baker in P12, Harry James was 13th with Bojan Blajewski in P14, Oliver Wilson 15th, and unfortunately, as we saw, we did lose Caelan Ratcliffe early doors in that race with that crash. That is it then for race number 2 in the Mini GP 50s, brought to you by Kings 2 Will Centre. They'll be back out for race number 3 later on, and plenty of things to think about there. Are the likes of Keats and Ratcliffe's pace still going to be there? Can they get involved? And if there's not an instant, can that top 4 stay bunched together?
Coming up now is our premier class of racing here at FAB-Racing. It is the MK Mini GP 70s. This is the one all of our young riders want to get themselves into when they want to then have that road to MotoGP, beyond Dorna's road to MotoGP, and get themselves into the next top levels of bike racing. Our premier class Mini GP 70s, just 6 riders with us in this class this weekend. See on our screens Josh Day, father of Harrison Day, previous British Superbike rider, just having some words of wisdom in his son's ear before they get ready to get started on this race. Everybody, you can see, looks angry. Here they go, on and out there, getting ready to form the grid. We have got Harrison Day starting on pole position with Travis Shaw in 2nd, Logan Cousins in 3rd, Taylor Tomlinson in 4th, Archie Hooper in 5th, and Josh Wood in 6th. Those are all 6 of the riders we have got with us this weekend. Yesterday's race, we saw Travis Shaw putting Harrison Day under some pressure throughout the race, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens today, Ross.
Yeah, we've been seeing close racing in this class all throughout the weekend, even though there are only 6 riders. So it'll be interesting to see if we're able to get more of that, and interesting as well if anyone's able to launch some moves. Seemingly today a bit trickier to make an overtake than yesterday. Yes, it is a bit more overcast, a tad bit cooler, but it is quite muggy out there. So I wonder if maybe that's having an effect and just making it a bit harder to make moves here at Clay Pigeon. The riders making their way into their grid slots. Harrison Day calm and collected on pole position. Travis Shaw alongside. Everyone locked into the zone, and everyone, their eyes will be locked into the lights as they come on. It is lights out and we are underway. Good first initial launch there from Travis Shaw, but in the second phase and with the inside to turn 2, Harrison Day looked, but Shaw was able to sweep round the outside and confirm first place away from 2nd on the grid. Logan Cousins holds on to 3rd there. A good start from him as well. Day immediately looks back to the inside. Shaw does leave room on the inside for him, but the 15 doesn't bite the bullet, doesn't take the gamble. They're happy to sit in 2nd for the moment. So the 4 now leads. Logan Cousins fancies getting involved. He's maybe trying to set up a move on Day as they come around the final corner to complete the first lap of the race. Just behind them, Taylor Tomlinson on the 77 as well. The top 4 all very, very tight together. Down into turn 1, that's a lunge by Cousins doesn't come into fruition, but he's feeling aggressive early in this race, wants to get the moves done early.
Yeah, he really does, but it's these four are top four all the time. Shaw, Day, Cousins, Tomlinson, weekend in, weekend out, these guys are battling in those top four positions. Harrison Day has made a move through on Shaw, now at race lead, so Cousins now looking to get a move through on Travis Shaw. Harrison Day, though, beautiful move there made by him to get past Travis Shaw and now run this race in first place. Logan Cousins decided to move out on the track, and with that managed to get a move done on Travis Shaw. That was a very cleverly done by Logan Cousins there. He decided, I'm not going to stick tight, I'm not going to run with everybody else, I'm going to pull out on the track, and he got up some speed and managed to get that move done on Travis Shaw coming into that first corner. Round the hairpin they come at now. Harrison Day had to run a bit wide, and Logan Cousins, because of it, went through there, but Harrison Day just took that back. These two just swapped. Once again, these two, look at this, neck and neck swapping. Who is running first? Who is going to take it through this final corner? And it is Logan Cousins who holds on to it. Harrison Day and Logan Cousins there on that lap, playing a bit of cat and mouse with each other, swapping back and forth. But it is Logan Cousins who takes that race lead, coming through into the chicane section now. Logan Cousins leads this race ahead of Harrison Day. Brilliant performance from him there.
Logan Cousins hasn't won a Mini GP 70 race so far this season. Is today the day that stat finally changed? Because you can tell he wants it. He's feeling so racy out there. And with 8 laps left to go as they come to the line, it is Cousins from Day, from Shaw, from Tomlinson. Your top four that are all still so tightly bunched. Fastest lap last time for the race leader, the number 7, a 37.687 as he came across the line. That was some 3/10 quicker than anybody else out there at the moment. And really, really running well is he as it stands. Coming through there, Tomlinson maybe looks like he tried to set up a move on Shaw, but wasn't quite able to on that occasion. So as they continue to push round, they'll be trying to push onwards. And in fact, that lap time from Logan Cousins, that 37.687, is in fact a new lap record. That breaks the lap record that Arch O'Brien set here last year. So new lap record for Logan Cousins, a 37.687, only breaks it by a couple of hundredths from Arch O'Brien's time last year, but still fantastic stuff from him. We saw Taylor Tomlinson having a look there down into turn 2 on Travis Shaw, just couldn't quite make it work. But the lap record there for Logan Cousins, a 37.7 or 37.687 should I say, and that puts his name in the history books for the time being anyway.
Absolutely brilliant stuff from Logan Cousins. He has got a hold of this race lead and wants to keep it for as long as he can. Absolutely brilliant stuff from Logan Cousins in that race lead position. He is being hunted down by Harrison Day, followed then by Travis Shaw and Taylor Tomlinson. Logan Cousins, brilliant performance now. He's under pressure from Harrison Day and those running behind in 3rd and 4th. They're trying to get themselves involved in that battle a bit more again, but the gap between those and these two guys running out front is just growing that little bit more. The 77 of Taylor Tomlinson there, he was very close to touching the wheel of Travis Shaw running in 3rd. You can tell he's hungry for that podium position, as are the other 3 riders running just slightly ahead of him. Here we are, down, get on the throttle there, they do, and just Travis Shaw is holding on to that lead ahead of Taylor Tomlinson.
Ever so slightly though, Tomlinson still looks like he's hungry to try and get through, so let's see if he is able to. Down into the hairpin, no, Shaw defends that very, very nicely indeed. Back to our 2 front runners, just ahead of the pack behind. Is that a move being made by Tomlinson? Not quite. It's still Cousins ahead of Day, just in front of these guys. Starting to get 2 separate battles for 1st and 2nd and 3rd and 4th, rather than one giant battle for the lead. 4 to go as they cross the line. Tomlinson really aggressive into turn 1. Does that allow anything into turn 2? No, still stuck behind that number 4. No way through for the 77. Up in front, looks like Harrison Day starting to turn the wick up just a little bit, starting to push a bit harder, a bit quicker than Logan Cousins in front on that number 7 machine. So maybe we'll be seeing a move there. Tomlinson tries the wide line, tries to use that momentum. Still nothing for him, still no way through. Shaw's not doing anything masterfully defensive-wise. He's just riding his own race, but putting the bike where he needs to put it. Taylor Tomlinson just can't find a way through right now.
No, he can't, with just 4 laps left to go. Travis Shaw running in third ahead of Taylor Tomlinson. He is just running his own race here. Taylor Tomlinson, unfortunately, he's looking to make a move. Shaw isn't being all that defensive, really. Little bit of a leg down there as he came around into that corner. But no, Travis Shaw holding on to that third place with just 3 laps left to go. Absolutely brilliant. Have completely separated it now. We've got the small battle here going on for third position and the guys up front racing for first position. We're coming down now to have just 2 laps of a racing left to go. Shaw ahead of Tomlinson in the battle for third position. Cousins ahead of Day in the battle for first position. Is this going to be Logan Cousins' first win in the Mini GP 70 class? He is hoping for it and he is hungry for it. He wants this so desperately. With just 2 laps left to go, we're still just running on the screen here with the guys in third and fourth. Logan Shaw ahead of Taylor Tomlinson. These are our guys running in third and fourth, coming around that final corner now. Just 2 laps left to go. There on our screens now, we have our guys running in first and second. Last lap, Logan Cousins ahead of Harrison Day. Cousins has got a bit of a gap formed now as he comes through that chicane section, straight down onto the throttle into this sweeping right-hander here. Harrison Day always looking for a place where he can get that move on this last lap, but it is Logan Cousins who is holding on to that first place, coming around now into the sweeping corners of the final section of the track. Down he comes on to the start-finish straight, and is it going to be? Yes, it is. Logan Cousins takes his first win in the Mini GP 70 class. Celebrations there just in front of the commentary box of family and friends, celebrating that number 7, that boy Logan Cousins.
Welcome to the winner's circle, Logan Cousins, and what a way to induct yourself into winning in the Mini GP 70s as well. A fine ride to take it. Harrison Day did break his lap record on the final lap, it must be said. Day setting a 37.573, but it was too little, too late. For the first time this season, Logan Cousins takes a race win in the Mini GP 70s. Harrison Day has to settle for second, with Travis Shaw holding on to that podium place like his life depended on it. Taylor Tomlinson has to settle for fourth place, with Archie Hooper in P5 and Josh Wood rounding out our 6 rider finishing order. But look at the admiration that Logan Cousins gets from the paddock. Everybody knows here, whether you're part of his team or part of a rival riders group, that first win is so special, and you can see not just how much that means to him, but how much that means to the Logan Cousins camp as well. A huge congratulations to him and a well-deserved victory. A very fine ride. Let's hope that's the start of bigger things to come for Logan Cousins. But once again, Izzy, a fantastic race. We started off with that big 4-way battle, and then we had 2 very tense battles for first and for third coming out of that one. And while ultimately there weren't very many overtakes, it was just so tense. You never knew what was going to happen next.
Absolutely, Ross. It was so tense between those guys there in those battles for first place and third place. We are absolutely brilliant stuff from those guys there. The Mini GP 70 is a class that is premier here in FAB-Racing. It's the one the guys, those young riders, want to get in to be able to get into their higher classes, so top classes, British Superbikes. We've seen some fantastic races from everybody so far this morning. 9 races done this morning, and every single one full of entertainment. We'll be carrying on this afternoon, but brilliant stuff in the corner there. We can just see Harrison Day's dad, Josh Day, celebrating there, just chatting with his son about his second position. But look at everybody crowded round the Logan Cousins camp there. Ross, all happy, celebrating. I think I saw a few tears in his mum's eyes.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be surprised. You know, even though this is grassroots racing, this is still a very, very high level of bike racing. The 70s, it is the gateway into the RNG British Talent Cup, then on to BSB, WSBK, Moto GP, as you said. So to win a race here is absolutely fantastic. It is now lunchtime. No more races scheduled for the next half an hour or so. So we're going to recap some of the morning's action while everyone takes a quick break. We'll be back a little bit later on for our final remaining race 2 and all of the race 3s.
We will get the grid again, and the race will start. The performance we saw from these guys yesterday was absolutely brilliant. Those guys running out front. We got Jensen Brown, Van Morris. It is Van Morris's birthday today, his 9th birthday. So happy birthday to Van Morris. Absolutely brilliant that he has chosen to join us this weekend for his birthday. But here we go now. Everybody just lining up, just having a few checks from marshals. Then the formation lap will be happening. Van Morris is starting in 2nd place today on our grid.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course taking the victory yesterday in race number 1 as well, after Jensen Brown encountered late issues and had an off and a full. Let's see if he can repeat that. The birthday boy starts from 2nd, but it is the 171 of Jensen Brown on the pole position. Zach Athasic is 3rd. Oakley Hipwell alongside William Skingle and Chase Carter. They make up row 3 with Theo Tyler 7th and Oliver Cheeseman in P8. Casey Reeson and Adele Everett, they round out the top 10 with Logan Paisley in 11th alongside Reggie Watson in P12. Caden Bailey is 13th with Keely Bailey P14. Izzy Cook starts 15th with Arlo Simmons in 16th. Savannah Polden is 17th with Oscar Bond P18. And Ayrton Oakley is 19th and our sole rider on row number 10 at the back of the grid. So 19 riders, a fair few here for round number 4 at Clay Pigeon. And again, a fantastic race yesterday. Jensen Brown and Van Morris with a huge battle. There came up some traffic, whether it was a mistake or an issue for Jensen Brown. He went straight on coming out of turn number 1 and fell off onto the infield grass, which handed Van Morris the win in a rather disappointing fashion after a great race. And I know that Van Morris would have loved to have taken that one right down to the wire. Let's see if we're going to get something similar in race number 2 today, as the riders now, as our front row, making their way into position. Last few checks on the bike, making sure everything is a-okay from our roving marshals, parents of the FAB-Racing Paddock that we see in the yellow high-vis. A big thank you to them, of course, for not only supporting our junior riders, but for going out there, assisting the orange-clad regular marshals in their abilities and making sure that we can go racing as safely as possible here at FAB. So, of course, a huge thank you to all of our marshals, the medics, all of the above, as we wait to the point, to the lights from the flag marshal. It'll be all eyes to those red lights that come on now. Oh, it's chaos. We got a fair few jump starts. This is going to get halted surely. 3 or 4 riders went. I believe Oliver Cheeseman, Chase Carter, Theo Tyler, Oakley Hipwell all jumped away at the lights there. It's so easy to do, Izzy, because one rider goes and those around them you just go because you don't know what to do because you see someone moving out the corner of your eye. It's going to take us a few moments to reset this.
Yeah, it will, but this is what happens sometimes. These red lights we've been having have been quick this weekend, and they were slightly just a little bit slower than we've had so far this weekend. So some of our riders actually started making the way around the track, but that is always so difficult because, like you said, Ross, you see one person go, you want to go, and then people stop, you end up weaving your way through. I'm surprised we didn't get a crash there, I'll be honest, with that little bit of a jump start, but everybody just coming back now, reforming the grid. It'll be eyes to the red lights again, and we will get the race underway. Perhaps there will be the possibility that because so many riders jumped it, there won't be any penalties for anybody, and we'll just restart this race because it technically didn't even get started.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be any penalties given it's just going to be a total race restart. The race never really started in the first place, but it does now. And this time, we are away cleanly. Front row, neck and neck into turn number 1. Who's going to get the advantage into turn 2? It will be Van Morris, by the looks of things, who sweeps around the outside of Jensen Brown. So Morris takes the lead. The birthday boy starts things off well here in race number 2. Hot on their tails, though. Zach Athasic, Oakley Hipwell there as well, as they bomb down the back straight for the the very first time into the hairpin, but the bike compresses through a slight dip, then over the crest. You can't quite see it on the picture, but the undulation of this circuit, it is there. It makes things tricky. That's slightly wide there from Athasic through what is not quite the penultimate corner, because this isn't really one corner, it's two, with a bit of a short shoot in between them into the final corner. We do now go, and the top three breaking away from the pack, all quite close together though. It's Van Morris that leads the way ahead of Jensen Brown. Just behind them looks to be the 76 of Zach Athasic.
Yeah, Zach Athasic is really looking to get himself involved in that battle here. I have a feeling we've got a three-way battle for first position on our hands in this race here. 7 laps left to go. Van Morris is leading. Got a big gap. I do believe, though, Zach Athasic may have just got through on Jensen Brown then, and I do believe he has. That is one of our riders there stopped on the side of the track. That is the 171 of Jensen Brown. He's going to have a look, see if he can get started, but yellow flag is out at the moment. Everybody's just got to slow down a little bit until Jensen Brown gets moved. He's going to be so disappointed and upset with what has happened there. But here comes Van Morris coming around that final corner now. About to have 6 laps left to go. Zach Athasic running in second. Absolutely brilliant performance from him. He's going to be looking to hunt down Van Morris now. He hasn't got to worry about Jensen Brown anymore. He's out of the race at the moment, so he's going to be looking to search and hunt down Van Morris.
What a shame for Jensen Brown. Whatever issues that may be, we saw potentially reliability issues leading to the crash in race number 1. And as the yellow flags wave as they try and get that bike restarted, more gremlins befalling him in race number 2. We know that these mini moto machines, reliability-wise, they're temperamental at the best of times, but sometimes it's just heartbreaking when it strikes twice in one weekend. As there we see is that maybe moves being made further back as, oh, that's another rider down. That's the number 74 that's gone down, or the 174 should I say. That's Oakley Hippo. He was running in 3rd place as well. So what is going on out there? It's chaos at the moment. Great to see that he's up on his feet and all okay, as he now does rejoin the race. So everything looks to be okay. Just a small off. Yellow flag still waving, but he will rejoin with no issues as the race continues on. The 57 of Van Morris, your current leader, and that's now the 2nd podium runner we've seen having issues as Oakley Hippo falls, but does rejoin. Should be in about 13th place.
Absolute madness we have seen in the 2nd race for these guys here at Clay Pigeon Ross. Just 5 laps left to go. The 57 of Van Morris leading the race on his birthday. He is also being closely followed by the 76 of Zach Athasic, who is gained on him quite a bit there around that final corner, but he is going to be looking to take that 1st place position. These are our guys running in 1st and 2nd. It does look like Zach Athasic could make the move here coming into the 1st corner, just doesn't quite catch enough throttle there, and another rider down. Oh dear Lord, everybody's falling off today, Ross.
Yeah, turning into a race of attrition very quickly. Gets straight up, straight back on the bike though. That is fantastic to see that everyone is okay and continue to push onwards. And even these young rookie riders as young as 6 years old, they come down, they get straight back up again, straight back on the bike, as if we've now got traffic for the leaders. So this could really shake things up as well as they make their way into the penultimate corner. Looks like that held up Morris a bit more than it held up Athasic as they come to the final corner now. Looks like the rider that we saw go down a moment ago was Arlo Simmons, as that's a great run onto the main straight from Zach Athasic. He's got the inside, but Van Morris will hold on around the outside of turn number 1 and will keep that advantage down into turn 2. So once again, Athasic, he's looking like he can draw alongside. Really just needs to confirm it, get that last little extra push to get in front and get into the lead.
Yeah, exactly. Van Morris seems to get a bit more out of his throttle just at the last minute than Zach Athasic can catch up with. Zach Athasic is pushing his bike to the absolute limit on those straights. Look at how close in that small little straight we got there before they've just come around into that corner. Zach Athasic gains on Van Morris but cannot find it in the corners to be able to make that overtake. Whether he looks to the inside, to the outside, they're just coming up on some traffic once again. Round that final corner they come. Van Morris leading on that number 57 ahead of the 76 of Zach Athasic. Just 2 laps left to go. Is Zach Athasic going to do it? He looks to make the move. and he just couldn't quite get it. Van Morris defensive, then cut straight across the path of Zach Athersic to hold on to that first place position. They're just coming around through the little chicane now onto that back straight. Who is going to take the win in this race? It is so tight on them, just 0.1 seconds separating these two. Zach Athersic ran a bit wide in that corner there. That won't have helped him too much here, but Van Morris leading. Just listen to the crowd as they are there supporting these two riders. Absolutely brilliant here. Van Morris's first weekend with us at FAB-Racing. We've got to see what's going to happen. We are just coming round now to begin the last lap. Look at this, Zach Athersic pushing, getting on that throttle. So is Van Morris though. Zach Athersic doesn't look like quite he can just make that move on this last lap. Van Morris leading ahead of Zach Athersic, and let's see what's going to happen between these two. Coming around now into the little chicane, Van Morris is leading ahead of Zach Athersic, but Zach Athersic looking to make a move up on the inside. These two are neck and neck, side by side. Who is going to take it going into this corner? It is Van Morris holding on to that lead. We've only got a few corners left in this lap to end this race. Who is going to take it? Is it going to be Van Morris or Zach Athersic? Van Morris though building a gap there ahead of Zach Athersic. Just coming round this final corner now. Who is going to take this race win? Van Morris leading ahead of Zach Athersic. Here he comes now. Who is going to be our race winner? They are coming down onto the start-finish straight, and it is going to be the 57 of Van Morris takes the race win for the second race for these AC40 rookies. Absolutely brilliant stuff from him, and a good thing to happen to him on his birthday.
Absolutely, 2 from 2 for Van Morris, and the birthday boy on top once again in race number 2 on his debut weekend in FAB-Racing, no less. But man, oh man, he had to work for that one. Kudos for Zach Athersic. Only 3/10 separating them at the line, but they were inseparable during that race. But it was Van Morris that held on at the end of that one to take a well-deserved second win of the weekend, and things just keep looking up for the birthday boy. It is Van Morris, the number 57, who takes 2 from 2 here at Clay Pigeon. Can he complete the hat-trick and sweep the weekend? We'll have to find out a little bit later on in race number 3, but it's Van Morris who takes victory from Zach Athersic in second. Oliver Cheeseman rounding out the podium places there. Theo Tyler, the 77, into 4th, with William Skingle in P5. Chase Carter was 6th, with Casey Reeson in 7th, Adele Everett in 8th, Reggie Watson P9, and Caden Bailey rounding out our top 10. With Logan Paisley 11th, Oakley Hitpole P12, Keely Bailey was 13th, with Izzy Cook 14th, Savannah Polden 15th, Arlo Simmons in P16, Jetson Brown was 17th, Ayrton Oakley just behind in P18, and Oscar Bonk our 19th and final rider there. Even though it was a bit chaotic in that one and a fair few riders coming down and having issues, everyone was able to finish that race, which is great to see. And again, another fantastic race at the front of the pack. More of that in race 3, please.
Yeah, exactly, Ross. Brilliant stuff we saw from those riders there. Van Morris and Zach Athersic wouldn't let each other out of their sight for that race. Zach Athersic consistently chasing and trying to catch up with Van Morris after Jenson Brown unfortunately had that little off. But here on our screens now we can see everybody crowding round that guy who took that first place, the number 57, Van Morris, being congratulated, the birthday boy, on his debut weekend, being celebrated and congratulated by some of our other riders here in the grid. One more race to go for these guys later on today. Let's see what's going to happen.
Race number 2 awaits us then as we get ready to get going in the new for 2025 AC40 Interclass, brought to you by Britson Electrical Services. Of course, the class where Nelly Newt has continued what she left off in 2024 in the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup and currently leads the championship. She starts from pole and took race 1 victory, but had to work for Finley Stiles, Randy Carter and Noah Bartha, all hot on her heels. This could be a fascinating race as we go into this one. Let's run through the grid then as we go around on our sighting lap. It's Nelly Newt starting from pole position, Finley Stiles alongside, who we were told failed a post-qualifying tech inspection, but didn't face consequences for us. So whether we were lied to or whether whatever went wrong was justifiably wrong, all seems to be fine. He starts alongside on the front row. Randy Carter's third with Noah Barfoot in P4, with Seth James and Austin Baton rounding out what is unfortunately only a 6-rider grid. But again, we saw yesterday, Izzy, I'll mention it time and time again, the top 4 riders inseparable for the entire race one yesterday. If we get more of the same here, it's going to be a fascinating battle, and all of the riders will be hungry for a win. They're all going to have to work hard.
Yeah, and this weekend is Austin Baton's first weekend. He's come up to the AC40 Inters after being in with the rookies so far this season. He was looking at yesterday to try and get himself involved in a few of the battles at some points. But absolutely brilliant stuff we see from these guys weekend in and weekend out. They are just coming now, just forming up the grid. Just going to have to wait and see who is going to come first. Just some final checks on their bikes now. Nelly Newth looking to just have some checks there. She looks all okay. She sat down. Marshall's moving off. It's going to be looking to the lights. There we go. Flag marshal pointing, and it is lights out, and away we go. Who is going to take that first position? It is Nelly Newth leading into the first corner with Randy Carter, I do believe, or Finley Styles hot on her tail, with Noah Barfoot getting in the middle there. Absolutely brilliant stuff we have seen from these guys, but they're just so closely packed together. Nelly Newth is being hunted by Finley Styles, with Noah Barfoot getting involved there, looking to make a move on Finley Styles and take third place position. They've just come round that hairpin now, and it is Finley Styles makes a move down on Nelly Newth, but with Noah Barfoot looking to make a move on the outside of it, and Noah Barfoot does it. We've now got Finley Styles leading this race, Noah Barfoot in second. I don't know what happened to Nelly there, but she is now third place runner.
I think she just got caught unawares there, Izzy. I don't think she defended that inside into the left-hand hairpin. Styles came through, shocked her a bit because suddenly there's another bike appearing on your inside. And then Barfoot capitalised on that and slid through as well. So a bit of a shake-up early doors in this race as we complete the first lap. Styles, Barfoot, Newth and Carter, your current top 4. And Newth and Carter perhaps dropping away a little bit from the leaders as up the inside. That's a wonderful, wonderful move by Noah Barfoot. Sees the gap and sends it down on the brakes around the inside. That is brilliant stuff to take the race lead. It'll be 7 laps left to go as they come to the start-finish line on this occasion, and it is all changed. Well, yesterday it was tense, the top 4 locked together, but no one really able to make a move already in this race. They've come out of the gate swinging, and everyone's scrambling for position early doors.
They are, Ross, like you said, just 7 laps of racing left to go. Nelly Newth currently running in third. A little bit of pressure from Randy Carter behind her. He's going to be looking to make a move there. Is he going to do it? No, Nelly Newth just holds on to it. Randy Carter looked to make a move on the outside of Nelly Newth then, but couldn't quite perform and carry that out the way he wanted to. Nelly Newth, though, defensive in holding on to her third position at the moment, but Randy Carter is putting on the pressure. They're just coming round now into that final corner, about to start the next lap of this race. Who knows what is going to happen here? I wonder what is happening with our front runners at the moment, Noah Barfoot and Finley Styles. We're going to have to wait and see how they turn out, but on our screens right now we've got Nelly Newth and Randy Carter. Randy Carter so hot on Nelly Newth's tail there, nearly touching wheel and wheel with her. Once again looking to make the move on Nelly Newth, but can he quite carry out and execute it in the way he wants? No, he can't. Nelly just has that bit more speed, a bit more power on her throttle, and keeps a hold of that third place position. She's
a massive risk though of dropping off the podium here. Of all the races she has finished so far this season, all but one of them were victories. She's had 1 DNF and 1 third place at Houghton Park. Every race so far this season that she has taken the checkered flag has been on the podium. She'll be desperate to try and keep that result, as we see there Seth James coming through as well as Nelly Newth. She looked a bit quiet in practice on Friday. It just didn't look like it settled. Lots of coming in and out of the pits, lots of tweaks to the bike. But race number 1, it wasn't the normal affair. As looking to the outside, oh, that is something spectacular from Randy Carter, setting it off on the outside of the chicane. Take a bow, sunshine. Brilliant racing on display here at Clay Pigeon, as Randy Carter, with one of the moves of the weekend, sets it up beautifully and gets into the podium places. Nelly Newth off the podium here and looking like she's struggling for pace. Whether it's she's not comfortable, there is an issue with the bike, we're not sure. As we cut back to our leaders, it is still Noah Barfoot that leads this race ahead of Finley Styles, only half a second separating, though these guys have shot off into the distance ahead of the guys in third, fourth and fifth. About 5 or so seconds separating this battle from the next, but maybe not quite as alongside each other as those further back in the pack, but still Styles is putting a lot of pressure on Barfoot, who was able to slide by him earlier on.
He is. Styles may have felt that he could have messed up slightly, then gave Barfoot that opportunity to just slide past him, but now they're coming round into that final corner. We are going to have just 3 laps left to go for the AC40 Inters. It's all up for grabs. Anybody can try and get these podium positions at the moment. Just 6 riders in this race for this weekend. Barfoot leading ahead of Styles, with Carter in third, Nelly Newth in fourth, James in fifth and Baton in sixth. But our leaders at the moment, Barfoot building that gap. He's got a 0.2 second difference ahead of Finley Styles running in second. Barfoot is going to be looking to try and increase that all the time, but Styles is putting on the pressure. You can see when both of them hit onto that throttle, trying to keep hold of their racing lines. Barfoot being really defensive in his racing lines. You saw then he had a quick little look over his shoulder just there. Once again, he is looking for Styles. He's aware Styles is going to be putting on the pressure there. 3 laps left to go. Here is our guy running in third. That is Randy Carter. But Nelly Newth now down to fifth. Seth James has managed to get past her and get up into fourth position. I do wonder if Nelly's got some issue occurring, Ross, with just 2 laps left to go.
Yeah, big shame for Nelly Newth. Not the normal performance that we expect from the number 44, but up the front on the penultimate lap, it still rages on. Both Barfoot and Styles have 1 win apiece in 2025, and as it currently stands, someone is going to be adding a second to their ledger as they round the final corner to start the final lap of this race. What has Finley Styles got in his locker? Can Noah Barfoot hold on and resist the pressure from the 19 behind? Into turn 2 we go. We've seen some spectacular moves already in the chicane in this race. Anything from Styles? No. Barfoot happy taking his normal lines. He feels like he doesn't need to defend as they come down to the hairpin. Look at them braking the bikes, dropping them, rising over the slight crest there. Into the final section we fly. Barfoot goes wide. Styles looked to the inside, couldn't find anything that may compromise his exit, but he looks closer than ever. A bit of a desperate lunge. 1 turn to go. Last chance saloon for Finley Styles. Maybe a drag race on our hands to the line. It will be a drag race, but it's going to be Noah Barfoot that is going to make it his second win of the season with a mighty fine ride and taking the victory by 1.5 tenths of a second ahead of Finley Styles, as Nelly Newth, potentially with issues, drops down to P5 in the end. She will take the checkered flag. The first race she finishes this season off of the podium for the 44. A bizarre, worrying performance from her. But in race number 2, it's Noah Barfoot taking win number 2 of the season. Finley Styles threw everything but the kitchen sink at him, and still the 36 held on.
Yeah, he did, Ross. The 36 held on really well to that first position. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Let's just have a look. It was Noah Barfoot who took that first place position. Finley Styles in second and Randy Carter in third. That rounds out our podium with Seth James in fourth and Nelly Newth in fifth. And rounding out all of our riders, coming in sixth, was Austin Baton. Nelly Newth, so far this season, has never not finished on the podium. You know she's not going to be too impressed with that today, but we did see, just as they came through from their formation lap, she did just seem to have one of the marshals just having a quick look at her bike, so perhaps it was something they noticed there, but they just wanted to see how she would get fare in the race. Absolutely.
Well, panic not, the Brits and Electrical Services AC40 Inters, they'll be back out for race 3 later on.
Coming up now, we have got the senior mini-motos. Now, these guys never fail to entertain race after race. We always have some entertainment from these guys, as we saw in race 1 yesterday. We've got both the Birkin brothers here with us this weekend, Matt and Josh. Josh is returning after having a bit of a break from racing, but now they've just been released to do their formation lap. Let's have a run through of what our grid is going to be. Matt Birkin on pole position. In second, we've got Rhys Gentry. Third, Josh Birkin. Fourth, Keaton Payne. Fifth, Craig Ashall. Sixth, Nick Bennett. Seventh, Callum White. Eighth, Lamar Morgan. Ninth, Ollie Harris. 10th, Chris Yeomans. 11th, Tom Bird. 12th, Aaron Player. 13th, Harvey Jeremy. 14th, Gary Eldred. 15th, Chris Payne. 16th, Steve John. 17th, Tom Ryan. 18th, Robert Gentry. 19th, Jerome Richards. 20th, Kieran Roberts. And rounding out our grid on the 11th row by themselves, starting 21st, is Nicky Lewis.
Yeah, very, very big grid of riders. Josh Birkin in the warm-up earlier looking a little bit stronger than he did in race 1. I think he may have had an issue earlier on. We know he didn't crash, but he dropped down the order massively as some of our riders deciding to take a very, very quick sighting lap there. Meanwhile, championship leader, reigning champion Matt Birkin taking things nice and steady as he slots into that P1 grid slot. The rest of the riders all forming up behind him. A little check back from the pole sitter before he gets back on the bike, and somebody, Nick Bennett, moving over right to the edge of the grid box. He's anticipating a good start. We always know the senior motos brings chaos. Let's get it done. We are underway here. That's a great launch from second for Rhys Gentry on the 100. Takes the lead down into turn number 2, and Matt Birkin under big pressure from Keaton Payne there, who just about wasn't able to get through. He'll have to settle for third as it stands as we head through the chicane for the first time. Gentry leading on the 100. Birkin looking to the inside but runs a bit too deep. Now invites pressure on himself but able to hold on as already a small breakaway forming at the front of the pack. The 711 of Nick Bennett. It looked like he was anticipating a fast start. He got a fast start. He's up to 4th, up 2 places on this opening lap. Birkin, another look. Nothing there for him as they come around the final corner to end the opening lap of this race. It's the fast starting, the fast charging Rhys Gentry who leads the way, but it could all be changed behind him. Matt Birkin with a big move round the outside at turn 1. That is special. That's why he's your reigning champion. That's why he's the championship leader. Matt Birkin with something sent from above retakes the race lead.
Yeah, he does. Rhys Gentry just could not physically do anything there to stop Matt Birkin from taking that first place position. Keaton Payne running in third, though. He's looking to make a move now on Rhys Gentry. He's closely followed by the 711 of Nick Bennett. He's made the move past Josh Birkin to take 4th position. But here are front runners. Matt Birkin, a beautiful move past Rhys Gentry to take back first position in this race, but Rhys Gentry is hot on his tail. Look at how close these two guys are. They are in single file, so near to each other. They separate a bit when they come round that first corner here, through into the chicane, but Matt Birkin holding on to his lead. We've got just 7 laps of racing left to go in race 2 for the senior mini motos, and what a start it's been. Matt Birkin round that hairpin now, building a bit of a gap now. He's got a 0.066 second gap between him and Rhys Gentry, running in second place position. Keaton Payne there, our 3rd place runner. Bit of a gap forming there between these guys as well.
That's a nice move there from Josh Birkin. I believe that is on Nick Bennett to get up to 4th. No, in fact, that was the 100 of Rhys Gentry, who's dropped back big time from Matt Birkin. In fact, Matt Birkin's managed to, it's just all change at the front, I suppose. So Keaton Payne ahead of Rhys Gentry, who's maybe becoming a cork in the bottle, in fact, in front of those behind him. Nick Bennett, Josh Birkin there in P5, Craig Ashall as well in 6th. They're all keeping each other in tow as they come down. Bit of a look on Bennett from Josh Birkin, but Bennett shuts the door. The 711 says, no you don't, I'm staying here, sunshine. You've been away for far too long to get away with that one on me. The number 5 will have to stay in P5 for the time being. And knowing Josh Birkin, I wonder how long it is before he just starts grabbing onto the back of the fairing of Nick Bennett and physically trying to pull him back, because I know that's a trick that he has tried before, but I'm not sure race control will look upon it too kindly. 5 laps left to run then in race 2 of the senior mini-motos. Matt Birkin and Keaton Payne going away at the front. A second between them, a further second between Payne and Gentry in P3 as it stands. But this huge battle for 4th rages on. Nick Bennett under huge pressure from Josh Birkin.
He is indeed. Matt Birkin, though, our front runner. Here we can see the 7-1-1 of Nick Bennett. Josh Birkin has made that move, though, now. Josh Birkin now running in 4th place position. He's took that from Nick Bennett and he's flying ahead of him. Absolutely brilliant stuff there we've just seen from Josh Birkin. He is getting himself involved in this race. Nick Bennett under pressure from Craig Ashall, though, as well here. These guys in that front group of 6 absolutely putting on the pressure on each other. But Josh Birkin, a beautiful move from him, round past Nick Bennett to take that 4th place position. Matt Birkin, our race leader, though, he's holding on to that lead, followed by Keaton Payne and Reece Gentry. There we can see the number 100 of Reece Gentry. Keaton Payne making the move past there. They're coming through some back marker traffic as well, though, which is giving Josh Birkin the chance to catch up to these guys here. This is a 3-way battle we've got for 3rd place on our hands. Coming around that final corner now, about to have just 3 laps left to go. Look at that, the number 100 of Reece Gentry, hard on the throttle to get past Keaton Payne, but cannot quite make the move. But Josh Birkin is also there as well. He's just put in the fastest lap of this race. He's seen now he's got an opportunity to get involved in some of these battles, and he wants to make a mark and get a podium position.
Matt Birkin could basically cruise home blindfolded at the front, but a huge battle. 3 riders fighting for the final 2 podium places, and it's getting very, very close indeed. Reece Gentry still holding on to that P3. He's been there for some time, but he's looking racy, looking like he wants to get back through. On Keaton Payne and poking a wheel into the final corner. That's a bit brave, as there is race leader starting the penultimate lap of the race. Matt Birkin continues to disappear up the front as those behind continue to fight. Kind of pretty typical there for Matt Birkin's racing adventures. He's just really good on a mini moto bike, isn't he? As the rest of them cross the line behind him. Let's see how close they all are as they come across. As there we see Matt Birkin still on that number 1. He's still miles up the road with 1.5 laps left to run, and it has been a very nice performance indeed. There is the battle for second. Keaton Payne is still holding on from Reece Gentry, and Josh Birkin, should I say, still hot on their tails as well. These guys are going to be fighting all the way to the checkered flag, which is just 1 lap away.
Yeah, here we go. Look at that. Reece Gentry was looking to make a move there on Keaton Payne, but couldn't, and he's done it. Reece Gentry, oh gee, Josh Birkin looking to get involved now, and he does it. Josh Birkin has just slid his way through past those 2, and he's now running in 2nd place position ahead of Reece Gentry and Keaton Payne. What a move from Josh Birkin there. He saw the battle between those 2 happening and just took advantage of that. Here we are with our leader, Matt Birkin. He's just coming around that final corner of the track now. Our race 2 winner, it is gonna be a Matt Birkin, another race win for him in the senior mini moto. Brilliant performance from him. He gets his head down, he gets away from everybody else, and he does a job. We've got both Birkins on the podium. Reece Gentry in 2nd with Josh Birkin now in 3rd, but just a 0.04 seconds that separated the guys finishing in 2nd and 3rd.
Man, oh man, what a race. Both Birkins on the podium. What is this, 2022? Run it back, guys. Reece Gentry stealing it back from the number 5 at the line. But Josh Birkin, that move through turn 2, 2 riders in 1 corner, pulling your way through. The only one thing to say about that, really, to quote the Macho Man Randy Savage, oh yeah, that was nice. It is Matt Birkin who takes a fantastic victory there, with Reece Gentry P2 just by less than half a tenth of a second, and Josh Birkin rounding out the podium. Great to have him back in senior mini motos. Keaton Payne in P4 just losing out in that huge battle, with Craig Ashall 5th and Callum White in P6. Lamar Morgan 7th with Nick Bennett in P8, Holly Harris 9th, Tom Burton P10, Aaron Aaron Player 11th, and Harvey Jeremy P12. Gary Eldridge was 13th, followed by Tom Ryan with Steve Johns 15th, Rob Gentry in 16th, Kieran Roberts 17th, Chris Yeomans P18, Nicky Lewis 19th, and Jerome Richards in P20. Unfortunately, we did lose Chris Bain as our sole DNF in that one. But what a race. That was a classic senior mini moto race. Just riders fighting, swapping position everywhere. Look, and some real masterful racing out there. Let's hope for more of the same in race number 3 later on.
Definitely. Let's hope for some more. There are our guys now. The senior mini moto just celebrating at the podium. Coming up now, we have got the Mini GP 50R, the Ovalis versus the Metro kits. Going to be brilliant action we see from these guys. We can see them just in the side of our screen there, just waiting in the holding area to be released. There we go. Our green flag being waved by Lucy Curtis. They're making their way onto the grid, hopefully in just a moment.
I think there might be a bit of a blockage. I think one of the riders at the front of this pack, as they're getting ready to go out, having a little problem, and they're just being held once again by Lucy. Before they get going, there we go, out onto the grid. Of course, this 2-stroke versus 4-stroke dynamic that we've been talking about all season long so far. The 2-stroke upgraded Metro Kit Mini GP50s with a larger 28mm exhaust restrictor on them, slightly larger than you would find on the standard bike. And then, of course, the 4-stroke, the Avali 140s, all the 160s if you fancy it. And at some tracks, it's definitely more beneficial to have that 4-stroke engine. Here at Clay Pigeon, what we've been seeing so far and what we would expect, it's definitely 2-stroke power and 2-stroke top end that gives you the edge on this one. But of course, if you do have an Avali 140, 160, you are more than welcome to come along here to FAB-Racing and try your hand here in this class against some of the very best that we have here. Going through the grid then, it's Bradley Curtis, who is joining us today after a big crash yesterday in the 50s race. Great to see him starting from pole after he got the all clear medically. Sebastian Gazlowski is second with Mason Fedrick P3 and Rex Austin in P4. Jensen Ansel is fifth with Kai Hawken alongside. Tommy Keats and Caelan Ratcliffe on the 4th row. Josh Perkis 9th and Nicholas Dunwillie rounding out the top 10. Max Johnson starts 11th with Bo Morrison P12. Daisy Polden is 13th with Leo Harrison 14th. Mason Hams is 15th with Harry James alongside. And it's Callum Maxwell and Claudia Dudman on the final 9th row of this grid. 18 riders out there on track today, split across a few different machines. 2-stroke against 4-stroke, Metro Kit against Avali. It's not like a big manufacturer battle. They're not getting manufacturer support, of course, but it's something for us to keep our own. And again, it's an opportunity to see some of the very best young riders we have here in FAB-Racing going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, exactly, Ross. They're just forming that grid up now. We are just waiting for everybody to just come around, finish forming the grid. There we go, a red flag. That is our marshal there holding up the red flag. Just waiting for everything to be confirmed at the back of the grid. There we go. He's going to point to the lights now. There. It's lights on. And lights out, away we go, racing. Look how close it is there between our front two, Sebastian Gazlowski and Bradley Curtis. Bradley Curtis has made the move past Sebastian Gazlowski, with Mason Frederick going up on the inside as well on Sebastian Gazlowski. He's now dropped to 3rd position. Bradley Curtis is now leading ahead of Mason Frederick, with Sebastian Gazlowski in 3rd, closely followed by Rex Austin in 4th. How tightly these guys have bunched together. Sebastian Gazlowski, though, you know he's not going to be too pleased with that position that he's just lost there. Well, those 2 positions he's lost to Bradley Curtis and Mason Frederick. Coming around now just to end the first lap of this race, it is Bradley Curtis leading ahead of Mason Frederick with Sebastian Gazlowski in 3rd. Mason Frederick, though, did look to be making a move on Bradley Curtis then, but just couldn't quite execute it into the first corner.
Frederick looking very racy early doors in race number 2. It's not often you see Sebastian Gazlowski get bullied out of the way like that. In 2025, Frederick once again looking to the inside of Curtis. Curtis on the Metro Kit and Frederick on one of the Avali machines. So he is kind of in the middle of a 2-stroke sandwich there as they make their way through the final few corners. Still Bradley Curtis holding on here though at the moment. Of course, Gazlowski, he'll be annoyed with that move at turn number 2 on the opening lap. He'll be looking for a way to respond. Rex Austin also just behind them. That's a big launch. Doesn't come into fruition there from the number 5 of Mason Frederick. Fastest lap of the race last time for Rex Sosson as well, 39.960. Everybody else running in the 41s at the moment in this leading pack, as there we do see Mason Frederick finally gets into the lead after a lap and a half of trying to get through Bradley Curtis. Is this allowed to sprint away? Was Curtis acting like a cork in the bottle, or was it just an opportune move and he's finally able to get in front?
Absolutely brilliant performance we are seeing from Mason Frederick here at Clay Pigeon in race 2 for the Mini GP 50Rs. He has got that first place. Coming round now, just 9 laps left to go. Bradley Curtis looking to make that move into the inside corner, but cannot just get enough on the throttle, on the brake, just to be able to slide past and get past Mason Frederick. Mason Frederick is on the defensive now. Like you said, Ross, looking very racy early on in that race. He started that race with a mission in mind to be first place, and he has achieved that now, but he has just got to defend for the rest of this race. Sebastian Gazlowski still in third at the moment, running in third in this race. You know he's not going to be pleased with that. We were talking about his domination earlier just before racing got started, and he is every race weekend he has consistently delivered those wins, and now he's got to kind of battle it out here and have people around him. He can't really go off in front like he normally does. He's really involved in the battles here and has got to look to gain those positions back with just 8 laps left to go.
He's just gone straight on there though, down to the hairpin. You saw him struggling to get the rear of the bike settled on that rear brake, and it's cost him a little bit of time as a result. When it was looking he might be trying to get through Bradley Curtis on this lap. They've all switched up the wick on this lap, these front 3. Last lap from Sebastian Gazlowski at 39.183, and he's trying to go down the inside of turn number 1 there and maybe make it 2 moves in 2 corners. Gazlowski up to second, gets through Bradley Curtis. That was really tight though. Now he can try and attack Mason Frederick for the race lead after losing pole position in the opening few meters. But Gazlowski, he was sat there patiently waiting for that moment. That was a move that was crafted over a fair few laps. Super smart thinking from Gazlowski on the 64, and now he can try and attack the number 5 as they come around the final corner. Will he try anything down the main straight again? He gets very good runs out of the final corner, almost gets shoved onto the grass by Frederick. Gazlowski will have to get out of it, still looks to the inside to see if anything's possible. This is proper elbows out racing it, unsettled in turn 2 as well. You saw that Curtis caught the back of him, so Gazlowski's really pushing hard. All 3 of these guys at the front giving it their all and not giving anyone an inch.
These guys are fighting in this second race here at Clay Pigeon. Mason Frederick currently leading ahead of Sebastian Gazlowski. Coming up, I think, to some back traffic now, which is also going to just cause everybody to just... We'll have to see what happens. Back traffic, you never know what's going to happen. It can catch people out. Sebastian Gazlowski looking to make that move again. Mason Frederick didn't push him off just as much as he did on that last lap round, but Mason Frederick highly on the defensive. He is aggressive, wanting to hold this first place in this race. Just 5 laps left to go now. They're coming down into that little hairpin. Sebastian Gazlowski, though, that was smooth, that was easy, but can Mason Frederick take it back? No, he doesn't. Sebastian Gazlowski, that move, that was calm, that was smooth into that corner. He was just a bit later on the brakes, and he just slid right past Mason Frederick to take that first place position back in this race. Coming now onto that start-finish straight, we have got just 4 laps of racing left to go. Sebastian Gazlowski, Super Seb, leading ahead of Mason Frederick and Bradley Curtis. Bit of a gap he's got forming now. It's looking even between these guys running first, second, and then second to third. They've got a bit of an equal gap sort of forming between them. Mason Frederick, though, in that second place, knows he wants to catch up with Gazlowski, but he is going to be under pressure from Curtis. Now Curtis gaining on Frederick there, coming round into this final sweeping corner of the track. Absolutely brilliant stuff from Bradley Curtis we are seeing, especially after his crash yesterday. He's come back, he don't care, he wants to be on that podium.
Yeah, really racy there goes Bradley Curtis, looking to the insides, getting squeezed and had to stand the bike up just a little bit as Gazlowski's now in clear air. He is now lapping in the 38.7s, so he's been unleashed now that he's got the other 2 riders. But these two as well, maybe following, maybe able to try and close in, but I think they're now locked in a battle of their own. But it's not over until the checkered flag waves and the fat lady sings, as they say, and it's going to be 2 laps left to go as they come to the line, rounding the final corner now. This battle for second place, Frederick and Curtis. Bit of traffic ahead for the race leader. They'll be catching them very shortly as well, heading down into turn number 2.
Hello everybody, we have just come off lunch break now, getting ready to continue and finish the action for the weekend here at Clay Pigeon with the Master Mac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. Now, as you can hear, we can hear some bikes in the background just there. That is the pit bikes just getting ready to come out onto the grid, ready for their second race of the weekend. Here they come now, just getting ready, getting lined up in their grid positions. Now, yesterday these guys gave us absolute fantastic entertainment. They were the last race of the day yesterday and will be the last race of the day today. I'm joined by Ross McIntyre in the commentary box once again. Ross, yesterday pit bikes, how were they for you?
Oh, Izzy, they were superb. Like a pit bike race of years gone by. 22 riders out there putting on a show for us, and they're making their way out onto the track for the sighting lap now. It's Harrison Quincy who starts on pole. Ollie Horner returning to FAB alongside him with Richard Holmes-Williams in P3. Reigning champ Jamie King starts 4th. Chris Wells and Sam Munson on the 3rd row with Simon Gates in P7 and Keaton Payne in P8. Ashley Powell and Bailey Lawrence round out the top 10 with Perry Thompson in 11th and Gary Lewington in P12. Dan French starts 13th alongside Daniel Gilbert with Bradley Powell in 15th and Darren Lewington in 16th. Stephen Foote is 17th with Ruben Bray P18, Rory Jones 19th and Matthew Rayland in P20. And on the 11th and final row of the grid, it's Robert Leveridge and James Barracliff. So a big grid of riders. And yesterday, Izzy, we saw, especially at the front of the pack, 8-9 riders just inseparable for the entire affair.
Absolutely. And at Houghton Park the other weekend as well, these guys, their racing talents are not to be sniffed at. They are absolutely brilliant. They are just lining up now on the grid. I'm just going to pass over. We've got a little special guest in the commentary box. 2 seconds.
Absolutely. So while we have a quick change over in the commentary booth, we are all ready to get racing here. It's all eyes up to the red lights now. It is lights out and we're underway in the second race of the Pit Bike 140. Strong start there from Harrison Quincy. Ollie Horner challenging down into turn 2, but it's the pole sitter that maintains the lead as there's a fight for 3rd further back. That looks like it'll be Jamie King dropping a few positions away at the line as they come through the chicane for the opening time. Horner looks to the inside, down into the hairpin. Can he find anything? Yes, he can, almost. He's definitely there and he's definitely drawing through. And Ollie Horner from 2nd goes to the lead on the opening lap. Nice line there from the number 70 rider as they're all still bunching up behind. King looks to the inside there, looks like he's dropped behind Sam Munson, I believe that is, as they come to the final corner to complete the first lap. It is Ollie Horner on the 70 who leads from 2nd in the grid. I'm joined by a very special guest in the commentary box. We've got Pirelli National Superstock rider Dan Brooks alongside me. Great to have you here, Dan. What brings you down to Clay Pigeon?
Thank you for having me on. So I'm just with Roger at Master Mac. His son Harry's riding in the 50, so just thought I'd come and support him for a little bit. It's not too far away, so I thought I'd come and see him for the weekend and see what he's up to.
Oh, it's great to have you here. Great to see you supporting the guys here in the Master Mac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. And pleasure to have you here in the commentary box as well. As let's go back to the action very quickly. It's still Horner that leads, and once again, as we saw in race 1, all of these riders bunched up together. Ollie Horner, he's not been at FAB for years and years, a former rider up at the RNG British Talent Cup, coming back to racing this weekend and showing us he hasn't lost an ounce of his talent as he's up the front. King looking for a move there on his firm friend yet firm rival Chris Wells, not able to get it done. That looks to be for P6 or P7, P5 in fact it is, as they now go down the back straight. Horner starting to open up a little bit of a gap. That's a dive up the inside there from Holmes-William on Samuel Munson. So Munson, I believe, has dropped down a position, and indeed he has. So Holmes-Williams gets up into the podium places. Dan, I've been told it's not your first time here at FAB-Racing before. We've heard you've done a bit of marshalling in the past. Any chance maybe you fancy getting out on track at some point?
It'd be great to have a go because it does look good fun. I've been coming like over the last sort of year, really, with Roger and Harry and that Charlie Nesbitt. So he's been bringing me along, because obviously Charlie is a big part of this as well when he was younger. So I've been watching. It does look good fun, so I'd definitely like to get stuck in at some point. I need to get myself a little bike, don't I?
Yeah, it would be interesting to see what a BSB rider could do out there on the track against these guys. That is safe to say, as it is now still Quincy holding on to that second place. Horner starting to bridge a gap. It was 0.6 of a second at the line last time. It'll be 8 to go when they break the beam this time. Let's keep an eye on those gaps, as it looks like Munson just holding up the riders behind a little bit. Chris Wells there. Also got Simon Gates, who's got through Jamie King. So King, the reigning champ, down to 7th place. And on the subject of riding, Dan, how's your season going so far? It's been looking pretty good on the stat sheets. You know, you've got a decent number of points finishes. Yeah, no, it's been really well. So first year on 1,000 for me. Previously I was racing out in Spain in the European 600. So to come back to BSB again, it's been a big jump, because got to learn the circuits again and on a big bike as well. So it changes it all. But all in all, like, really well. I'm happy with the Master Mac Hawk Racing team. They've given me a lot so far. So just taking as much experience as them, because they know what they're doing. So I've just got to trust the process with them, and step by step we're building in nicely. We're aiming for the top 10 finishes consistently. We've been a little bit off them lately, but just a couple of little problems I need to iron out, but then we should be bouncing back soon. So it's definitely there to take, just need it to connect a bit. Fantastic stuff. Big dive there from Chris Wells, not quite getting through on Samuel Munson, the British Talent Cup rider, holding on to that P4 for the time being, as the top 3 beginning to break away from 4th to 7th, who are also still locked in. You can see there, all of them covered by less than a sheet of paper, it would seem, as they make their way through the back end of the track. And Munson is under big pressure. That's Ollie Horner under pressure now as well from Holmes Williams. That's for the race lead as they come to the final corner. Any chance of a run maybe for the 1-2-6 that come down the front straight? Little check back from the man in second place. Sees Quincy isn't going to be challenging him down into turn 2, but I don't think he's close enough to send one up the inside into turn 2 himself. So Horner maintains that lead position for the time being, but a lot of pressure being put on that young man's shoulder. Of course, you've been here, you said, a couple of times beforehand at FAB here, Dan, and of course a lot of young riders here trying to imitate what you're doing and making their way up onto the British and the European stage, and you must be impressed with some of the younger talents we have in the paddock. Yeah, definitely. I was just watching them today, like this morning, and all the younger kids coming through. It's the good platform for them to start with, because they can build into it nicely, and it's big battles going on as well. Like for some young little lads to be battling like they are, it's impressive to see, and they've actually got a good head on their shoulders. Obviously, they're watching probably the British Superbikes, Moto GP themselves, and thinking, we need to do that. So these circuits and this series allows them to do that. And I can see a lot of them have been going out to Spain lately for training as well over the winter, and you can see that benefiting, because it's bringing everybody on. So it's mega to see the young talent sort of coming through. Yeah, the next generation of British superstars here today in the Master Mac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. That's a great move by Jamie King, but Samuel Munson holds his line and slides back through. The 76 will have to maintain with the status quo for the time being, but it was a nice effort from the reigning champ, the 4-time Pit Bike 140 champion, Pit Bike Sonic. Horner still leads. Last lap though, fastest lap of the race for Richard Holmes Williams in P2, a 39.453. That's a tenth quicker than anybody else at the moment. But this battle for 4th still raging on. Chris Wells on the 62, still holding on to that position at the moment. Does King see anything this time? No, not quite. Might have to spend a lap or two setting up the move once again, as that is Richard Holmes Williams almost wheel to wheel there with Ollie Horner coming into the final few corners, and there's a bit of lap traffic ahead of them now. Is that going to hold up the race leader? It certainly will. Opportunities building there for Holmes Williams. Is there anything into turn 2 if he makes turn 1 good? Let's wait and find out as the rest of the riders come on through. No, I think they're still holding position, as we've got some more back markers coming through there. Yes, they are, but they are still so close together. I mean, obviously this is a bit smaller than the bikes you're used to racing on, Dan. A bit of a smaller circuit as well, but the racing, it's still just as close. Yeah, I mean, he's almost just gone under him there, I think, there. So he's been lining that pass up for a while. It's he's just done him straight back. So yeah, straight away these boys are at it. The same concept. It's all we're trying to do, figure out where they're weak and then try and attack them. Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the benefits of following a rider in front. You can just analyse where you're quicker and where you're slower, as one of the back markers drops the front at the final corner. Looks like they're all okay, but that is a shame for them. Believe that may have been the 91 of Daniel Gilbert up on his feet, which is the main thing. But that could have got a bit scary for the leaders as they're still working their way through that traffic. Still Ollie Horner on the 70 in front of Richard Holmes-Williams. But it's looked like that Holmes-Williams, he's finding moments here and there. It's just he's got to try and finally execute it. Does get through this time. Does Horner have a response? No, he doesn't. That's a great move. And Dan, like I was saying, he spent a few laps setting that up. He's tried a few times, so it's just trial and error until he finally breaks through.
Yeah, that last lap was a bit of a trial and error, and then that lap it looks like he's pulled it off quite well. So it looks like he's got a bit more pace on this closing couple of laps as well. He's pulled a little gap here.
Well, final lap to go in a moment's notice. It is now Richard Holmes-Williams, who's been sat behind Ollie Horner the entire way, now at the front with only one more tour. Horner could be under big pressure as he drops down to third place now behind Harrison Quincy, chasing his first podium in many years of racing. He's been away from the track for quite a while. Can he hold on his return to Fab here as British Talent Cup rider Harrison Quincy slides on by? Chris Wells, a former champion here in the pit bike 140s, also hot on his tail as they're getting to more traffic. Quincy almost on the back of Holmes-Williams as well as they come to the final few corners. Looks like Wells is going to get held up by some traffic, but look at Quincy and Holmes-Williams. This could be a drag race all to the line. Let's try and find out what's going to happen. Here they come, and it is going to be Harrison Quincy who steals it at the death by less than 0.3 of a second. Late drama here in race 2 of the pit bike 140s. Just goes to show, Dan, how quickly things can change in bike racing.
Yeah, that changed rapidly at the end, and he just pulled the pin, didn't he? Them last couple of laps, done the pass and gapped him, and the others got caught in a bit of traffic. So fair play to him. That was a good setup, that.
Yeah, well, what a late piece of drama there. It's Harrison Quincy who takes victory, the British Talent Cup rider, stealing it at the late with Richard Holmes-Williams in P2 and a much younger looking Ollie Horner there than he actually is nowadays in P3. Great to see him on the podium there. Dan, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. Hopefully maybe we'll see you out on track here at Fab someday.
No, I appreciate you having me on, and yeah, let's hope we can get out there and have some fun with the lads.
Yes, fingers crossed, Dave. Thank you very much to Dan Brooks coming into the commentary box there. Great to hear from the Pirelli National Superstock rider, and appreciate you coming in, Daniel. Thank you very much. Let's just run through the order of that crazy race for you. It was Harrison Quincy stealing it at the death with Richard Holmes-Williams in P2 and Ollie Horner rounding out the podium. Chris Wells was 4th with Samuel Munson P5, Jamie King in 6th and Simon Gates P7, Keaton Payne with 8th, Ashley Powers 9th and Bailey Lawrence rounding out the top 10. Another brilliant top 10 for Bailey Lawrence there. It's been great to see how much as she's come on as a rider over the last 10 years. What a race we've just seen, Izzy Higgs.
Yeah, I was stood watching there while Dan Brooks came on. Thank you to Dan for joining us, but I was just like, what a race is happening there, especially on that last lap. Harrison Quincy in those final moments taking that first place. On our camera right now, I think we can see there is a few little raindrops there, so we will have to wait and see what happens there.
That could make things interesting. I can see it spitting a little bit out of the window. That was not forecast at all, so the weather gods may be throwing a spanner in the works. We'll have to wait and see if it's going to get any worse, but for now we'll push onwards. That is the end of all of our race 2. Once again, a big thank you to the Mastermark Honda National Superstock rider Dan Brooks for jumping into the commentary box with us, and hopefully he's enjoying the rest of his day as well. Let's move on and kickstart things with our race 3s.
Coming up first in our last and final races of the day is race 3 for the AC40 Pros and LC40 Elite. These guys all the time on these liquid cooled and air cooled bikes never fail to disappoint. Our guys running on the liquid cool bikes, Maxwell, Keats and Jensen Sadras, miles ahead of everybody else on those liquid cools in their own battle, but the air cool bikes fighting just as hard in their own championship. And it's always brilliant stuff to see from them. In race 2 earlier, though, we saw that Jensen Sadras actually started a lot further back on the grid than we was expecting to, but he worked his way up through there and just flew past everyone with ease. We can see him now. Here they all coming out onto the grid, looking forward to get this third race underway, their final race of the weekend for these guys on the AC40 Pro and the LC40 Elite. Our front runners, Maxwell, Keats and Jensen Sadras. Jensen Sadras has lined up on the front line of the grid this time, so we'll see if there's some battles going on between these two throughout the final few laps that these guys have at Clay Pigeon this weekend.
Absolutely. The rain's starting to come down a little bit harder now. These mini motos are on semi-slicks. They do have grooves in their tyres, so it shouldn't be a problem for them, but you've got to think about the mental rain, the rain that falls on the visor, and even if it's so light it doesn't have an effect. You sit there and you see it and you just instinctively back off because you're thinking that it's raining. So that could be something we need to keep our eye on. It is Maxwell Keats and Jensen Cedras on the front row, our 2 LC liquid-cooled 40 Elite bikes. On pole, I suppose, or starting from P3 in reality, for the air-cooled machines, it is Joey Actosich with Danny Longhurst alongside. Third row of the grid is Tommy Williams with Freddie Taylor, with Claudia Dublin P7, Henry Brody starts in 8th. Reed Saxelby and Emerson Oakley round out the top 10, with Cooper Sain 11th, Ethan Bayliss 12th, and Oliver Wilson rounding out our 13th rider grid. You can see there, well, this was not forecast, but it's now raining here at Clay Pigeon. This is going to massively shake things up if this isn't just a short, sharp shower.
It will, Ross, it will indeed. You can see it on our camera lens there, few drops in. We can see it out of our commentary box window, to be honest. It's coming down, and it looks like it's coming down quite heavy out of our window, but it looks like that thin rain that you can't really feel. So it's coming down a lot, and it'll be getting on the track, making that track slippy, which means our riders have to be so careful. They've had to decide what wheels they're going to run on their bike.
Absolutely. Problems there for one of our riders, as we're starting to see some hoods and umbrellas going up in the paddock as well, and rain covers going on our cameras. By the looks of things, it would seem, if our operator up on that stand has anything to go by. So whoever was having the issue seems like they've got going once again. And or maybe still issues, but they're all going a bit slowly. And yep, you can see there, last few checks, some of the riders in position, some of them not quite yet. So we'll wait and see how it's going to unfold. And again, it's that weird thin rain that you can't really see, but it is getting quite heavy at the moment. So who knows what's going to happen if the rain continues to fall here at Clay Pigeon. Again, we were expecting dry running all throughout the weekend, and that includes when we checked the weather this morning as well. So some drama heading into race number 3 of the AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elites as the racing gods throw a curveball our way. We're still waiting for one rider to find their position on the grid, and they do so now. I believe it was Henry Brody. I think he may have been one of the ones having issues on our sighting lap. And now Tommy Williams is facing the wrong way, as is Henry Brody. And are we being sent back to the pits by race control? Yes, we are. We can see some of the team members of FAB-Racing at the front discussing with the marshals, and I think we're going to have a bit of a delay here. I think they're bringing an action to a halt due to this sudden rain. So another spanner in the works, but some of the guys from race control there, you can see Rob Keys, essentially the paddock mechanic, I suppose it is. He's the technical director, I think is the term that I use, the paddock. He's the one that makes sure all the bikes are legal and things, and he's the official spanner man in case anything breaks and no one knows how to fix it. But he's just sent everyone back to the pit lane in his discussion with the marshals, so we'll figure out what's going on soon, Izzy, but for now definitely looks like we're just going to be holding station for the time being.
Definitely, Ross. The rain is really coming down now. I can see it out of our window, and what doesn't help is we've got the wind pushing it as well. With where we are, this track here, we could really run the risk of the riders are just going to be going straight into rain and won't be able to see through their visors well enough at all. And that track's going to get very slippy very quick here at Clay Pigeon. So we are just going to have to wait and see what happens. Some of our riders are staying in the holding area. Others are heading fully back to the pits. So we are just going to have to wait and see what happens here and see what is decided where we will be going from here with the racing. It really is pouring it down out there.
Yeah, this has come out of nowhere. I know we keep saying it, but this is a surprise to everybody here at Clay Pigeon, and turning into a bit more of a boat race rather than a bike race if we keep going. So I think they're sending them back. The mini motors do run on semi-slicks in the dry, but they do have extreme wets which they can use. I'm going to assume that is what they've been sent back to put on. I think the race control made the call that the rain had started to get too heavy. It wasn't safe for those guys to head out there on semi-slicks, so we'll wait and see. But yeah, as you can see there, yeah, rain definitely picking up, and the crowds of people that were down in front of the main paddock building have all vacated to go upstairs to the balcony as a result. So Yeah, rain definitely falling here. We're just going to wait and see if it's a short, sharp shower or if this is going to be hanging around for a little while. According to one of the weather apps we've pulled up, it could be 50-50. We're told 8 minutes in our area, apparently. I'm assuming we've got an 8-minute delay to see what the rain's going to do. So I'm just going to check a slightly fancier weather app that I have just to see what that's saying. And currently, it is saying... It's saying that everything seems okay, that this rain should be passing soon. So, yeah, we'll see what's happening there. But currently, it's just rain's going to maintain for a little bit, and then it should stop for the rest of the day. So, we're just going to have to take it by ear and see what happens.
Yeah, because even once the rain has stopped, this track, it's not as warm as it has been the past couple of weeks, and it's quite windy and quite cool today, which means the track's going to take longer to dry. So that means riders and their teams are going to have to decide what is their plan of action and what they feel like they are going to do. But yes, we did get told from race control 8 minutes. Riders have most likely been set back to put their extreme slicks on, and then hopefully we will get the race 3s of this afternoon underway. So yes, just a bit of delay. If you are just joining us, do not worry, you haven't missed any of the final races for this afternoon. We have just had, quite randomly, rain start coming down rather heavily here at the Clay Pigeon circuit in Dorset. So all of our riders for the AC40 Pro and LC40 Elite have been sent back to the pits for now. We've been told an 8-minute delay by race control, and we are just waiting for some updates as to what the next steps are going to be. It doesn't look like it's letting up at the moment. The wind is carrying it still. Yeah, it's quite literally quite a sea of rain outside of the commentary box window.
Yeah, which is not what we want to see. Maybe we're just, maybe the racing gods decided that, everyone needs to calm down from that Pit Bike 140 race and from the Suzuka 8 hours earlier on. So it's just giving people a chance to get a cup of tea, calm down, and then just get back into the racing mood for our race number 3. Sounds like the Suzuka 8 hours was absolutely mega as well. So if you did watch that, let us know how you thought it was, and let us know why FAB-Racing is a million times better than anything that the top level of endurance races can you go. I mean, even, superstar British Superbikes racer Dan Brooks, he could have been at Suzuka 8 hours. Nah, he was here. He wanted to see what's going on over here. Just tell you the prestige of FAB-Racing and what we have. But yeah, you can see now people very firmly hiding under the balcony of the main paddock building. The rain has eased up a little bit looking out of my commentary box window, but it's also annoyingly that kind of overcast where you can't really see what the rain is doing. So we'll just have to keep an eye on it for the moment. But 8 minutes is the expected delay that we were told by race control, so we'll wait and see for the time being, and we'll keep our eye on the holding area. We've also got a window peeking out into there as well, so we can see if people are coming in and getting ready to start the racing in a few moments' time. So if you are just joining us after our lunch break, don't worry, you've not missed any of the racing. We were about to go racing for our first race number 3. We had the Pit Bike 140s and a fantastic race there, and we were on the grid having completed the sighting lap for the AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elites, and then the rain came and the decision was made. The rain was too hard for the tyres the riders were on, so we've just been sent back to the paddock. I think get a set of extreme wets on, maybe head back out there. But again, the track doesn't look horrendously wet from here, but again, I'm inside staring out of the window. It's very different when you're on a bike going around at however fast these things go.
Exactly. Some of our riders there in the holding area. We're going to just have to play it by ear and see what's going to happen here. I do think everybody's having to change their wheels at the moment. Everybody's getting their wheels changed, ready to get going on the next lot of race. We are just getting messages through from race control to let us know just under 5 minutes, and we will be going back out. You can see the wheels on some of them there have been changed. They've put on the slicker tyres to make it easier to race in the rain. And I think, if I am correct, Ross, this weekend is the first real heavy rain we've had so far this season.
I mean, it was quite short, but it was still heavy rain. I mean, Jamie King's even got his, what is that coat, Jamie King? Goodness gracious, get him I know it's Alpenstars and he thinks it's all that. Jamie, go and see a fashion designer, mate. That is shocking. Anyway, enough taking the mick out of Jamie King. It was, it's not massively heavy rain, but it was heavy enough, and it was only short and sharp. But that's the first time we have seen some proper rain, to be fair, this season. You know, if you catch on to last year at Ella Park, the first time I went to Ella Park last year, that was heavy. Not quite on those levels, but that's definitely wet. But I don't know how wet the track's going to be, because it looks like the rain is already subsiding outside. So let's just wait and see, figure out what is going to go on. But while we are waiting to get going once again, why don't we go on board with a very slow, it must be said, he did back off supposedly, Jamie King on board lap around here at Clay Pigeon.
Right guys, let's do a lap of this Clay Pigeon race circuit on my PB140 pit bike. End of this last corner in 4th gear, power out. Down the start of finish into turn 1 straight away. Keep it pinned and then down to 3rd with this quick right hand to hit the apex, and then power on all the way round. Knee doesn't leave the ground, and then hit this 2nd apex. Flick it over to the left. As soon as you're out, up into 4th. Back down to 3rd for the tightest corner on the track. Late apex, keep it tight, and then power on out. This double apex left. Hit the first one, drift out, hit the second one to get the power for this fast right. Keep it close on the curve, hold it in 4th for the final corner, and out you come for the start and finish. And that is a lap of Clay Pigeon.
Well, thank you very much, Jamie King, for that onboard experience. I'm sure you can see plenty of that and more if you head over to his Pit Bike Sonic YouTube channel. You can see why he had a very sore head on Sunday last year here at Clay Pigeon when he thought that he'd won the championship on the Saturday, when he actually needed one more point and celebrated so hard he got kicked out of the Weatherspoons in Yeovil. If you are under the age of 18, I would recommend parental guidance for that video, but it is a good laugh. And yeah, don't worry, he did pass a breathalyzer test in the morning before he was allowed back onto the circuit. But yeah, he was a rather heavy night for Jamie King, and yeah, he for some reason roped us in the media team into that too. So, but a good night. And yeah, Jamie King, memories of winning championships, well, actually technically not quite winning championships last year. Happy hunting ground for him here at Clay Pigeon, but it's been a bit disappointing by his standards this weekend. Couple of 7th places. If you have just joined us, hello and welcome. We're just experiencing a brief delay before the first of our race 3s, the AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elite. That's due to a sudden heavy rain shower that started falling as the riders were out there on their semi-slicks on the sighting lap. The call was made just to delay the race a couple of minutes until the rain subsided, and also to stick some more suitable tyres onto the bikes so that they can deal with the conditions slightly better. And we've been told in our ear that the bikes are ready to come out in a short moment's notice. So after that slight delay, Izzy Higgs, we're ready to go racing again.
We are indeed, Ross. Like we were saying just before this short delay, these are our last final races of this weekend. Race 3s for all our classes. Coming out now, we have got the AC40 Pro and the LC40 Elites, our air-cooled and our liquid-cooled bikes. These two, although running 2 separate classes, are on track at the same time. So those guys on the front row, Maxwell Keats and Jensen Sadras, will pull away from everybody else. In race 2 earlier today, we saw Jensen Sadras start further back on the grid, but sure did he work his way through and get back up there to some of the top spots by the end of their 9 laps.
Absolutely. So riders on more suitable tyres back out onto the racing surface, and I'm assuming it'll be a full race restart, especially given that we didn't actually start the race last time. So we'll just be picking up from ground zero once again. A few of the marshals having conversations there, just checking that everything is a-okay. Riders making their way in. We're still waiting for a couple of people. Jensen Sedras, who started race 2 from the back of the grid. He has not quite made his way into position yet, but he did attempt to start it before we cancelled or aborted the race start from the front row where he should be starting. So let's wait and see what he is planning to do, as the rest of the riders just heading out now. Shouldn't be too long before we get our sighting lap. They might give them 2 sighting laps as well because of the conditions. I think we're just going to have to see what they're doing. We've also been told that the rain has now stopped. Again, I can't quite tell out of the commentary box window, but I'm going to assume it has. The hoods are now going down on members of the paddock. So we're going to keep our fingers crossed and hope that that is it. Even if it does spice up the racing a little bit, it looks like it's now going to be dry for the remainder of the day.
Yeah, hopefully so, Ross. That little bit of rain was not what I don't think anybody wanted. They got so used to the conditions already this weekend that rain really would have thrown a spanner into the works. There he is. There is our other guy from the front row, Jensen Sadras. They are just coming round on their out lap now. Let's just quickly run through the grid again. Starting on pole position is Maxwell Keats. Jensen Sadras starting in second, Joey Athasich in third, Danny Longhurst in fourth, Tommy Williams in fifth, Freddie Taylor in sixth, Claudia Dudman in seventh, Henry Brodie in eighth, Reed Saxby in ninth, Emerson Oakley in 10th, Cooper Say in 11th, Ethan Bayliss in 12th, and rounding out our grid, starting in 13th, is Oliver Wilson. Now, these guys on the front row, the 24 of Maxwell Keats and the number 2 of Jensen Sadras, these guys are on those liquid-cooled bikes. Get a bit more power, get a bit more speed out of those compared to the AC40 bikes. But the racing we've seen from these guys this weekend so far has been brilliant. Earlier we saw the top runners for the AC40 really getting themselves involved in a good old battle. But if you are just joining us once again, do not worry, you have not missed any of this afternoon's action here at Clay Pigeon for round 4, the middle of the season for the Master Mac FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. You have not missed anything. We are just getting a sighting lap finished now for race number 3 of the AC40 Pro and LC40 Elite. We had a bit of rain, everybody went and sorted out their tyres. The rain has now stopped and we are looking forward to getting this racing started back up again.
Absolutely, few riders changing bikes completely over to wet bikes. So you're seeing there Maxwell Keats on pole position. He's got no front fairing. Jensen Sadras' bike fairing changing colours as well. So some riders, it's not just a change of tyres, they're just getting on a whole entirely new bike to deal better with the conditions. So let's see how that plays into it as well. Could be another crucial deciding factor. Let's get our race 3s underway then here at Clay Pigeon. It is lights out and we're on the way. Great immediate reaction there by Tommy or Jensen Sadras, but Maxwell Keats in the second phase just rocketed away and will hold that lead coming out of turn number 2. Looks like, I believe it was Joey Athasich holding on to that third place there as they make their way through the chicane, all very tentative, trying to see where the grip. It does look quite wet down at that part of the racetrack as Keats and Sadras make their way into the hairpin for the first time, and again riders just tiptoeing their way around. They've only had one lap in these conditions, and that was the sighting lap, so every lap is going to be learning, growing your confidence and finding out where the grip is, as there we see some of the riders further back in the pack as well making their way through. We saw there the number 51 of Tommy Williams just in front of this pack, Claudia Dubman, Emerson Oakley, Reed Saxby, Henry Brodie, all thereabouts with him. As we come to the end of the first lap though, looks like a few riders have made some big moves. That's a big wobble there for somebody. Looks like they're going to be okay, but as they cross the line, I believe that was Reed Saxby we just saw there getting all sorts of crossed up and getting done there. In fact, it was Joey Athasich who's just been done by Reed Saxby, should I say. All a bit chaotic, and again you can see so much of this is about a confidence game, as that's 2 positions lost now for Athasich in the first couple of corners. You just got to be so confident and believe in yourself.
Exactly, Ross. The rain changes everything. You can tell some of our riders enjoy the rain. They are heading straight up. Freddie Taylor running in third currently. He's gained quite a few positions since the start of this race. He's gained 3 positions, whereas some of our other riders has dropped back a bit. The rain makes them lose their confidence slightly. We've had someone there clearly come off track just a bit, seeing if they're going to be able to rejoin, and yes they have. That is a little rejoin there, but here we can see the number 51 of Tommy Williams followed by the 67 of Joey Athasich and Freddie Taylor just there in this group. But the 51 of Tommy Williams is now running in third. Freddie Taylor on that 118 has dropped down a few places. Reed Saxby following Tommy Williams on that 51 ever so closely behind as well. You can see that everybody is just slightly tentative and a bit more nervous in these conditions. We've got just 7 laps left to go of this race, and we've got to see if they're going to get a bit more confident in these conditions, where you can see everybody looks that little bit tense, a little bit unsure of how in control they are of their bikes in these conditions. Just coming around that sweeping final corner now of the track. to come down onto the start finish straight. The AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elites. This little battle here, we got a three-way battle, or someone just making their way through traffic. Here, that is the 24 of Maxwell Keats has lost quite a few positions there. He's now running in 4th. Perhaps he is struggling a bit in these conditions. 6 laps left to go.
Yeah, so there we see leading the way in the AC40 Pros. I think Maxwell Keats may have had it off because there was a yellow flag coming into the final corner, and Cedras now leads on our timing screen. So Cedras on the number 2 bike with the black fairing. He is leading overall, and in the LC40 Elite, Tommy Williams on the 51. He is 2nd overall. He is leading the way in the AC40 Pros. Maxwell Keats dropping down to 4th overall, and you see him there in the background. He's gone down again. Keats has lost it big time coming onto the main straight, and the bike goes tumbling through the air and rests up on the tyres, and just goes to show how tricky these conditions are. And that is a very broken looking bike. The 24 of Maxwell Keats is down and out of this race. The 2 of Jensen Cedras, now the only remaining LC40 Elite bike. And that makes it a 1-horse race, so he leads overall, and if he finishes, will win. As we see there, all he needs to do is finish and take home 25 points. He has no competition now, but he is being very closely followed by the leading pack in the AC40 Pro race. So that is Tommy Williams and Reed Saxelby. Saxelby's going to do Williams, or attempt to, in the final corner. Are we going to go 3 abreast down the front straight? We're going to try to before that liquid-cooled power kicks in. And they make their way down to turn number 1. But Keats still, or Tommy Williams has got past Cedras, in fact. So Tommy Williams on the air-cooled bike leads this race overall, and Reed Saxelby through as well. So the liquid-cooled bike, yes, it's got the pace down the straight, but it looks like Cedras is just really struggling.
Yeah, there may be something potentially that Cedras is struggling with on his bike, maybe. Like we said, his fairings look slightly different than the original bike he was out on this weekend. When the rain hit, everybody went and had about 10 minutes to sort of sort their tyres out, change their bike if need be. And it does not look like that has suited Cedras all that well. With just 4 laps left to go, Tommy Williams on an AC40 is now leading this race, with Reed Saxelby, the number 57, on an AC40 Pro as well, following closely behind him. This has been absolutely madness. We've now just got 3 laps left to go. Williams, though, you can see he's slowly starting to get a feel for the bike at the moment. Currently leading in our AC40 Pro is Tommy Williams, followed by Reed Saxelby, and then also on an AC40 Pro is Freddie Taylor, currently running in 5th, but he is 3rd overall for the AC40 Pros at the moment. In terms of the LC40 Elites, we've got Jensen Cedras running 3rd overall, but leading for the LC40s, followed by Claudia Dudman in 2nd for the LC40 Elites, while Maxwell Keats, unfortunately, has not been able to finish this race. 3 laps left to go. Tommy Williams leading on that, the number 51 on that AC40 Pro.
Yeah, that's Claudia Dudman clearly making the jump over to the liquid-cooled bikes this weekend. Oh my goodness me, death wobble and a half for the 28. There, that is Claudia Dudman, who got, wow, what a save. Just goes to show how carefully you've got to put the throttle on as she makes her way around turn number 2. And now into the chicane, and again, just as another rider down there coming through the hairpin. Down the bottom end of the circuit. It is so tricky out there. This is Freddie Taylor, I believe, going through the 26. That's Danny Longhurst, who's really been struggling. So that's Henry Brody that's gone through, in fact. Yeah, Danny Longhurst, she'll be devastated with this. She's had a fantastic weekend all weekend so far. And then the rain comes and she's just really struggling in this one. So a big shame for her. We are on the final lap of the race. There is your race leader, not just in the AC40 Pros, but overall as well. They say that rain is the great equaliser, and we have seen that to maximum effect in this. Tommy Williams is half a lap away from taking an overall victory on the slower class of bike.
He is indeed. Just 1 lap left to go. Tommy Williams on that AC40, leading for the AC40 Pros, but also leading this race overall. Absolute brilliant performance he has shown us in the rain here. He has used it to his strengths, to his advantages, and he's coming around that final corner now. Here we go. This is it. Race number 3 ending for the AC40 Pro LC40 Elite, and it is Tommy Williams who crosses the line, taking first position, followed closely by Reed Saxelby coming in second place. Oh, and that has been an off there round on the last corner. That is the number 2 there of Jensen Strass. Had to slow down there just to avoid that bike that was in the middle of the track there. Everybody now coming across the line. Oh, that is the winner, Tommy Williams on the 51. On his cool down lap, he's just come off there.
Just goes to show how tricky it is, maybe celebrating too hard and lost focus, but at least the weekend's over, so you don't have to worry about damaging the bike too much. I think mechanic and bank of mum and dad might be a little bit more concerned. But yeah, Tommy Williams wins the race and then bins it going into the pits, but looks like the bike is A-OK. It's Tommy Williams who takes overall victory and victory in the AC40 Pros, with Reed Saxelby second and Freddie Taylor in P3. In the LC40 Elite, it was Jensen Cedras and Claudia Dubman are 2 finishers. So just to repeat that for you, the AC40 Pros, that is Tommy Williams, Reed Saxelby and Freddie Taylor on the podium. Only 2 finishes in the LC40 Elite of Jensen Cedras and Claudia Dubman. Unfortunately, we did use Maxwell Keats, and that bike we saw stranded in the middle of the road at the end there, that was Ethan Bayliss, the 86. So hopefully he's all okay, but again, riders clearly struggling to get the power down. We saw a few riders having scary moments. We saw Keats coming off twice as well. Conditions, although the rain has stopped, still very, very tricky. I can see now for the next class, again, everyone's got the full wet tyres on. I think it's still far too early to be thinking about slicks going forward, but still, what a victory overall there for Tommy Williams. Again, as I said, rain is the great equaliser. On the slower class of bike, he's put in a masterclass and won by 5 seconds there at the end.
Our second race of the afternoon coming up is going to be the AC40 Rookies. Now, we have some riders in this as young as 6 years old, one of them being Savannah Polden, sponsored by House of Moto, supporting all young female riders. But yeah, these are the AC40 Rookies. This is their first step, the first bit of racing that they do that could start their career path. Absolutely brilliant stuff that we see from these guys every single weekend. Coming out now on to the track, getting ready to come round, form their grid, and then go on their formation lap. Always brilliant racing we see from these guys. What would you say, Ross?
I mean, absolute great racing, especially for riders as young as 6 who maybe haven't been on a bike for very long. Some of these riders, it will be their first round here at FAB-Racing. One of whom, Van Morris, 57, his 9th birthday today. This is his first Mastermount FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship round here at Clay Pigeon, and he's taken 2 wins already, the younger brother of Bo Morris, of course. So following in the family footsteps, let's see if he can make it 3 from 3 here in race number 3 in the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup. So as we get going on our sighting lap, it'll be Jensen Brown that starts from pole. But it is 2-time race winner this weekend, Van Morris alongside. Can he complete the hat-trick and sweep the weekend? We'll have to wait and see. Zach Athasic starts 3rd, with Oakley Hipwell starting in P4. William Skingle is 5th alongside Chase Carter, Theo Tyler and Oliver Cheeseman on row number 4, with Casey Reisman and Adele Everett rounding out the top 10. Logan Paisley is 11th, with Reggie Watson in P12. Caden Bailey starts 13th alongside Keely Bailey, with Izzy Cook 15th and Arlo Simmons in P16. Savannah Polden is P17, with Oscar Bond in P18, and Ayrton Oakley starts in 19th position, our final rider on the grid. Now, this should be a very, very interesting race because, of course, with the rain coming in, especially for the younger rookie riders, yes, I know we live in Britain and it rains a lot, but, you do spend less time out on a bike when it's wet. So this is going to be really interesting to see who has that early confidence for that early pace.
Exactly, Ross. I mean, see there, someone's even come off on their sighting lap, but they've managed to get back on and they'll come round and form the grid. But what we're going to see happening now as we get these first few races underway for this afternoon is that as riders find their racing lines, you're going to see that the track's going to start drying up a little bit. Then our riders later on in the afternoon are going to have to make that decision. What wheel should we be using? But here we go, our final riders are just coming around to the grid now. It looks like everybody has chosen to be on slicks for this final race of the AC40 Rookies this weekend. Quite a few riders we've got in it though this weekend compared to last time when we were at Hooton Park. We've seen a few more faces come and join us here at Pigeon. It is the final race of the weekend for the AC40 Rookies. We're going to have to wait and see what happens with these guys. You never know what to expect, especially with the rain now. Here we go, there is our flag marshal. It is eyes to the lights. And it is lights out and away we go. We're racing for the AC40 Rookies for the final time of this weekend at Pigeon. Beautiful start there from the person who was starting in second, Van Morris. Once again, that number 57 on his 9th birthday takes a hold of that race lead, and it's building himself a bit of a gap to Jensen Brown, who is currently running in second place behind him. Van Morris, every race this weekend, has just had a beautiful start. He is calm and he just gets on that throttle. Oh, that is a big off there, we can see there. We'll have to see if this rider can get back and rejoin on track, but he does not look too happy there. And another rider off, that is a 98 of Casey Reeson. We are going to have to wait and see what happens here with all of our riders, but some of our riders coming off, some of our riders not really being able to start. And another one, that is a 251 of Arlo Simmons. He's off again. That is the second time for him. We are just waiting now to see. We got the yellow flag out. Everybody's having to slow down a bit. It's a bit like Skittles out there, Ross.
Yeah, just struggling in these greasy conditions, these young riders. Van Morris, though, making the best of it and currently leads the way from second on the grid. Jensen Brown hot on his tail, though, as they continue to push onwards down to the hairpin. But a fair few riders, understandably, of course, in the Rookies Cup, with so little experience racing in the wet, struggling to stay on the bikes. But luckily everyone seems okay and everyone is getting straight back on, which is what we love to see. Even if they're struggling in these conditions, even if they're coming off, they want to race and they are straight back on. They want to show what they can do. So it is Van Morris that leads, looking to make it a hat trick of wins and sweep the weekend. And I'm sure they'll be singing very, very happily in the Morris household, maybe Brown Eyed Girl or something like that. But he does lead here, and another rider down into turn one. That is Arlo Simmons again. That's the third time in this race. One of them was on the sighting lap, but he is clearly really, really struggling with these conditions. Handlebars bent slightly, and I wonder if he will rejoin the race. I don't think he will be. That might be curtains on the weekend for Arlo Simmons. A big, big shame, but really struggling out there.
He was, but here we are on our screens. We can see our front runners. We've got the 57 of Van Morris, the 174 of Oakley Hipwell, and the 76 of Zach Athasich. Jensen Brown seems to every lap at the moment just be slowly dropping down in the running order of this race. Perhaps he is finding he's struggling with his bike this weekend after the rain has hit. But look at that, our leader, the 57 Van Morris, coming round now into some back traffic. A little bit of a wobble there from the guy running in second, the 174 of Oakley Hipwell. He just had to gain back control. He saw that back traffic and realised, if I stay in the position I am, it's not going to work out very well. So now they're just weaving their way through. Coming through there, where is our race leader? There it is, the number 57 of Van Morris has now been taken over by the 35 of Oliver Cheeseman. He saw that traffic and just made his way through the pack and absolutely dominated ahead of Van Morris, and Van Morris really couldn't do anything to stop Cheeseman in that moment. We've got just 5 laps left to go. There is Cheeseman again just making his way through some back traffic and some back markers on the track. You can see with this Rookies class quite a few people really struggling with this rain, not really wanting to move their bikes too much.
Absolutely, great stuff there by Oliver Cheeseman. Cheeseman's not really a rider we expect to see fighting up the front of the pack every race, but it looks like in these conditions he's just really matured, so he now leads the way coming through this one, and a gap now at 2 seconds ahead of Van Morris. Oakley Hipwell holding on to that third place at the moment, but the 35 flying at the moment. His last lap was 2.5 seconds quicker than anybody else out there. That's incredible pace from the 35. Something's just clicked for him, and he's absolutely flying up the front. Got to be careful he doesn't push it too hard, of course, but he is loving these conditions right now. Bit more traffic to contend with. That is the 32 of Izzy Cook. That's P11 that he makes his way around. Of course, no blue flags and FAB-Racing. You have to contend with the traffic on your own accord, and it can cause a bit of upset if you catch them in the wrong time, at the wrong place, and with some riders around you as well. But Cheeseman miles up the road, and I really don't think he needs to be worried about any competition. Van Morris we saw there. Let's have a look at the timing splits as they come across the line now. So 54.9 from Cheeseman. Van Morris at 55.3. Okay, so a bit better that time from Van Morris and Oakley Hipwell, who are starting to push each other. Probably seen what Cheeseman's been able to do on that last time. Gone, oh, okay, we can ride a little bit faster maybe, but still 2.5 second gap, that's pretty big.
I think sometimes with these weather conditions it takes one rider to have that confidence to be like, no, this is okay, we can ride at it, come out into front like Oliver Cheeseman has. The other riders are seeing that, seeing the speed he's going and saying, okay, maybe we can have a look at pushing our bikes a little bit more, and that is exactly what Van Morris and Oakley Hipwell is doing. Oakley Hipwell really pushing his bike. You can see it's wobbling at times as he's trying to fight to get past the 57 of Van Morris, but Van Morris staying very calm. Lap times of a 55.361. Oh, and that is a big off there. Oh dear, that was not very good. That was the 171 of Jensen Brown, I believe, or the 74 of William Skingle. That was a bit of a nasty crash there. We hope that everybody's all okay, but we have just 2 laps left to go. Oliver Cheeseman on the number 35, leading ahead of Van Morris on the 57.
That's red flag.
And the 76 of Zach Athasic. We now have a red flag out. Red flag is flying. Riders are going to be brought back into the holding area of the paddock. With just 2 laps left to go, we could perhaps be looking at a result from that race there. We will just have to wait and see. But not nice when we see a red flag out on track, Ross.
No, we'll let you know, of course, as soon as we know that everybody is okay. But a big off there for, we believe, it was the 174 of Oakley Hipwell. Potentially is another rider down there, even after we're under red flag conditions. Just shows how tricky it is. But yeah, we're assuming that that'll be that race with only 1.5 laps left to run. Oliver Cheeseman, 2.5 second advantage at the end there. He really just shredded that field. So he's done a fantastic job to get into P1 there. I believe that might be the 35's first win this season in the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup, so a fantastic result for him, even if it does end under red flag. Of course, every rider wants everything to go to the end. You want to take the checkered flag, you want that glory, but sometimes we just need to stop and make sure that everybody is A-OK. And of course, we will let you know as soon as we know that everyone is all right. We've had a couple of big offs this weekend, unfortunately, a couple of red flags, but it looks like everyone done okay. But it is Oliver Cheeseman that shreds the competition. He takes the victory there with Van Morris in P2 and Zach Athasic rounding out the podium. Oakley Hipwell will be finishing in P4 with William Skingle 5th, Jensen Brown P6, Theo Tyler 7th, Reggie Watson 8th, Keely Bailey in 9th, and Chase Carter in P10. Izzy Cook is P11 with Oscar Bond 12th, Logan Paisley 13th, Savannah Polden 14th, Caden Bailey 15th with Casey Reese in 16th, Adele Everett was 17th, Ayrton Oakley was 18th, and unfortunately, as we saw, we did lose Arlo Simmons early doors after a couple of offs. So the riders are making their way back to the holding area. Red flags still waving here. Again, not confirmed that is going to be the end of that race, but we are going to assume that it will be, given there was not much longer left to go. But Oliver Cheeseman, I mean, those conditions just found utmost confidence as they would see a familiar face in the commentary box. Dan Brooks talking to Sarah Harris there. Great to see those guys having a chat, and of course great to see them supporting us here at the Mastermark FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship as well. And yeah, we hope that the National Superstock rider is enjoying the action at the best Minimoto and Minibike Championship available in the UK. As I was saying though, Izzy, Oliver Cheeseman, something in those conditions just clicked. He was absolutely flying there.
Yeah, he did. Something happened and he decided he wanted to smother the competition, and out he flew, out in front of everybody else. He was showing everybody, look, conditions are starting to brighten up a bit. Yes, the track's still a bit wet, but we've not got rain coming down covering our eyes anymore. Come on, people, let's have a bit of a fight, let's have a bit of a battle and see what happens. But yes, currently it looks like Oliver Cheeseman will be winning this race, as well as it being his first race win this season so far in the AC40 rookies. So very much well done to him.
Absolutely, a performance that was as smooth as butter there for the number 35, and a big congratulations on what I believe is his first win in the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup this season. So that will be the end of the Rookies Cup action, unfortunately. Of course, Dan Brooks, he'll be in action next weekend, and the rookies, they'll be back in a couple of weekends' time when we head to Rowra for our next round number 5 of the 2025 championship. Dan Brooks has been abducted, it would seem. Looks like he's okay, I think. I don't know if that technically is classed as assault. Possibly, if it goes to a lawsuit, this might get used as evidence. Hello to the people of the jury. But yeah, that'll be it, unfortunately, for the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup. But they'll be joining us, of course, in a few weeks' time when we head over to Rowra. And of course, you can see the likes of Dan Brooks and a few of our riders who are racing as well in the R&G British Talent Cup when they head to Thruxton next weekend for the next round of the Bennett's British Superbike Championship.
Now we are going to be having the AC40 Inters. Now these guys have been running a pretty small bunch this weekend. We've only had 6 riders riding in the Inters class this weekend, but they have been giving us some really good racing. The guys running in the front 4 positions, Nelly Newth, Finley Styles, Randy Carter, Noah Barfoot, have been so close all weekend. Race 2 this morning, we did see that unfortunately Nelly didn't quite seem to be working with her bike as well, and Nelly didn't quite get on the podium earlier. It was Finley Styles, Noah Barfoot and Randy Carter who made up our 3 positions in the podium in race 2 this morning. Nelly, though, in the rain, Ross, you've seen her before in the rain. Tell me a little bit about that.
Struggling is the word that I would use, especially last year. Again, she's come along a long way this year, to be fair, Nelly. I mean, obviously she was a superstar last year. Her skills have only improved, and well, I'm hoping to see what she's like in the wet and hoping that things have got better. But a common theme last year for Nelly Newth when it started raining, no matter if it was light rain, heavy rain, a little sprinkle on the visor, it was almost a complete loss of confidence, unfortunately, for her. And you'd quite often see her just going backwards in races when it started raining halfway through, or it would start wet and she'd be nowhere, then it would dry up, and then she'd hit the front only once it had dried up. So we need to wait and see if she has gained some confidence, gained some skill, gained some experience. And again, if there was a problem with the bike in race number 2 earlier, have things been fixed? Is everything okay? So lots of little things to think about for our pole sitter coming into this one. Looks like we are still on the full wet tyres here. The last race, of course, won by Noah Barfoot after he was able to get through Finley Styles in race number 2 earlier in the Brits and Electrical Services AC40 Inters. But are we missing someone, or is everybody there? No, everybody is there. I was just making sure. 6 riders on the grid. It looked like there was only 5. Let's run through the grid.
Yes, so starting on pole position is Nelly Newth, number 44. In second place, we've got the 19 of Finley Styles. In third, we have the 69 of Randy Carter. Fourth, we have the 36 of Noah Barfoot. Fifth, we have the 13 of Seth James. And rounding out our 6 riders on the grid is the number 100 of Austin Bayton. Austin this weekend has come up and joined the Inters from the rookies. Nelly, at the moment, as we can see on our screens, she is really going quite slowly round the track. It was like you were saying, Ross, she could potentially have a problem, or it could be the conditions from that little bit of rain we had making her just a little bit nervous and not wanting to really push her bike. But I do think she's got a problem there, Ross.
Well, that looks to me like it's the wet bike. It's got a different fairing on it, so it's a different bike to the one she has earlier. So either that has its own issue compared to the bike earlier, or she's just having a very, very slow sighting. Like maybe she just wants to really analyse the conditions, and rather than just push it and see what the grip's like, at a decent pace, she just wants to go slow, look at what the track's like first, and then kind of figuring it out across the race. So we'll have to wait and see as she'll slot into the first place grid slot and comes and actually stops there. Yeah, something's definitely wrong with the bike. That's her dad there on the left-hand side, and Nelly trying to figure out what's going on there, but something definitely doesn't look great on the bike, but we're going to have to get going anyway. She will slot into first place, starting from pole, but potentially with issues, potentially a lack of confidence for Nelly Nuth. And it could put us in a situation that we're not normally seeing, in which one of the young stars here in FAB-Racing, a rider who has international fame, is struggling out there. Red lights are on, red lights go out. We are underway for the final race of the weekend. Great start there from Noah Barford, who gets into the lead from P4 on the grid. Nuth holds on to second place as they go into turn 2. Look at the lead that Barford has already. Looks like Nelly Nuth's been done by Findlay Styles as well on the exit of turn number 2. Barford already must be 1.5 seconds up the road, and Nelly Nuth looks like there's still a problem with that bike, acting like a massive cork in a bottle. No one else quite able to get through. Someone else is sliding through. That looks like Randy Carter. Nuth down to 4th place. The front two already miles in front. This is transformed into a 2-bike fight for the lead.
It really is, Ross, but it looks like here Nelly is going to start coming under pressure from these guys running in 5th and 6th. She is definitely struggling with that bike. Look at that there. Runner in 5th place. Seth James on that number 13 has just gone past her there, as has the number 100 of Austin Baton. It very much looks like Nelly is running at the back of this race currently, which is unfortunate to see for her. 8 laps left to go. We'll have to see if she can do anything to get herself back up there, but it does look like she is struggling a lot. But Noah Barfoot, our race leader currently, the number 36, fastest lap of 52.026. Even in these conditions, he is flying on that bike. Look there on our screens now, we can see that number 36 closely followed by the 69 of Randy Carter. He's got up past Findlay Styles. Randy Carter's going to be looking to make a move on Noah Barfoot. This could be one of his first wins in the AC40 Inters of this year. We're coming down now to just have 7 laps left to go. Noah Barfoot leading ahead of Randy Carter, but Randy Carter last lap just put in the fastest lap time. There is just 0.147, and he's made the move and he's done it. Carter round the outside of Barfoot to take the race lead.
Wow, that was something special from Randy Carter, using the wet line around the outside, finding that extra grip and sliding on by. Fantastic stuff from him, and he'll take the race lead, and clearly got a bit more confidence in himself in these conditions, because he's already starting to pull away from our race 2 winner, Noah Barfoot. But man, oh man, what a move that was from Randy Carter. Barfoot 2 wins this season so far after he took victory in race 2 earlier on today. Randy Carter hasn't even been on the podium so far this season. Coming into this round, he could be walking away with his first win in the AC40 Inters, as they're making their way round turn number 2 now, pushing their way down, and they'll head into the hairpin in just a short moment's time. So that is Randy Carter leading the way. Just behind him, Noah Barfoot. And they are not actually too far away from back markers, which is unfortunately in the Nelly Nuth, who's about not quite half a lap ahead of them, but at the pace that they're going, they're going to be catching her quite quickly, so that could cause a bit of chaos here. But it is still Carter that leads. Soon to be 5 laps left to go. Barfoot is still keeping there or thereabouts with him for the time being, but Carter has opened that gap up.
Yeah, Carter has really opened that gap up on that last lap. The gap between these two now, as they come round that corner onto the start-finish straight, just 5 laps left to go of this race now. Randy Carter has a 1.5 second gap between him and Noah Barfoot. That is just growing and growing and growing. And then here is P3, the number 19 of Findlay Styles. He's got a big gap between him and Randy Carter as well, an 8 second gap between him and those guys running out in front I was not expecting this for the AC40 Inters race. Everybody's spaced out quite a bit. We haven't really got as much of a battle going on as we did yesterday and earlier this morning today. But this just proves weather changes it all.
Absolutely, it's very much a war between yourself and the racetrack rather than a bloody battle against your rivals out there. And currently in said war, Randy Carter is winning by some margin. 3.5 seconds at the line last time. We'll check the split as he crosses the line now. Where on earth is Noah Barfoot? Nowhere to be seen. Not entirely sure. It was 3.5 again. Sorry, that was Finley Stiles we saw crossing the line there. And that is the 13th is Seth James. So that's P4, so getting my riders mixed up there. And Randy Carter, so it's 3.5 currently. We'll have to check in a second, but his last lap time was 2 seconds quicker than Noah Barfoot. Was Randy Carter a 46.9 compared to a 48.9. He is absolutely flying at the moment and maybe having to deal with a little bit of lap traffic very, very soon. But the 13 of Seth James doing a good enough job as it stands, making his way around, doing his own thing. Currently on for a P4, very respectable result for Seth, who is a very talented young rider, it must be said. But again, just very much unlike any of the other races we've seen in this category this season, let alone this weekend, and that everybody's split up and just kind of racing themselves rather than each other.
On our screens at the moment, we see the rider running in P5, the number 100 of Austin Baton. You have to say it, Baton has just been really consistent this weekend. Hasn't really been involved in too many battles, but it is his first weekend racing in the AC40 Inters here at FAB-Racing. So this weekend he's been able to get a feel for the bike, feel how it's different to the one he was using in rookies, and really get comfortable with there only being so few riders here with us this weekend. A reminder, we only have 6 riders with us in the AC40 Inters this weekend at Clay Pigeon. If you have a child as young as some of these guys who thinks they might want to get involved in motorbike racing, do check out the FAB-Racing website. It would be brilliant to see a few more riders in the AC40 Inters class. We've got just 2 laps left to go now. Here is the number 100 of running in 5th place, but 69, Randy Carter, our race leader. He has absolutely flown ahead, got a gap of 7.415 seconds now between him and Noah Barfoot in second. I do believe that is our race leader, Randy Carter, who has just lapped Austin Baton on that number 100. We've got just 1 lap left to go now. Here we are with our race leader, Randy Carter, not yet had a race win in the AC40 Inters with FAB-Racing. He's been trying ever so hard this season, really putting in the work, really putting in the effort, working his way up through the ranks each weekend. And this, the final race of the weekend for the AC40 Inters, is where it's going to pay off for him. Sponsored by Britson Electrical Services. Coming around now into that final sweeping corner of the race track, coming down onto the start-finish straight. It is the number 69, Randy Carter, your race winner for race number 3 of the AC40 Inters, the final race for them this weekend. What a show. He has just put on a little wave there to some of the people watching. You know Randy is going to be so pleased with himself for that show he has just put on and that race win. He won't ever forget that.
What a victory for Randy Carter, and we induct another rider into the Winners Club at the FAB-Racing this weekend in the AC40 Inters, and that is some way to do it as well. A domineering ride, and just showed everyone that in these conditions he's got what it takes. An absolute cut above everybody else in race number 3 in the AC40 Inters, brought to you by Britson Electrical Services. 12 seconds was the gap at the end of that race, lapping Nelly Newton, Austin Baton. Unbelievable. Randy Carter takes a spectacular first win of the season, with Noah Barfoot and Finley Stiles rounding out the podium. Seth James was 4th, and then a lap down, Austin Baton in P5, and P6, shockingly, Nelly Newth, still clearly struggling a bit in the wet, and I'm sure she'll be disappointed with that one, but still 6th place. It may be last in the row, but still a good amount of points. It's part of the luck, I suppose, when there's not many riders showing up for a weekend, so it's not massively dented her championship challenge at the moment, so that'll do. But there you see the celebrations more big celebrations as colleagues, family, friends alike go over to congratulate Randy on his first win in 2025, and it is well deserved, because what a win it was there for him. Absolutely dominant. The AC40 Inters done and dusted for this weekend. They'll of course be back in a few weeks' time when we head to Roura, but there's still plenty more race throughs to come your way across the rest of the afternoon.
Here we come now with the senior mini motos, race number 3 for these guys this weekend. Absolute crazy stuff we have seen from these guys all weekend, and we have got a massive grid than normal for the senior mini motos. Josh Birkin once again back after being off for some time from racing. It'll be really interesting to see what happens with these guys, especially in the wet. We can't even predict what's going to happen with these guys in the dry. Put wet tyres on and a bit of rain, I really don't know what to expect, Ross.
Chaos, drama, confusion, anguish, heartbreak, probably. Just rattle off some emotions that you find in a Shakespeare play, and that'll probably describe it. We're still waiting for someone to join the 100 of Reece Gentry from P2. Not anywhere to be seen. I don't think Holly Harris is there either. She's supposed to be starting P9, and no idea what's really going on, but we're getting going on our sides now. Maybe some people have already gone home already. I don't know. Let's run through the grid.
Possibly. I'll run through the grid as full, and then we'll figure out who's missing. So pole position, we have got Matt Birkin. In the second, we have Reece Gentry. Third, Josh Birkin. Fourth, Keaton Payne. Fifth, Craig Ashall. Sixth, Nick Bennett. Seventh, Callum White. Eighth, Lamar Morgan. Ninth, Holly Harris. 10th, Chris Yeomans. 11th, Tom Burt. 12th, Aaron Player. 13th, Harvey Jeremy. 14th, Gary Eldridge. 15th, Chris Bain. 16th, Steve Johns. 17th, Tom Ryan. 18th, Rob Gentry. 19th, Jerome Richards. 20th, Kieran Roberts. And rounding out our grid, starting 21st on the grid, is Nicky Lewis. And we're going to have to wait and see what happens with these guys in this race. It does look like we're missing quite a few riders. Perhaps some people saw the rain and thought, I don't want to do that, I'm going to go home. I've enjoyed my weekend so far. We're just going to have to wait and see. Oh, that is the number 100 of Reece Gentry there. Perhaps he's having a pit lane start.
Maybe he just he's messed up his timings and he hasn't made it out to the grid in time, so I think he will have to start from the pit lane. And or is he given permission to go? No, he is being given permission to start from the back, so he will be on the grid at least, but he has got to start from the back. Yeah, there's a thing called a watch, Reece. You might want to get one because you've messed up your timings pretty badly there, unfortunately. We are underway then in this one, very quick from the lights and a very quick start as well from Keaton Payne, who's going to take the lead down into turn 1. No, he's not. Matt Birkin cutting across Josh Birkin to the inside as well. We saw how strong he was through that corner in race number 2, and he continues that, and this maybe is what we've been waiting for a long time. Birkin brother against Birkin brother, and it's Josh who takes the lead. Oh, it's good to have both of them here for the first time in a while, and it is the number 5, Josh Birkin, that leads here at Clay Pigeon. More battles further back, there's chaos further back. Matt Birkin down to 4th place now. Keaton Payne getting through. Looked like Nick Bennett, I think that was got through as well. Man, oh man, chaos here on the opening lap. Josh Birkin leads from Nick Bennett, should I say, from Keaton Payne in P3 by a fraction. And it looks like Matt Birkin, the reigning champ, is going to be losing more positions. That's Callum White, his cousin, who's just gone through for P4 now. Matt Birkin, the number 1, the reigning champ, the championship leader, he's in trouble here.
I do think he could be, Ross. I mean, I saw when we were looking at Reece Gentry coming to join the track, Matt Birkin on that front row was having a little look at his bike, raising himself up a little bit, so perhaps he's noticed something isn't quite right. But Keaton Payne there, lovely move on the 711 of Nick Bennett into 2nd place, looking to hunt down Josh Birkin running in front, but Josh Birkin is building that bit of a gap from everybody else. He's come back and he is absolutely putting his name back on this race. He's saying, I've been gone for a while from the senior mini moto, but hang on a minute, that doesn't matter. I've come back for one weekend and I am coming back to win. He has got a lead going now of 0.4 seconds as they come into that chicane ahead of Keaton Payne, but just behind them we've got this battle for 3rd place happening between the 711 of Nick Bennett, the 322 of Callum White and the 81 of Craig Ashall. Matt Birkin is really dropping. Rhys Gentry has now already passed him up into 6th place, the number 100 of Rhys Gentry. He's getting himself looking to get involved in this battle here as well. This is a 4-way battle currently for 4th position. Absolutely brilliant stuff we are seeing with just 7 laps of racing left to go. That is the number 100 of Rhys Gentry. He gets a move done past the 322 of Callum White. Absolutely brilliant stuff we are seeing from him. Rhys Gentry starting from the back of the grid and has really decided he's going to work his way up there. Going to make a move past the 7-11 of Nick Bennett as well. Can't quite get one done there, but now Matt Birkin also joining back with just 6 laps left to go. He's looking to get involved in the fight here. What on earth is happening here? Rhys Gentry on that number 100 is still ahead of Matt Birkin, but Matt Birkin is going to want to take a look at getting involved in some of this fight. Maybe, there's someone off just there. That is the number 78. I wonder who that is, but they're back up, they're back on the grid. But the number 100 of Rhys Gentry currently running P4, just behind Keaton Payne, as well as got past Josh Birkin to take P1 with just 5 laps left to go.
Yeah, it's getting crazy and chaotic out there on the racetrack. Payne now leads just ahead of Josh Birkin. Rhys Gentry trying to climb his way onto the podium after starting down at the back of the pack. He was late out, but he's been overtaken there. There's another rider down there. Is that I think that's the same rider we saw having issues earlier. No, in fact, that's Lamar Morgan having issues. That's a real shame for the 216 who's gone down, but looking like he's trying to remount. Matt Birkin looks like he's slid back in front of Rhys Gentry. And Nick Bennett, these guys fighting for 4th place at the moment as they come to the line now. Keaton Payne's already got 1.2 seconds on Josh Birkin after 1 lap of being in the lead. That's a dive and a half on Rhys Gentry from Nick Bennett. Brilliant stuff into turn number 1. Rain might be starting to fall again a little bit. I'm not too sure, but I think there might have been a spot or 2 in the air as while these guys are fighting. Matt Birkin's been able to slide ahead and increase that gap, increase his chances of staying on the podium with 4 to go. But I think Josh Birkin was very much doing a defensive effort and keeping Keaton Payne behind. Although actually, having said that, Josh Birkin's slowly reeling him in past. Let's have a look at the splits when they cross the line, which they will do in a brief moment as we continue to follow on Nick Bennett. That's a huge one. Wow, and that's Keaton Payne from the lead of the race, who's gone tumbling down the front straight. The handlebars are bent, the chain is off. The bike could be in pieces. And he's up on his feet, which is great to see after he was sent tumbling. Another rider down as well. It is getting chaotic here at Clay Pigeon. And that means that it's Birkin against Birkin for the lead. We are running it back across the years. Josh in front of Matt, who seemingly recovered after whatever issues he was having. Yellow flag still waving through the final section for Keaton Payne. No overtaking allowed here, but 2 laps left to go, Izzy. And this sibling rivalry's been reignited.
Definitely, Ross. I mean, I know we were saying earlier we didn't know what to accept. You said all the emotions from something from Shakespeare, and I think this is what we're seeing right now. We've got 2 brothers battling it out here. As much as they probably love and care for each other, both of them want this win. The Birkins from Buxton battling it out for 1st place in this 3rd and final race of the senior mini-motos this weekend. Josh Birkin holding a lead ahead of Matt Birkin currently. Just come around that little tight section there, coming into the sweep around Josh Birkin, though. First weekend back, he's going to be very happy with himself if he manages to hold off Matt Birkin for just another lap. Now, it's going to be an emotional comeback for him after he's been off so long, after he injured himself actually when he was last at Clay Pigeon. Brilliant performance we've seen from him, but Matt Birkin got a bit of power out of nowhere then and just come right at Josh Birkin, wanting to take that 1st place position. Matt Birkin in this last lap is pulling everything he can out of that bike and pushing himself to the limit. He doesn't want to let his brother win here. Josh Birkin though also doesn't want to let his brother win. This is a battle between the Birkins of Buxton. They're coming around now into just the final few corners in the last section of the track. Back traffic there though, back markers. Could that be a little issue? Not really. Josh Birkin and Matt have both just flown past those. But Matt Josh Birkin now in the lead. Who is going to beat Matt Birkin, looking to make a move on this last final little straight section? But it is Josh Birkin who takes the win in the third and final race of the senior mini motos. Matt Birkin, his brother, just ever so close behind in second position.
The 2023 champion who had to stop racing after his fiancée got concerned about how many times he kept hurting himself. First time back. Welcome back to Fab. Josh Birkin back on the winning streak as Rhys Gentry's crashed. That's after he's taken the checkered flag, and I think he's ripped the visor off the helmet as well. Matt looks absolutely livid under the helmet. Josh with a massive smile on his face. Oh man, I've missed having both of them on a racetrack. What a race that was. Absolute chaos from start to finish, as we'd expected in the senior mini motos. I just want to say Keaton Payne did finish that race in P11 as well, after having a bike that was basically broken in half. Unbelievable. It is Josh Birkin. It took him 3 tries. His first time back in around a year. Finally on the top step. What a win there for Josh Birkin. His brother Matt, the reigning champion in P2. Rhys Gentry, who crashed after taking the checkered flag, he brings it home in third place. Nick Bennett, he finishes in fourth, with Chris Yeomans fifth, Gary Eldridge in sixth, Harvey Jeremy P7, Callum White in P8. That's a shame for him. He was running really well early on in this race. Rob Gentry was 9th and Jerome Richards starts in P10. Keaton Payne recovers to 11th with Kieran Roberts 12th. Unfortunately, we lost both Lamar Morgan and Craig Ashall. What an unbelievable race we have just seen here in the senior mini motos. There is Lamar Morgan on a very forlorn walk back to the paddock. But man, oh man, what a race that was. Josh Birkin in front of his brother Matt Birkin. That was fantastic.
Absolutely, Ross, that really was fantastic. What a way to round out the races for these guys of the weekend. That is them done and dusted and finished for the senior mini motors for this weekend at Clay Pigeon. But like Ross said, we will be seeing them very soon in just 2 weeks when we are at Rower. Coming up now, we have got the third and final race for the Mini GP 50Rs. Now, these guys have had close battles all weekend in the first 2 races so far. They have really, really been impressing us here in the commentary box. I mean, we still got Bradley Curtis here. He had a big off yesterday afternoon. We weren't too sure if he'd even be back racing today. But he has come back and proved to all of us, no, I can do it. A little fall isn't going to hurt me or injure me too much. I'll be back and ready to race all the time.
However, I'm looking out of the commentary box window at the holding area, and we've got split decision on tyres. We've got some riders on wets, some on slicks, on dry tyres. So this could get a little bit interesting. I can see Rex Austin, the 991, he's gone for wets. The 35 also on wets. I think it maybe a couple of the riders maybe further back trying to gamble on slicks, see if it's worth anything. Visually, the track looks okay. But again, it can be one thing visually and you get out there and it's an ice rink. So I think we're just going to basically find out if people either shoot off into the distance or immediately end up on their face, that we know if the slicks work or not. As there we see Dan Brooks, full-time national superstock rider, part-time commentator, part-time marshal as well. Apparently he's heading out to do a bit of roving marshalling for race number 3 here in the 50R class. Of course, a big thank you to all of our marshals, either the roving marshals in the yellow, the regular trackside marshals in the orange as well. We couldn't go racing without them. Of course, a big thank you to the medics as well for all the support that they bring us, for enabling us to go racing as safely as possible. A little marshal briefing going on at the scene, probably telling them don't signal at your kids, which of course we all know isn't allowed, and no one does at Fab ever, and it's not a constant issue that is brought up by the guys at Race Control every weekend.
Not at all, Ross. You sound a bit annoyed about that, Ross. No. I'll be honest. But we are getting ready to get these guys and their race underway. The Mini GP 50R just coming on to the grid now. There are our front runners, Bradley Curtis and Sebastian Gazlowski. The battles between these two all weekend have been immense, I'll be honest, Ross. These two both won that race win, and like we talked about earlier, it's getting to that point of the season now. You're going to be thinking who your biggest competition is in that battle for the championship. I mean, currently Sebastian Gazlowski is absolutely flying ahead of everyone in the championship. He had a really solid couple of weekends where he was winning a lot of the races, so we're going to have to wait and see what happens for him. But they're just coming around now to do their outlap and get ready to form the grid. So on pole position we have got Bradley Curtis. In second we have Sebastian Gazlowski. Third, Mason Frederick. Fourth on the grid, Rex Austin. Fifth, Jensen Ansel. Sixth, Kai Hawken. Seventh, Tommy Keats. Eighth, Caleb Ratcliffe. Ninth, Josh Perkins. 10th, Nicholas Dunwoody. 11th, Max Johnson. 12th, Bo Morris. 13th, Daisy Polden. 14th, Leo Harris. 15th, Mason Hams. 16th, Harry James. 17th, Callum Maxwell. And 18th, Claudia Dudman. These guys are making up the grid for our race 3 for the Mini GP 50R this weekend. I'm looking forward to this, Ross.
Well, should be really interesting. We saw our front 3 all starting on wet tyres as they come in. Of course, so now we don't just have to think about the difference between the Avalis and the Metrico. We have to think about if anyone's gambled on slicks. I think visually, and this is a total punt in the dark, visually I'd say if you can make the slicks work, slicks are the tyres to go on, but you have to get that rubber going. It could be a case that the wets start to overheat after a couple of laps and then you're really struggling. We're gonna find out into turn 2 if someone goes straight on and comes straight off the bike, if the slicks work or not. I think this could be a bit chaotic. We've got a few riders further back on the slick tyres. The front 3 all on wet, or the front 4 should I say as well, because Frederick's on them as well. It's all ice to the red lights. Race 3 gets going. Frederick doesn't go away at the lights. It'll be Bradley Curtis who inherits the lead as Frederick either stalls, and there's somebody off there as well. Frederick has stalled. That's the 35 who was on slicks. That's Nicholas Dunwoody. So maybe slicks the wrong move unless he's hit someone. No, he was on wets in fact. So Dunwoody on wets has had an incident with somebody and has come off the bike big time down into turn 2. Yellow flags will be waving there, but he is off the racing surface, which is the main thing as the rest of the riders continue around. Bradley Curtis holding on at the front for the time being. Just behind him, Sebastian Gazlowski, who's had a drop back just a little bit, a small gap opening up some of our other riders that we see there. That's the 96 of Caleb Ratcliffe running in 4th place. Good start for him there as Rex Austin rounds out the podium places. Mason Hams up a lot of positions as well. Hams has gone from 15th up to 7th on that opening lap, so he's off to an absolute flying start.
Ross, I think you jinxed the start of that race when you were going on about tyres, because the moment the lights went out we had carnage everywhere, but these guys still running in the race at the moment. The 71 of Bradley Curtis running in 1st place ahead of everyone else, with the 64 of Sebastian Gazlowski running in 2nd. We have got Dan Brooks here with us again. Ross is just going to pass over and he's going to join us for commentating for a bit. Dan, we just saw you out on the track. We thought you were going to be marshalling for a bit, but you've popped back in to see us. How's it looking out there?
No, it's all right out there. There's a bit of rain coming down actually on the grid very lightly, but I don't think it'll cause any dramas out there now. The conditions look pretty dry all the way around.
Yeah, well, we just saw in the race start some of the guys had decided to go on slicks, some stayed on the wet tyres, and you could really see where that decision had influenced and caused a bit of carnage for everyone. But everybody's really tightly packed together in the mid-pack at the moment. But our leaders, Bradley Curtis and Sebastian Gazlowski, pulling away from everybody else.
Yeah, no, they've got a nice gap coming on there. But yeah, that mid-group, I think they've obviously, the conditions are making them bunch up a little bit more and having a little battle on their hands. So it's good for them to be able to do some racecraft and figure things out.
Definitely. I mean, we've kept our eye on the 96 of Caleb Ratcliffe all weekend, because the past couple of weekends he's been really in the middle pack, but he's kind of pushing himself up into 3rd, 4th this weekend and really getting the best he can at the bike, which has been great to see. But also Bradley Curtis, he had his accident yesterday. We all didn't know if he'd be back racing with us today, and he's come back and he's at the front of the grid, so that's also been really impressive to see. Yeah, no, that's mega for him, because I did see a video of that crash actually and it looked pretty nasty for him. So for him to bounce back and be in the lead now, you know, I'm sure he's forgetting about that pain and is cracking on with it, but it's good to see him back out of confidence. Brilliant stuff. We've got just 8 laps left to go in this final race for the Mini GP 50Rs here at Clay Pigeon Circuit. On our screens at the moment we are just looking at the 96 of Caleb Ratcliffe just in the back of our screens. So he's dropped a couple of places. Mason Hams though up into 6th place after he started 15th on the grid. I mean, I'm going to ask you here, Dan, what sort of leads to that happening when you start in 15th and you've already got your way up into 6th?
I mean, he's obviously just feeling his way into the track nicely, so if he's got that confidence and he's figured the things out quite early on, and the other lads are a little bit hesitant, he's obviously put a charge and has got himself in a position where he can go, I've got a bit of a go at this, and he's getting a bit more encouragement out of it. So
have you ever raced at Clay Pigeon yourself before?
I actually haven't, no. This is my first time seeing the circuit, and it's a good little track actually.
Yeah,
it looks like it'll be good fun to race around.
We've all been saying that all weekend.
Yeah, it creates real good racing.
Yeah, it does. 6 laps left to go now. Our mid-pack all still really staying quite close together. Rex Austin now running in second, though. He has got past Sebastian Gazlowski. We've missed that at some point. He's managed to squeeze his way past Super Seb. Now running in second is the 991 of Rex Austin. This little battle on our hands here is the 96 of Caelan Ratcliffe and the 20 of Kai Hawken. Kai are looking to get the move done past Caelan and take 9th position back from him. Some brilliant midfield action we've got going on here.
Yeah, this is where the action happens. The leader's obviously got himself a little comfortable gap, and then as you look through the times there, that mid group are all pretty much identical with the lap times as well, so it's definitely hotting up for our final few laps.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for these riders on in the
young little
Mini GP.
Lads, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly. But they're absolutely amazing stuff we've seen from them all weekend long. Here's the 22 of Jensen Ansel under a bit of pressure there from the 57 of Bo Morris. His younger brother has been with us this weekend, Van Morris. He's done some amazing racing, especially on his birthday today as well. It's nice that he's joined us. But here we can see the 127. That is Daisy Polden. She's got herself up into 8th this race, obviously supported by House of Moto, encouraging female participation in motorsport.
Yeah, no, it's good to see. It's like sort of encouraging more to hopefully get involved as well, so if she can bring that along with her, then that's mega.
Yeah, she's been putting in some really good laps this weekend, which has been really good to see. We did speak to Lauren yesterday. She is literally just stood outside our window running House of Moto, supporting all our young female riders here at FAB. But some brilliant racing from these guys in the final race of the Mini GP50R. Just 4 laps left to go. That is the 57 of Bo Morris just making the move on the 22 of Jensen Ansel there. Is he going to be able to hold on to it though? Jensen Ansel might look to try and take it back. Runs a bit wide there, but he doesn't quite... No, he's done it.
That was a very good line.
That was really good.
Really well.
He set that up really, really well. That is the 22 of Jensen Ansel, has his position back from Bo Morris. Just saw our leaders at the bottom of the screen there. Bradley Curtis under some pressure, it looks like, from Rex Austin on that 991. We'll have to wait and see what happens with those guys. The 22 here of Jensen Ansel still under pressure from the 57 of Bo Morris. Lots of mid-pack action on this final race of the Mini GP50Rs, but here we are. The 991 of Rex Austin has got past our race leader Bradley Curtis. Some brilliant laps he's been putting in so far this weekend. Rex Austin, his first time on the podium this weekend.
Yeah, he's definitely put a charge in there because Bradley had a bit of a lead, and for that to come down that quickly, fair play to Rex Austin for bringing that back.
Just 2 laps left to go now. We'll have to see if Rex Austin can hold on to that. I wonder what's happened to Sebastian Gazlowski though. The past few weekends he's absolutely dominated at the start of every race and held on to his lead and just ran away from everybody else. But this weekend here at Clay Pigeon, he's been under a lot of pressure and has kind of found himself involved in a lot more fights, but that surely should help riders a lot because it helps them practice their defensive driving and stuff.
It's a perfect stage for them to learn it. They can practice like defending, practice their passing, so it's important to do that, and that's where you see the midfield riders definitely getting a lot of learning done, and you see them progress through. And you look there, the guy down in 10th, he's already got the fastest lap, so it shows that mid-pack are also charging on really quick.
That is Tommy Keats now with the fastest lap in 10th of a 41.190. Last lap now, Rex Austin leading ahead of Bradley Curtis on that number 71, with Sebastian Gazlowski, the number 64, on our screens now, running in 3rd. Super Seb not having the best of weekends here at Clay Pigeon, but it could all change again when we're at Rower. But this is our race leader, the 991 of Rex Austin, coming round now into that final corner to take his first race win of the weekend here at Clay Pigeon. It is Rex Austin who takes the win and wins the final race of the Mini GP50R, with Bradley Curtis following closely behind in P2. brilliant race we've just watched there, Dan.
No, that was really good. I see that Sebastian did take the fastest lap at the end there, but then that Tommy just got it back again on the last lap, so them laps were getting quicker and quicker as the conditions were clearing up.
Absolutely, these guys, they always stay quite close together. What did you find of the race, Dan?
No, I thought it was mega, like, for young lads like that to be racing like they are, using a bit of racecraft, and it's bringing them on nicely, isn't it? With mixed conditions as well, it's not easy to have the confidence when that rain's coming down a little bit on the grid. Even though the track's dry, in your head you still think it might be a little bit slippery, so it was good to see him slowly getting quicker and quicker as the track got into it. So that was a mega little race, that was.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm just going to let you guys know who came where in this race. In first place, we had the 991 of Rex Austin. Second, we had the 71 of Bradley Curtis. Third place was Sebastian Gazlowski. That makes up our podium positions. Fourth was Bo Morris. Fifth was Jensen Ansell. Sixth, Leo Harris. Seventh, Daisy Polden. Eighth, Mason Hams. Ninth, Josh Perkins. 10th, Tommy Keats. That wraps up our top 10. Whereabouts are you going to be next, Dan, looking at racing wise?
Yeah, next week for us we're at Thruxton, so we head there end of next week, and then yeah, should be a good weekend. It's be first time out on 1,000 round Thruxton, so it'll be interesting. Last time out was a 600, so it's going to be a little bit different, but I'm looking forward to it. It's a good circuit. So well,
good luck at Thruxton and have fun. Thank you for joining us here at FAB-Racing.
No, thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
What brilliant stuff we just saw there from Rex Austin, Bradley Curtis and Sebastian Gazlowski. Coming up now, we have the Extreme 200s, the final race for these guys of the weekend, sponsored by Amphibian Scaffolding. Ross, back with me now. Absolutely brilliant stuff.
And you never guess what I'm going to do again. I'm going to talk about tyres again, Izzy, because I know you absolutely love it. In that last race we just saw, Bo Morris was the highest finisher on slicks. He finished P4. I think looking at it, he got stuck a little bit in a battle with Jensen Ansell and Daisy Polden and the like, and then it just took him a little bit too long to get those tyres working. But I am now confident in my belief that if you can get that slick rubber working, if you can get the slick tyre going, it is quicker than the wet tyre out there now, and that's only going to increase as the sun now continues to shine, as we keep getting bikes going around on the track. Would you tell me a little delay before we get going with the Extreme 200s, but a few coming in now, and I can see the people pulling into the dummy grid area are on slick tyres, so some of the paddock in agreement with me. We'll wait to see who disagrees when they come out into the holding area, hopefully in a few short moments. But again, tyre talk is all very, very important, because slicks, yes, if you don't make them work, it is going to be difficult. It is going to be like on an ice rink. If you do make them work, then you're in the money and you're going to be fighting up the front, maybe, especially if you're perhaps a rider who maybe wouldn't be there. Because Taylor Tomlinson looks like he's on slicks. These guys are all on slicks. So unanimous decision, it would appear, from the grid. And yet, before Travis Shaw, he's gone slick as well. We're just waiting for a pole sitter to come in. That's Henry McCartney. Just waiting for him to pull out now, if he is pulling out now, but from what we can tell, everybody's on slicks now, so conditions now dry once again. Henry McCartney nowhere to be seen, bizarrely. Where is the possible British Talent Cup star of next year, as the grid size is dwindling at the moment? Also not seeing Isaiah Devine is there in P6. He's just behind Taylor Tomlinson on the right hand side of the grid. We're definitely missing a fair few going into race number 3 in the Amphibian Scaffolding Extreme 200. So let's run through the grid of what we should see, and then we'll just figure out how we're going from there. It's Henry McCartney supposedly starting from pole. Harrison Day starts P2. Travis Shaw in third. Taylor Tomlinson in P4. Logan Cousins and Isaiah Devine on the third row of the grid, with Chris Wells 7th and Samuel Manson in P8. Jamie King is 9th with Archie Hooper P10. Josh Wood is 11th and Rory Jones 12th. And Ruben Bray our 13th and final rider on the grid. That's what we're supposed to have, but as we clearly just saw, not everyone's here, is it?
No, perhaps it could be a case of the weather. Some people have wanted to get home early, or they got a bit of a long drive, so perhaps some people thought, I've only really been here, especially for Henry McCartney, the first weekend he'd had with us this year so far. Perhaps he'd just come and just got a feel for it and then decided he wanted to go home. Or we could have what we had earlier in the senior mini motors, where Reece Gentry appeared at the pit lane entrance. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens for all these guys here. But it is a red light, points to the flag, red light on, red light off. We are racing here in the Extreme 200s. Harrison Day, brilliant start from them, holding on to the lead in this race. There we can see the number 4 of Travis Shaw getting ahead of the 190 of Isaiah Devine. He worked his way up there into 3rd place, but Travis Shaw just held on to 2nd position and is now running in 2nd behind Harrison Day as they come through the hairpin. A brilliant performance we've seen from all of these guys here. The 77 of Taylor Tomlinson now running in 4th. He's dropped down just 1 position in this race so far, but a brilliant performance we are seeing from all of these guys here. Taylor Tomlinson looking to get on the tail of Isaiah Devine and take that from him, but Harrison Day on that number 15, the recognisable bike, running in 1st place currently, Ross.
Yeah, great start there from Harrison Day. He was alone on the front row of the grid. Travis Shaw also got away with Isaiah Devine from 6th to 3rd in the opening lap, so a rapid start for the R&G British Talent Cup rider. Tomlinson looks to the inside, has to sit the bike up slightly, a small error heading into the hairpin. Of course, a great race for Devine last weekend at Brands Hatch, hoping to do a bit more of that when the BSB Circus rolls into Thruxton next weekend. As the riders making their way around the final corner, once again a small gap forming between Shaw in 2nd and Devine in P3, about 1.5 seconds now, as between Day and Shaw and Devine and Tomlinson it's half a second apiece, so 2 separate battles forming for 1st and for 3rd as it stands. Day still leading with conviction at the front of the pack though. Elsewhere, Chris Wells, he's holding on to P5 at the moment. Looks like we've only got 8 bikes out on the track at the moment, which is a real shame when he's supposed to have 13, but still, we've got a fascinating race brew on our hands, and especially because Taylor Tomlinson has just got in front of Devine, so Tomlinson now up into 2nd place, the 77 in the podium positions.
Absolutely brilliant stuff there from Taylor Tomlinson, up into that podium position, now running in 3rd, with Devine closely following him in 4th. Just 9 laps left to go. Taylor Tomlinson now is going to be looking to get up with Travis Shaw, but Harrison Day, Travis Shaw, Taylor Tomlinson, these 3 in every race we see them in it. It's these 3 that get battling, get involved and really fight with each other for these championships points. There on our screens, I do believe that is Chris Wells just making his way around the track, running in 5th currently, the number 62 of Chris Wells. Apologies, that was wrong. It's the 190 of Devine. He is following behind Taylor Tomlinson, a gap building now. Tomlinson getting his way ahead. Here on our screens there we can see the 62 of Chris Wells leading Josh Wood and Archie Hooper. Chris Wells just running in 5th, getting himself comfortable in the position he is in this race with just 8 laps left to go.
Yeah, really tight racing in this battle for 5th. Josh Wood feeling racy, runs very wide over the exit curb there, coming out of the chicane. And just behind as well, Archie Hooper on the 12. How's he feeling pushing forward? Let's see if he can maybe launch one. And in fact he has. There is Wood, or should I say Hooper, through just out of our camera shot for a brief moment, and they've swapped positions for P7, and now maybe he can try and attack the 62 of Chris Wells, a former Pit Bike 140 champion here in FAB-Racing, one of the finest riders we have in the paddock, but on slightly different machinery from what he's used to. That's a huge high side down in turn 1, and that is Josh Wood, who's had a massive one.
He just appeared to lose that then, but here we still see the 62 of Chris Wells and the number 12 of Archie Hooper, but it does look like we are getting a red flag. We have got red flags out on track. That was a nasty high side there. Then we do hope everybody's okay. I'm not too sure what happened there, Ross. Maybe there was something on track he hit, or he just caught the brakes a bit too much and
It just looked to me, the rear just gave it from underneath him. It was right as the camera was panning away, and obviously that's such a hot side speed moment at turn 2, you can't quite see. I think in the mid corner the rear just went away from him, and then obviously suddenly grips up and over the bike you go. So a bit of airtime there for Josh Wood, but of course hopefully he's okay. We will let you know that he's okay as soon as we go. With 9 laps to go, there is a very high chance that this race gets restarted. It's still early doors in this one, only a handful of laps completed, only 5 laps. We were on lap number 5, should I say. So yeah, I believe this race will be restarted, but we'll wait for race control to confirm to us. But yeah, that was a big one for Josh Wood, so hopefully he is all okay down at turn number 2. As we can see the bikes coming into the pit lane. So yes, it is slicks now, but still tricky conditions, and Josh Wood unfortunately getting caught out there. Whether he caught the brakes, caught something on track, got greedy on the throttle, either way, a big crash. Hopefully he is all okay. But it was still an interesting race up to that point, it must be said. Taylor Tomlinson getting through his Iodine, and the 77 sliding on through. Harrison Day is holding on to that lead. It was a 1.4 second gap between himself and Travis Shaw when the red flag was thrown. So Harrison Day clearly just loving life here at Clay Pigeon.
Yeah, definitely see Harrison Day loving life, but Travis Shaw has really been quite impressive this weekend. He's been putting on the pressure of whoever he has been behind every race so far. There we can just see the bike of Josh Wood just being moved off onto the side of the track. The bike doesn't look too bad actually, Ross. Doesn't look awful for what has happened, but we will just have to wait and see and find out how Josh Wood is after that. But we're back now with Travis Shaw just sat in the holding paddock. We're just waiting to find out whether the race will be continuing or it may be a restart. We're not too sure yet. We've just got to say, but a big thank you to all the marshals and the medic team for all the work they are doing at the moment. They are helping out everybody. Travis Shaw now has made the decision to come off of his bike for now. Let's just wait and see what happens.
Yeah, that was being a few of the bikes being wheeled back to the paddock. Although we have been told race control are just discussing what the plan is, but some of the riders heading back to their awning. So I wonder if maybe race control has said we'll let you know in 5 minutes. So everyone's going, okay, we're going to go and stick the tyre warmers back on then, because suddenly there was an exodus of 3 bikes heading back in and a few riders staying out. You can see Harrison Day, Chris Wells are still out there as well. So I think a couple of riders just maybe waiting to see what the plan is, and a few of the riders deciding to go back out to get the tyre warmers back on. There we see Jamie King still wearing his ridiculous Alpine Stars coat. It stopped raining half an hour ago, Jamie. You can take it off, mate.
I'm going to take that off now.
Yeah. We're being just told now the race will be restarted with reduced laps. So I'm assuming that we will restart the race. However many laps were left when the red flag was thrown, it will be that many laps left in the race itself. So as we recover from that sight of Jamie King wearing that, we will be restarting the race, hopefully not too long. But riders were going back to their awnings. They're going to need a very quick turnaround to then head back out in order to get back out onto the grid in time. So Josh Wood, hopefully all is okay. Hopefully we won't be too long, but the race will be restarted with reduced laps. So we're just waiting to see what's going on with him. Of course, we'll update you and let you know that he is A-OK as soon as we are aware. And then it will be 7 bikes making the restart, hopefully, when the race is restarted. There you can see some of the crowds watching along in some of the grandstands a bit further around the circuit, enjoying all of the action here at the 4th round of the 2025 Mastermac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. It's been a fantastic weekend of racing so far, and only a handful of race 3s to go. And of course, the halfway point in the season, we're already getting into the dying stages, getting into the phase, the business end, so to speak, off to Rowra up in Cumbria in a couple of weeks' time, one of the most picturesque locations for UK racing, and that'll be special. And then of course the final 2 rounds, both at Three Sisters, not a double round, it's just separated by a month, but both at the same track, and that'll be very interesting for how that one unfolds. But Izzy, it's your first time here at Clay Pigeon this weekend. How have you found things? How have you loved the track?
Do you know what? I've really enjoyed this track, and I said it when we went to Hooton Park the other weekend. Hooton Park was nice because it was not only a new track to Fab as well, it was a new track to me, whereas the other tracks everybody kind of knows them already and they've all been new for me. But Clay Pigeon is a track I've really been enjoying. It's given us some absolutely fabulous racing, really quick circuit, really tight corners and plenty of overtaking spots, and when it comes to racing you can't really ask for more than that. Exciting entertainment, everything you get here at Clay Pigeon.
It is a really brilliant track. It's been here since 1959, hosting kart races in one form or another. And then, of course, mini bikes eventually coming across after a couple of years. And just been told in our ear that Josh Wood is up on his feet. So the number 50, who's been assisted by the medics to check that he's okay. Of course, a big thank you to the medical team for all their hard work. We've been told that Josh Wood is up on his feet. So that means that hopefully it won't be too long until we're able to restart race number 3 in the amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200 class. So great to hear that Josh is okay. You can see some of the marshals making their way back across to their positions. There you can see a very empty looking racetrack at the moment, but hopefully we'll hear some engines roaring back into life in a few moments. But what a time it has been here at Clay Pigeon. Another fantastic event here for FAB-Racing. Of course, as I said, off to Rowra in a couple of weeks' time. Yes, we know it's in the middle of nowhere. Yes, we know it's very hard to get to for most people in the paddock, and it's a long drive, but it is a very brilliant racetrack. And then, of course, Three Sisters to end off the season. Best track in the world because it's about 20 minutes from my front door.
I was about to say about 20 minutes away for you, about an hour and a half, 2 hours for me. We're both quite looking forward to those last 2 at the end of the season. But even Rowra as well, we've not got to travel really as far as many people in the paddock, so looking forward to those. We're gonna just wait and see what happens. We are just waiting for riders to be allowed to come back to the holding area. I've just seen the ambulance head past our window getting back into their position. There is one of our marshals waiting in position with their walkie-talkie to find out what's happening, who's been told where they're going and at what time they are going. It's going to be just an 8-lap restart when the race restarts back up. We obviously saw a lot of the riders heading back to their area in the pits, so we just got to wait for those to come back up now, haven't we, Ross?
Absolutely, so it won't be too long now. Just a bit of a public service announcement for anybody watching along in the paddock. Just letting you know the A303 near Stonehenge has been closed due to a serious accident on the road. So if you're planning to head up the A303, be aware of traffic, which, I mean, it's the A303, of course there'll be traffic, but be aware of lots of traffic and in the fact that it is going to close as you get near to Stonehenge. So just keep that in mind when you are making your way home, especially if you're heading towards London Way and the M25 and whatnot. So just keeping you posted there. See, we're not just commentators, public service announcements. We're here to help out the paddock as well. So that's going to make getting home annoying, but nonetheless, just keep that in mind as you are making your way away from here at Clay Pigeon. Again, if you are here at Clay Pigeon, the A303 closed near Stonehenge. So the ride is now back in the paddock as I go away from the road to the racing, and hopefully it won't be too far away from when we get back on the track that I don't know if we'll have a sighting lap. They might just send him straight back out and go, you've already done your one, you've already had like a few laps. Yeah, you're all good enough, just get on with it, I suppose. We'll wait and see. But we're still waiting for a couple more riders. Again, some of them darted back to their awnings to get tyre warmings on, and I've been told already we're getting ready. You can see Chris Wells getting the starter going on his bike. So we've got a couple of bikes heading out anyway, but we are going to go racing once again.
Brilliant stuff. We're looking forward to this. There we can see the number 4 of Travis Shaw lining up there on a P2 position, as that was where he was when we stopped this race just before the incident, just after the incident there. Waiting for Harrison Day to come out there. He comes on that very recognisable bright pink bike. He's here and ready to go. We've got both the guys on the with LRA Moto as well. Just 5 riders on the grid at the moment. This will be very interesting what happens. See if anybody else joins Ross, but what do you think is going to happen here?
Well, it could be interesting as we're getting a couple more running back from the awnings. There's Taylor Tomlinson getting their tyres warmed, obviously, but they're making their way back in. Isaiah Devine is in the wrong grid slot, and Taylor Tomlinson's just pulled in alongside him to go, excuse us, mate, do you mind going back to that one? This one's mine. That's not something you see every day, and not something you'd expect from a British Talent Cup rider either. Cheating, taking the wrong grid spot, shocking. And he's actually now trying to take Travis Shaw, so he's still in the wrong grid spot. And is Josh Day going to have a word, or is he just going to go and speak to Harrison?
Travis Shaw has now lined up in second position now because Henry McCartney left, so everybody's done a bit of a swap around now. But there is Rog on our screens, the man behind FAB-Racing all together. So we're just wondering what some little conversations are happening there.
I wonder if Roger Keys, our race director and series owner here at FAB-Racing, I wonder if that's Harrison being like half the people being out of place because we've got a few. So everyone's cheating basically because Henry McCartney's not here for this race. He's seemingly gone home already. So Harrison Day's taken the number 1 grid spot, and then Travis Shaw's gone, okay, I'll move up onto the front row and take number 2. Taylor Tomlinson's gone, I'll take number 3. Isaiah Devine, who's supposed to be starting 6th, he's taken number 3. So he's jumped up 3 places on the grid. What is going on? And I don't think anyone knows.
Just move all these guys at the back. Just let them, bring them up. Everybody get a bit closer together.
Oh my goodness me!
Have to wait and see what's going to happen here.
Not the height of the high standards that we normally expect here in the amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200s, and people will probably be getting penalties for that as a result. Still not sure if we're going to get a sighting lap or if we're just going to go racing straight away. They're still being held by the flag marshal. We're being told, so they're going to be sent on a sighting lap, and then when they come back, they're all going to be told, no, you're not in the right place, you're going to go back there. I think that's the plan. So they're getting sent them on a sighting lap now, and then when they get back, there'll be a word from Roger Keys, our race director and series owner, and then everything will be fine, thankfully. Again, there are a few riders in here. Well, I mean, I would expect better from everyone, but especially the British Talent Cup riders, people like Chris Wells who have been doing this for years. I'd expect better. I mean, you know what position you're starting in. There's a number on the floor next to the grid box, guys. Let's run through the grid. Let's run through the grid one follow time. Again, most of them aren't here, but they will actually be starting in this order. Henry McCartney on pole, Harrison Day 2nd, Travis Shaw 3rd, Taylor Tomlinson 4th, Logan Cousins in 5th, Isaiah Devine in 6th, Chris Wells and Samuel Munson on row 4, Jamie King and Archie Hooper rounding out the top 10. Josh Wood 11th with Rory Jones in P12, Ruben Bray in 13th. Of course, Josh Wood won't be starting this one after that accident earlier on, but good to hear that he's all okay. And then again, we're missing a fair few people. This time, we're all in the right spot.
Fingers crossed, Ross. Fingers crossed everybody has got themselves back into the right spot. Harrison Day, though, looking like he'll be very lucky. There we go, we've got the point, and it's lights out, and away we go again for this restart. Harrison Day, brilliant start from him there. Didn't have any pressure on that front row. He knew he could just get his foot on the throttle and get away with the number 77 of Taylor Tomlinson, and now running in 2nd, and the number 4 of Travis Shaw in 3rd place. These guys, every time, Ross, nothing changes with them. They are always battling it out. It's always these 3, Harrison Day, Taylor Tomlinson, Travis Shaw, putting on a show for us.
That is the start that Taylor Tomlinson needed, though, because the 77, he's been stuck behind Travis Shaw all weekend, it seems. No matter what class, he just can't get through that number 4 bike. But in race number 3, he's got the jump on him, and that means he can maybe try and attack Harrison Day, and maybe he's got better luck, better chances of trying to get through the 15. But him himself has been pretty untouchable this weekend as well. So our front 3, Harrison Day, Taylor Tomlinson and Travis Shaw making up our podium places. Isaiah Devine in P4, Chris Wells currently 5th as it stands. As you can see, the front 3 starting to bolt away on their Metra Kit machines, and they're behind one of the I believe there's an Avali out there and a couple of pit bike style machines as well, as they come to make it 6 laps left to go then in this reduced number of laps. 2nd attempt at the race after an early red flag at the first running. Day hyper defensive on the inside line. You can tell he's already a little bit concerned about that 77 behind him.
Yeah, definitely, because Taylor Tomlinson knows how to pressure Harrison Day well. He knows how to make him aware and just say, look, you know I'm here, you know I'm creeping up on you. I'm not going to make a move yet, I'm going to keep you guessing, and that is what Taylor Tomlinson does. He leaves Harrison Day guessing until the last second, and then he makes that move, and then Day must try and fight to get that position back from him. But we have got the number 4 of Travis Shaw, who's also going to be looking to put the pressure on Tomlinson. We've got just 5 laps left to go of this race. The gap between Tomlinson and Shaw just 0.2 seconds, but the gap between Day and Tomlinson 0.4 seconds. There is barely anything separating these guys in these top 3 positions, but round that hairpin they've just come now through this left-hander, ready to get through into those last few corners of the race and start the next lap.
Problem is, though, this race reduced laps, so for someone like Taylor Tomlinson, who's spent the whole weekend stuck behind Travis Shaw, now has the opportunity to challenge for the lead. He needs to sit and figure out where he's stronger than Day, but he's now only got 4 laps left to do it in. So Time's ticking for the number 77, who did just set the fastest lap on the previous tour, to be fair, 37.918, first rider into the 37s in this race. There we see Chris Wells, who's holding off Archie Hooper. That's for P5 as this battle. Coming down the back straight, Chris Wells, of course, the 2023 Pit Bike 140 champion and a very fine rider. Archie Hooper, a few years his junior, to put it mildly, and also a very talented rider in his own right. Hooper trying the outside line. It actually costs him time, if anything, but trying to use that momentum, but to no avail. Still stuck staring at the tail of that number 62. Maybe can draw alongside on the straight, but no dice. The 12 having to hold position unless he can try something huge into turn one. Wells slightly further to the inside there, not a defensive line, so to say, but maybe just a bit wary, maybe just wants to cover off the inside just in case Hooper does launch an attack.
Exactly. Wells, he seems to be comfortable with his position, but he is also aware of Hooper being just behind him there on that number 12. But the 62 of Chris Wells, he only joined Extreme 200 just a couple of rounds ago when we were at Ella Park. I think him and Jamie King announced they would be joining Extreme 200, and these guys have been getting really comfortable, a bit wide there from the number 12 of Archie Hooper with just 2 laps left to go. He was hoping that if he ran a different racing line there, he'd be able to get the move done on Chris Wells. But Chris Wells, he's been doing this for some time now. He knows some tips and tricks in the books.
Yeah, he certainly does, and he's using those to hold on to that 5th place as it stands as they head into the hairpin once again on the penultimate lap of the race already. I know it was shortened, but it's flown by, and it'll be the final lap in a second. I believe it is the final lap now, and is that Taylor Tomlinson looking to try and get through Harrison Day? It certainly was Tomlinson coming up to last chance saloon then. Can he make a miracle happen? Can he slide onto the top step of the podium? He tries the outside line into the hairpin, maybe the up and under, but Harrison Day covers it off, running out of time, running out of racetrack for Taylor Tomlinson with half a lap left to run. Is there anything left in the 77's locker as they bring it to the final turn? Maybe a drag race, or is it all in the pocket of Harrison Day? A bit of traffic ahead, but it doesn't matter as the number 15 is on top once again. Harrison Day takes the checkered flag, but only a 10th and a half ahead of Taylor Tomlinson. A little flick of the wrist. He knows he had to work for that one as this battle for 5th still rages on. Chris Wells, will he hold on ahead of Archie Hooper? I believe he will. Chris Wells will take 5th place in the final race of the day, but it is Harrison Day on top once again.
It is Ross. Harrison Day absolutely dominating. He is the one to look out for as of recent. He is just performing consistency every weekend, and he knows what he's doing. His dad, Josh Day, also supporting him from British Superbikes. Let's just do a run through. It was Harrison Day who took 1st position, with Taylor Tomlinson in 2nd, Travis Shaw in 3rd, Isaiah Devine in 4th, Chris Wells in 5th, Archie Hooper in 6th, Ruben Bray in 7th, and unfortunately Josh Wood, after having that incident which caused a red flag, was not able to join us again. But there they are now, just in a holding area with their podium positions.
What a fantastic race that was. Taylor Tomlinson really challenging Harrison Day there, but once again Day just a bit unstoppable out there, couldn't find his way through. That is it for the amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200 here at Clay Pigeon. Of course they will be back out a little bit later on, or in a couple of weeks should I say, when we head over to Rowra up in Cumbria. And we can't wait. It's a real classic fab round. It's beloved by riders. It's such a brilliant track, and it really gets everyone's spirits up, even with such a long travel time to get up there. That's it though for the amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200, ending on a high with another great race. It is time for Moto Team race number 3, and it is going to be a very interesting one as the riders making their way out. We can see all 3 O'Keefes there, and then there we see as well Matt Lindley on the Team Acme Racing number 8 bike. I can see as well the number 27 of Ian Jackson coming out into the dummy grid as the riders now start making their way out onto the grid proper. And we may be down to possibly only 5 bikes in this one, it would seem, which is a real shame if that is the case, and only 1 bike in the open class as well. If that is the case, then All the number 8 bike needs to do is finish and he's won, which isn't really a race at all, unfortunately. But a 5-bike affair awaits us in Moto Team. Then let's run you through the grid of where people are supposed to be starting again. Some of them not quite here as it stands, maybe deciding that they'd rather shoot off, maybe given the traffic. On the A303, what on earth has happened to Ian Jackson? The handlebar's bent, he's dropped it in turn 2 on the sighting lap. And that is bizarre. And that could be race over before it even begins. The fairing's damaged as well. He was set to start second alongside the number 8 Team Acme Racing bike. Josh French was set to start third. Harrison O'Keefe fourth. Ben O'Keefe fifth. Robert Baldock in sixth and Gary O'Keefe in P7. But it could be that Ian Jackson isn't even going to make this race because he's dropped it into turn 2 on the sighting lap. And it could be race done before it even starts. He's got going again, but the handlebar looks bent. The fairing is damaged, so we'll have to see if he's going to come round to the grid or pull back into the pits. So, yeah, that could be a bit of an interesting one. And yeah, you can see there, Izzy, the fairing properly damaged. He's waved to the camera about something. I'm not quite sure what he was trying to communicate. But, yeah, that's a pretty damaged bike and a bit embarrassing to do that on a sighting lap as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Ross. Moto Team, though, we normally, when we have more riders, when the guys on here, he's just done a little shake to shake of his hand. I think that might be race done for Ian Jackson. But normally, Moto Team, we have a fair few more riders. Obviously, quite a few of them are missing this weekend. They are doing an endurance event. But Moto Team, it's so quick, it's so easy and really cheap to get involved in. I know we've only got 4 riders here this weekend, but we normally have a lot more. We have a lot of fun a lot of the time as well. But it is lights out and away we go. It is Matt Lindley on the tape, on the number 8 bike, who took a really good start there. But one of the O'Keefe brothers is through past him. I wonder who that is. Is that the 63 of Gary O'Keefe, now leading this race, this little battle here? Matt Lindley in with the O'Keefe brothers. Absolutely brilliant stuff we are seeing here. The number 65 as well, around and through past that is Harry O'Keefe, now past Matt Lindley. Matt Lindley has really got himself caught in a battle with the O'Keefe brothers here, Ross.
What is going on with the number 8 bike? Normally so dominant, but struggling early doors in this race. Ian Jackson, the 27, has rejoined from the pit lane, so he is going to be taking part in this race. So we've got 2 open bikes, 3 standard bikes. Gary O'Keefe leads open and overall, and it's Harrison O'Keefe in the standard class right behind him. It is that number 8 now motoring, and the tyres now a bit warmer. Is he ready to go? We'll wait and see as they round turn 2. Is Harry O'Keefe lining up a move maybe on Gary, coming out of the chicane, the 65 and the 63 in 2 different classes, but knowing the O'Keefes, if they found their way through, and we know these guys are going to put up a fight even if they are in different classes. But what a start to this one, and what a story it would be if an O'Keefe crosses the line first on the road, and it is Harry that takes the lead on the number 65 bike. Gary now maybe wants to be a bit of a defensive gunner to keep that number 8 bike behind, but I think after early struggles, Matt Lindley has found his confidence. The bike's come underneath him, and now he's ready to go because he is roaring away. But he's still going to get through Harrison O'Keefe, who's up the front.
Absolutely. Matt Lindley he's just gaining and gaining and gaining on Harry O'Keefe out front on that number 65, just looking at when he's going to be the prime moment that he can make that move and get past him with just 8 laps of racing left to go. The number 8, Matt Lindley for Team Acme Racing, hot on the heels of one of the O'Keefe brothers. Very interesting battle we are seeing here. It's the number 65 of Harry O'Keefe who leads ahead of Matt Lindley, with the other 2 O'Keefe brothers just slightly behind. Ian Jackson is on the track somewhere. I'm not too sure where, but Ian Jackson did manage to start the race out at the back. But here we go. The number 8 and the number 65 neck and neck with each other. Who is going to take it into the first corner? It is the 65, Harry O'Keefe. 7 laps left to go. Can Matt Lindley for the Team Acme Racing number 8, that very iconic bike, manage to get it past and take the lead?
Harrison O'Keefe holding on strong as it stands. Can the 65 win overall, or will the number 8 be able to slide on by? We'll have to wait and see, but what a story it would be. Man, oh man, oh man, this would be fantastic if they could. Harrison O'Keefe hasn't won a race this season. Coming into this race, what a performance it would be. I mean, he's going to finish on a podium if he finishes the race anyway, because there's only 3 standard bikes. He has finished on the podium before this season. The number 8 slides through to take the overall lead, but Harrison O'Keefe still leading the standard class. I believe it was Harrison that dropped it at the final corner at Ella Park once when he was about to win a couple of years ago, if memory serves. I think it was Harrison. It might have been Ben. It was one of the two. There's too many O'Keefes in this goddamn championship. Making their way down into the hairpin and leaving the door open. Matt Lindley left it wide open. And Harrison O'Keefe has slid back through again. These guys, 2 different classes. The open class for the number 8 that is following the 65 of Harrison O'Keefe in the standard class. So where they finish doesn't matter. They're both winning their respective races. But they want to be the one that takes the checkered flag first. They want the honour, the glory of being the one that takes it, that crosses the line, that says, I was at the front of that pack.
Exactly. We always say this, Ross. Moto team, yes, they're in open and standard, but these guys don't really care about that. They just want to battle with each other. Ian Jackson, though, on that slightly damaged bike, they're catching up rather quickly with Gary O'Keefe and Ben O'Keefe, so we could be having another battle here. On that 27, on that standard, he is just breezing past Gary O'Keefe there. Absolutely brilliant stuff we are seeing from Ian Jackson on that number 27. That was easy for him there. He didn't really even have to try to get that move there. But here we are back with our front runners. Matt Lindley on that number 8 and the 65 of Harrison O'Keefe. Matt Lindley now leading once again with just 4 laps left to go. Now Harrison O'Keefe moving up on the inside after that first corner. Again, these two playing cat and mouse with each other, Ross, just playing a bit of a game, just winding each other up.
I think Matt Lindley's inviting Harrison O'Keefe through, not to be rude or anything, but you look at some of the lines that he's leaving and look at that through the hairpin, that's way wider than he needs to go. So I think the number 8 bike, I think he's having a bit of fun. I think he knows that 8 bike is faster than the 65, but he's moving over, let him go through, going, come on, there's 5 bikes in this race. I know we're in different classes, we're both going to win, we're both going to take home 25 points. Let's just have a bit of fun, let's have a race and show each other what we can do, even if my bike is faster and I do have to back off and let you through. So at least they're giving us a bit of action to watch. And let's look at your watches, they're coming through eventually. There we go. Oh, and Ian Jackson up to 3rd overall, 2nd in standard. He's got a broken fairing, a bent handlebar after he dropped it on the sighting lap. He went into the pit lane with the intention to retire, came back out after everyone had completed half a lap, and he's up to 3rd overall. That 27, kudos. That's a solid performance indeed. There's Gary O'Keefe, a further 6 seconds back from this little group that we see here. Ben O'Keefe still keeping Ian Jackson in check, but that 27, even with damage, looks quick.
I was about to say, I'm pretty speechless here, Ross, because considering we thought Ian Jackson wasn't even going to start this race, let alone manage to get himself up into 3rd somehow with just 2 laps left to go. The unexpected has happened once again today. It's been happening all day, but Moto team, unexpected. We've got Ian Jackson running in 3rd with a damaged fairing. We've got Matt Lindley for Team Acme Racing running in 1st. Was having a bit of a battle with Harrison O'Keefe, but it looks like there's a bit of a gap forming now with just 2 laps left to go. Harry O'Keefe not being able to quite put enough into the bike on that standard to be able to catch up now with Matt Lindley for Team Acme Racing. He's had his fun now, Matt Lindley has, and he's just head down, just making sure he gets those points in these final few corners.
Well, with 1 lap left to go and with only 1 other open bike in the race who is a considerable distance behind, shall we say, sorry not sorry Gary, all he really needs to do, I think, is just kind of make sure he brings it home. But I think he just wants to take the checkered flag first as well, which I don't blame him for. And Matt Lindley again, the substitute, the super sub if you will, for Team Acme Racing. with Marco Pandolfo on holiday back home in Sicily. He got called in here at Clay Pigeon and he has done that number 8 team proud, because it is going to be 3 wins out of 3 for the number 8, and business as usual for Team Acme Racing, who are going to sweep it in the open class with some performance. Bows to the crowd because he knows, yeah, thank you, you're welcome. But Harrison O'Keefe is a race winner in 2025 in the standard class. What a performance, what a ride from Harrison O'Keefe, and he's done it. Well done, mate. That is a brilliant result for him. As we're waiting for the next rider to come through, Ian Jackson. He didn't even start the race, technically. He dropped it on the formation lap, came back into the pits to DNS, do not start, came back out after having done half a lap with a bent handlebar and a damaged fairing and possibly some other broken bits, and he's finished 3rd on the road and 2nd in standard. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, Ross, we say unbelievable. There we go. We see Marco Pandolfo. We don't really have a photo for Matt Lindley, but there is the man who is normally with the team, and he is absolutely brilliant stuff we saw for Team Acme Racing. Marco Pandolfo, whilst he's not here, whilst he's visiting family in Sicily, he's going to be very happy with that outcome from Matt Lindley this weekend, keeping a hold of their lead in the Moto Team Open Championship. Fabulous stuff we have seen from the Moto Team guys this weekend. Few riders in that last race, but we saw the O'Keefes up there on some podiums there and taking a race win for the Moto Team Standard was Harry O'Keefe.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the number 8 Team Acme Racing, Matt Lindley, this weekend, who completes the clean sweep in the open class. Gary O'Keefe, who was 5th and last on the road, it does come home 2nd at open, so he does take 20 points out of that one. Not bad going at all. In the standard class, 2nd to 4th on the road, it's Harrison O'Keefe taking the win. Ian Jackson recovering to 2nd, and Ben O'Keefe, who takes 3rd. Motor Team guys, they'll be back at Rowra in a couple of weeks' time. Let's hope there's maybe a couple more guys there then.
Up now, we have got the last race of the weekend for the Mini GP 50s. These guys all weekend, consistent battles throughout. Fabulous stuff we have been seeing from them. We can just see on our screens at the moment now, though, some people packing up, getting ready to head off. Their weekends are over and done, but we have still got 3 races left of the weekend. We've got the Mini GP 50, the Mini GP 70 and the Pit Bike 140s, but fabulous racing we have seen from everybody this weekend. Obviously the Mini GP 50s, who we will have going out in just a second, sponsored by King's Two Wheels Centre. We're going to have to wait and see how many riders we are going to have out on the grid for this one, but looking forward to getting this underway. Lucy Curtis there, just holding them back until they're going to be released on the grid. For those of you joining and watching us online, who do you think is going to be winning? Who are you looking out for in this race, in the final race for the Mini GP 50s? Let us know online who you are supporting. Comment, subscribe, like, just let us know.
Absolutely, we're really excited to get this 50s race underway, brought to you of course by King's Two Wheels Centre, and this is set to be a barnstormer. Yes, some of the riders have already made their way home, unfortunately, and we're still waiting for a couple more to make their way out onto the grid, but it is safe to say it's still going to be a fascinating race, as it always is in the 50s class. Are we waiting for anybody else, or are we going to get sent round on our sighting lap? Because it could be Sebastian Goslavsky, and it looks like it will be Sebastian Goslavsky starting from pole alone on the front row. Bradley Curtis was due to start 2nd and did race in race 2 earlier after being medically cleared after a huge high side in race number 1 yesterday. Rex Austin will start P3 alongside Tommy Keats, with Jensen Ansell in P5 and Kai Hawken in P6. Caelan Ratcliffe is 7th with Josh Perkins in P8. Max Johnson and Nicholas Dunwoody in rounding out the top 10. 11th is Beau Morris with Daisy Polden in P12. Preston Baker is 13th with Harry James P14. Callum Maxwell is 15th with Bojan Brzezski in 16. And Oliver Wilson, the 1-2-6, starts P17. Apparently Brad Curtis has made it to the track. He was late to the holding area, and we've been told he was let out at the back end of the sighting lap, but he's been told he has to start from the back. So a bit of a disaster there for the man who could have been going off of 2nd place, who's just not made it in time, unfortunately, out onto the grid. So it'll be a starting from the back we've been told, for the 71 of Bradley Curtis. That's as Oliver Wilson makes his way into the grid. No one's really got a clue what's going on, but let's get our eyes on the lights anyway. Now been told that Bradley Curtis, in fact, has not been allowed out onto the racetrack, or he didn't even attempt to make it out onto the racetrack. Who knows? Race number 3. It is lights out, and we are underway. It's a great start there from your own pole sitter, but looking to the inside, Rex Austin, does he fancy anything into turn 1? No, but he'll slot into second place. Look at that behind. That was really close between Jensen Ansel and Tommy Keats as they come on down through the back straight and coming into the hairpin now. Wisławski holding on to that lead nicely. You'd expect him to do so after sitting alone on the pole. Nobody alongside him. No Bradley Curtis in sight here at race number 3. We're winding their way through the middle sector. A few of the riders further back in the pack holding the status quo and holding position as they come to the end of lap number 1. Who else is it going to be? Sebastian Wisławski.
I know Super Seb holding on to his lead at the moment in his last race earlier for the GP 50Rs. He ended up struggling a bit there. Curtis and Rex Austin both got ahead of Sebastian Wisławski, and you can see here with 10 laps left to go, Rex Austin is looking to put the pressure on Sebastian Wisławski. Again, looking to make a move on the inside, but Sebastian Wisławski very defensive there. He doesn't want anybody taking this first position away from him in the last mini GP 50 race of this weekend. Absolute fabulous racing we are seeing at the moment. Midfield stretching out quite a bit of gaps forming, but these 3 guys leading out at the front, Sebastian Wisławski, Rex Austin and Tommy Keats. Absolutely fabulous racing from those. And Kai Hawkin and Max Johnson, who are running in 4th and 5th at the moment. Jensen Ansel started 5th place, is dropped down to 6th at the moment, so we'll have to see what's happening with him. But the number 64, Sebastian Wisławski, leading ahead of everybody else currently.
Yeah, doing a really good job. I had a chat with him over the lunch period. We were talking about some old go-karts they've got lying around in the clubhouse here at Clay Pigeon. No, not even a slither of happiness or emotion. He was just, yeah, I just go out on a race and I win. That's what I do. You know, he's just so calm and collected. Even when he flicks the visor out, it's just pure focus for that young man. And well, it translates to success out on the racetrack, and he is holding on at the moment. Rex Austin, though, looks like he fancies it. Let's see if he can convert that one into potentially a race win as they head down the back straight into the hairpin once again. Austin this time doesn't go for it. We saw him on the last lap with a big lunge up the inside. Had to sit the bike up, though, as Wisławski closed the door. So the 991, happier maybe just to hold position for the time being. It was the fastest lap of the race for the race leader last time as well, 40.110, only slightly faster than the riders following him, though. This top 4 really breaking away from the pack as they go now. And well, they're going to keep on pushing onwards for the time being. Maybe a move being made here. That's the 30 of Josh Perkins up the inside of Daisy Polden, I believe that is. And a nice move there by him. They were trading places out of the final corner, I believe. And now he can hold on to that one and get back ahead, reset and try and move forward, unless Daisy can launch another attack.
7 laps left to go, though. Daisy has been doing quite well this weekend. She's had some top 10 finishes here in the mini GP 50. She's working hard, working to fight and battle with these guys that she is racing against. But that was a lovely move from the 30 of Josh Perkins to get past Daisy. They're just coming past some back traffic there, I believe. And the number 30 of Josh Perkins is on the 141 of Max Johnson now. See if he can make the move around on him. Josh Perkins, normally he did at Hooton Park have some good running up at the front of the packs. This weekend he seems to have struggled that a little bit more, running in the lower of the top 10 in this race, but with 6 laps left to go, he could possibly get himself back up there.
Yeah, he certainly seems fired up in this race and willing to move forward. So let's see if he can make his way around the 141 of Max Johnson. And as I say, that's a lovely move into the penultimate corner, somewhere that's not really an overtaking opportunity either. So the 30 making some magic happen out on the racetrack, but the 141 will try to respond immediately. Can Johnson find a way through? I don't think he will. And that all but confirms that P6 in the way of the number 30 of Josh Perkins. Nice stuff from him. but he is still there. Max Johnson still on his tail. Daisy Polden also in the conversation, so it's not over yet. 4.5 laps left to run. The leaders have split themselves away from Tommy Keats in P3, so he's in no man's land right now. And then this battle happening that we see before us. Josh Perkins, Max Johnson, Daisy Polden looking for a way through. Johnson maybe. Nicholas Dunwoody not far behind either. He had a pretty big incident at the start of the Mini GP50 R Race 3 earlier on, and came down before he'd even made it to turn 1. Luckily though, bike seems all okay, he seems all okay, and seems pretty quick out there at the moment as well. He's catching these two.
Absolutely, just 4 laps left to go. Gazlowski leads the race currently, but there is number 30 Josh Perkins running in P6 currently. A really good race he's having at the moment. Got past Daisy Polden, got past Max Johnson, and he's holding on to his position well. Daisy Polden though looks like she's looking to potentially get a move made on Max Johnson, who's currently running in 7th. Daisy running in P8. She's just catching up little bit by little bit, but there is our race leader, the 64 of Sebastian Gazlowski, followed closely by the 991 of Rex Austin and the number 8 of Tommy Keats. Just coming through back traffic now. This is where everybody has to be careful, because the back markers and that traffic can cause some issues for a lot of our riders. That's the 96 of Caelan Ratcliffe there, just been past. Caelan Ratcliffe not having a very good race at the moment in this one at all, but like you said, he had that crash earlier in the day. He's struggling though.
Yeah, maybe the bike not back to its brilliant best as a result of that incident earlier on. Sebastian Gazlowski leads by half a second ahead of Rex Austin on the penultimate lap of this race. So Austin starting to drop back. That last lap from Gazlowski was only 2/10 quicker, so it's been slowly building this gap. But Austin is still right there. One little mistake from Gazlowski and he will likely slide on by. He is still hot on his tail as we're coming around the final corner to start the final lap. It'll be the 64 of Gazlowski that leads ahead of the 991 of Rex Austin. That is Bo Morris, who's had an off down at the hairpin at the bottom of the track. Looks to be okay. They're up on their feet and the bike doesn't seem like it was a very quick crash, so that's good to see as Gazlowski makes his way through the chicane section. Obviously no overtaking into this next corner. Yellow flags are being waved, but Rex Austin far too far back anyway. Bit of traffic ahead. Can this aid Austin's cause as they make their way into the final section? And they don't think they are, so that all but confirms Sebastian Gazlowski, who has been dominant this weekend, late in the day gets a bit of assistance from the traffic and can cruise on home out of the final corner. It's another win for Sebastian Gazlowski, who just seems unstoppable at the moment. The 64 takes the checkered flag with a margin of 1.5 seconds after Austin got held up by the lap traffic on the final lap. And Tommy Keats, I believe, rounds out the podium. A nice ride from him, but very much the number 8 in no man's land. No one anywhere near him at all. But Sebastian Gazlowski absorbs all of that pressure from Rex Austin. The 991 wasn't able to find a way through. The traffic, yes, it came in to help at the end and increase that gap by a second in the last couple of corners, but at the end of the day, I don't think anyone was catching Seb.
Absolutely not. Seb absolutely dominated in that one, and I think he needed that in that last race of this weekend. He just needed that little bit of a confidence boost again to say, you have still got the speed, you have still got a really good bike there, you can get out in front of everyone and you can hold them off, which is exactly what he's just done in that race there, ahead of Rex Austin and Tommy Keats, our top 3 riders for the final race of the Mini GP50s here at Pigeon. But let's just run through who ended up wearing that race. Sebastian Gazlowski came first, Rex Austin came second, Tommy Keats came third, Jensen Ansell came fourth, Kai Hawken came fifth, Josh Perkins came sixth, Max Johnson came seventh, Daisy Polden came eighth, Nicholas Dunwoody came 9th, Preston Baker came 10th, Harry James came 11th, Callum Maxwell came 12th, Caelan Ratcliffe came 13th, Bojan Blazieski came 14th, Oliver Wilson came 15th, and unfortunately Bo Morris did not manage to finish that race.
Yeah, that is it then for the Mini GP50s here at Clay Pigeon, brought to you of course by King's Two Wheel Centre. And what a finish it was, a wonderfully tense race to end the affair. Round number 4 of the Mastermac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. Of course, they'll be joining us next time at Rara, but for now we bid goodbye to the 50s. But man, oh man, what a weekend they've had. Some fantastic racing all around.
Now, coming up, we have got the third and final race for our premier class of racing here at FAB-Racing. It is the Mini GP 70s. These guys are where everybody wants to end up. They're just being let out now on their sighting lap. Let's just run through the grid. On pole position, we have Harrison Day. In second, we have Travis Shaw. Third, Logan Cousins. Fourth, Taylor Tomlinson. Fifth, Archie Hooper. And sixth, Josh Wood. I'm not too sure if Josh Wood will be joining us, though, after his crash a little bit earlier this afternoon. We'll just have to wait and see there. But like I said, Mini GP 70s on the road to Moto GP, where you want to be, Ross.
Absolutely. I'm not seeing Josh Wood out on the tracks. That means we've only got a 5-bike race, but 4 of those bikes have been neck and neck the entire weekend. Day, Shaw, Cousins, Tomlinson. I mean, qualifying, in the second qualifying session, their laps were all within a tenth of each other, and in the race, they have been nose to tail the entire distance. So, just because we've got 5 bikes doesn't mean it's not going to be an entertaining race.
Absolutely, Ross. We're going to see what these guys can pull off in this final race for the Mini GP 70s. Names again: Harrison Day, Travis Shaw, Taylor Tomlinson, Logan Cousins. Consistent battles between these guys all the times, and it's lights out and away we go. Travis Shaw, good start there, but Harrison Day keeps a hold down into that first corner. Smooth, calm and collected, just coming through that little chicane, and now everybody's position staying the same. Harrison Day leads from Travis Shaw, from Taylor Tomlinson, and then Logan Cousins. Actually, it looks like Taylor Tomlinson and Logan Cousins have done a little swap between who's running third and fourth currently. Taylor Tomlinson now running in third, but look at this, these are guys always close together in a pack, these 4. They've kind of left Archie Hooper for dust a little bit. Coming round now, 11 laps left to go.
Another good start from the 77 of Taylor Tomlinson. We saw that in race number 3 of the Mini GP 50 R class earlier on with the Extreme 200, should I say. So he's done a good job there to get a good start, get up in front of some of the other riders, and then he can push onwards and keep going forwards. That is the game plan anyway for the number 77. And in front of him still, Travis Shaw and of course Harrison Day, who leads the pack as they come round at the final corner. And soon to make it, 10 laps to go here at Clay Pigeon. Day holding on to that lead, looks comfortable. He's not worried about defending from behind from Travis Shaw, who takes a much tighter line through turns 1 and 2 than Tomlinson. So Shaw already going on the defensive a little bit, but also he's so close to Day. It also is an alternate line to see if he can gain any advantage at the same time. So he's kind of doing both, killing 2 birds with 1 stone with his lines through 1 and 2. So we'll see if he does it again on this lap. Meanwhile, Logan Cousins just kind of sat there patiently at the back of this group. He's not really close enough to attack Tomlinson, but just following him at the moment. There's still quite a way to go in this race. I don't think he's too worried at the moment about maybe losing out on a podium. 9 to go then. Shaw looks to the inside. A little bit further back is Tomlinson, so this time it's very much an attacking move, but it still comes to nothing. But the top 3, look at how tight they are coming through turn number 2 and then coming through the chicane. You couldn't fit a razor blade between them. It is that close, and it is still Harrison Day holding on at the front.
Absolutely, Harrison Day doing what he normally does at most weekends. He's got his lead and he's just building up that gap little by little, lap by lap. Taylor Tomlinson, though, currently hot on the tails of Travis Shaw, just 0.2 seconds separating these 2 at the moment. Absolutely brilliant stuff we have seen from them. 8 laps now left to go. Harrison Day has got a 0.3 second gap between him and Travis Shaw now, and just a 0.1 second between Travis Shaw and Taylor Tomlinson. Taylor Tomlinson every lap just creeping ever so closer to Travis Shaw, but Harrison Day's away. If a battle starts happening between these 2, then he's got a bit more of a chance to be able to pull away and get further away. This is the road to Moto GP. To everybody watching, racing careers, you want one, this is where you start. All these kids are working hard to get their place in those top racing series in the world. Absolutely brilliant stuff we see from them. These are the kids we want to be watching out of. These are going to be the stars of tomorrow, and we're finding out who they're going to be today.
Absolutely, and Harrison Day currently looking like a star out on the track as he holds on to that lead. Shaw, Tomlinson, Cousins drifting a little bit further back. None of them able to do anything at the moment, and the 15 is looking imperious out there. Of course, these guys, they're going to be ones up in the British Talent Cup in a couple of years' time. Maybe they'll be like Sullivan Mounsey and the Rhenish British Talent Cup champion Lucas Brown up in Red Bull Rookies, up there racing with the Grand Prix Paddock on an international stage. All of the likes came from FAB-Racing. They are the stars of tomorrow. Like today, of course, the likes of Evan Belford, Casey O'Gorman, previous champions of this class, and things like Junior GP. Casey O'Gorman, he's done a couple of rounds at BSB already at a very, very young age. You know, this is the championship that if you're able to etch your name onto it, etch your name onto the trophy, into the history books, it can help your CV and then your career in bike racing so much. 5 laps left to go in this one. Day still leading. Shaw looks to the inside in turn 1, does draw alongside briefly, wasn't able to make it any more than that though. So Harrison Day still leads. That is the first real attack we've seen from Travis Shaw though.
Exactly, and now Harrison Day is going to be aware he needs to defend to the best he can. Shaw is hungry, he wants to come past, he wants to take that win in this third and final race of the Mini GP 70s, but Harrison Day isn't very much going to allow that to happen just yet. Shaw showed his intent by making that move. Harrison Day shut the door, said no thank you, and is now on the defensive. You see him looking ever so closely, just tinily little looks over his shoulder to see where Shaw is. 4 laps left to go. Harrison Day still leading into the first corner, with Travis Shaw just behind him in second, and in third we've got Taylor Tomlinson. Logan Cousins a bit further back in fourth. He's not quite there, able to catch up with this group. There is a 1 second gap between him and Taylor Tomlinson, who is currently running in third. He has pulled away from that group now with just 4 laps left to go. Coming round into those final few corners now, we've got Harrison Day leading ahead of everybody else. Brilliant stuff we are seeing from him. Travis Shaw once again looks to move to the outside on that start-finish straight, thinking he can get enough power and enough speed to slide past Harrison Day, but he just can't quite find it, Rob.
Absolutely, and while these guys are battling, it's invited Taylor Tomlinson back into the lead fight. There's a bit of a wobble there from Harrison Day as he got onto the anchors coming into the hairpin at the bottom of the circuit. So Tomlinson is now right in this fight as well, and potentially if they continue to fight, it could maybe invite Logan Cousins back into it. I don't think it will. Of course, Harrison Day, as it stands, is going to increase his championship lead. Travis Shaw looks to the inside once again. This time he does draw alongside. This time, is he still there into turn 2? No. Day holds on again, but it's the penultimate lap of the race, is he? And it's getting really close, and Travis Shaw looks like he really wants it.
Yeah, you can tell just how much Travis Shaw wants it. He's had a little taste of it this weekend, being up there in these podiums, getting some race wins. He wants to know if he can do it again and beat Harrison Day in the Mini GP 70. He is the man you want to beat in this. Harrison Day, weekend in, weekend out, is consistent and pulls through those wins and leading the championship for the Mini GP 70. Coming around now, that final corner, about to start the last lap. Shaw couldn't quite get to be line and line with Harrison Day. Then he couldn't get it neck and neck. Harrison Day still leads into that final corner. We have just a few corners left of this third and final race for the Mini GP 70s this weekend at Clay Pigeon. Harrison Day leading from Travis Shaw and Taylor Tomlinson, our top 3. The other 2 riders just pulling away from this pack. But our podium runners so close, so tight together. Look at that. They are grouping, bunching up. They are in line with each other. Absolutely brilliant stuff we are seeing. Coming round now, that final corner of the track. Is Travis Shaw going to make a look to try and do it? He did, but couldn't quite do it. It is Harrison Day who takes the race win for the Mini GP 70s, the third and final race here at Clay Pigeon.
And you could see how hard he had to work for that one. A big fist pump, and again as well, celebrating for the camera. Harrison Day, normally a very, very calm and collected camera, but that one means a lot to the number 15 as he stakes his claim properly on the championship now and stakes his authority over the rest. The 15 held off huge pressure to stay on top. Travis Shaw will surely be disappointed. A shine of respect shown there between competitors, but it was a great ride from him nonetheless. Taylor Tomlinson with a fantastic job in third as well, but just again, no one could really find a way through. Everyone was right on the limit and making mistakes, so there was just nowhere really for anybody to go. It's Harrison Day who takes the victory from Travis Shaw, Taylor Tomlinson in P3. Logan Cousins was P4, 1.5 seconds back, and an Archie Hooper on the number 12. Rounding out our 5 riders, of course, Harrison Day, Shaw, Tomlinson on your podium, getting the plaudits behind the podium boards there. A fantastic race, all 3 of them covered by 2.5 tenths of a second as they crossed the line. It was super close, and it's a shame that race didn't have another 5-10 laps on it, because it was brilliant.
We are on our last race of the day now. Last race of the weekend. It is race 3 for the Pit Bike 140s. Every race this weekend, these guys have never failed to give us some absolutely fabulous racing. Just coming out to grid now, you can see everybody in the last race. Harrison Quincy just took the race win. We saw him coming out at Hooton Park just a couple of weeks ago, getting his elbows out, getting involved in the races, taking some wins, and he just managed to do it in race 2 again earlier today, just before that coming up to the finish line. But now, as they're coming out on this lap, let's have a run through of who's starting where. Pole position is Harrison Quincy, second is Ollie Horner, third Richard Holmes Williams, fourth Jamie King, fifth Chris Wells, sixth Samuel Munson, seventh Simon Gates, eighth Keaton Payne, ninth Ashley Powell, 10th Bailey Lawrence, 11th Perry Tomsett, 12th Gary Lewington, 13th Dan French, 14th Daniel Gilbert, 15th Bradley Powell, 16th Darren Lewington, 17th Stephen Floor, 18th Reuben Bray, 19th Rory Jones, 20th Matthew Rayland, 21 Robert Leverage, and rounding out the grid, starting in 22nd position, is James Barrowcliffe. Now, this is a massive grid we've got for the pit bikes here, Ross. I think the biggest one we've seen all season. 22 riders joining us.
Well, it's the biggest one we've had in a couple of years, to be honest with you. Of course, they do a local mini-bike championship, a club championship here at Clay Pigeon, and a lot of the riders from that and the senior mini-moto local riders, well, they like to jump into the FAB round when the circus is in town, but we are still missing a couple of riders, unfortunately. But regardless, we're going to get things going for the final race of the day. It's lights out and away we go. Pick up with the front wheel from Richard Holmes Williams, but it will be Harrison Quincy that assumes the lead from pole down into turn number 1. Ollie Horner hot on his heels on the number 70 machine. Holmes Williams there or thereabouts. Also Jamie King, I think, lost out a little bit coming out of the starting gates. Chris Wells up to 4th place. A good start from him. King looks like he's in 6th or 7th at a glance. A disappointing start there for the reigning champion. As they come to the final section, Holmes Williams already poking a nose up the inside of Ollie Horner, but it almost compromised himself and allowed Chris Wells through. Just shows how quick things can change here in pit bikes. Blink and you'll miss it stuff as Jamie King runs really wide there, and about P7 is Quincy from Horner from Holmes, your top 3, but a few riders up there in the leading pack. Chris Wells, the 2023 champion, right with the podium finishes.
Yeah, Jamie King running in P6 currently. Not the greatest of start for him, but Harrison Quincy, Ollie Horner, Richard Holmes Williams, Chris Wells, this is our breakaway group at the front of the pack. These are the guys who are going to be battling for these podium positions. At the moment, Harrison Quincy is leading beautifully ahead of Ollie Horner and Richard Holmes Williams, but Chris Wells, fastest lap last lap round, he's going to be putting on the pressure. Ollie Horner was looking to make a move on Harrison Quincy then, but couldn't quite get it. Is he going to look to try and do it into the first corner? No, he doesn't. Harrison Quincy with 10 laps left to go holds on to his lead. Ollie Horner getting his front wheel in line with Harrison Quincy's back wheel, but can't quite get enough to be able to slide on past him. Harrison Quincy, one of our youngest riders in the Pit Bike 140 series, winning currently.
Absolutely. Holmes Williams and Ollie Horner still fighting tooth and nail out there. Ollie Horner, again, a former Mini GP 70 rider here at FAB-Racing, a former British Talent Cup rider, hasn't ridden a race in a couple of years now. He's shown up this weekend, the local track. He thought, why not? Let's see if I still got it. Oh, Ollie, yes you do. He has been running so well and still fighting for the lead in this race with just 9 laps left to run. There we see Keaton Payne, the number 12, or 112 should I say. He's currently in P7, just ahead of Bailey Lawrence, who's had a great start in this one, up to P8. Fantastic from here. And that is Holmes Williams. Richard Holmes Williams is down from P3. What has happened there to one of our front runners, a rider potentially in contention for the championship? He must have dropped the front coming into the hairpin, and Richard Holmes Williams unfortunately down and out. He will rejoin, but certainly out of the battle for the lead. That could potentially invite Simon Gates and Jamie King into the lead battle, as Chris Wells now assumes third.
With 8 laps left to go, it does look like Simon Gates and Jamie King are gaining on these first front 3 runners. We've got Harrison Quincy, followed ever so closely by Ollie Horner and Chris Wells. Chris Wells is hot on the tail of Ollie Horner. It is the old guard versus the kids in those first 3 running at the beginning of the pack. They're absolutely brilliant stuff we are seeing from them. Like we said, Chris Wells, our 2023 championship winner, he is really going to look to get involved in this battle here. But Harrison Quincy knows what he did at Houghton Park, knows what he did in the second race earlier, and he's going to look, with just 7 laps left to go, to keep holding on to that and keep that lead. He wants to be able to say, I have won another race in the pit bike 140s. Ollie Horner does look, like I say, he does look and get his front wheel in line with Harrison Quincy's back wheel, but he can't quite find enough space to get that move, and that's also from the pressure that Chris Wells is putting on behind him. We're just coming round into the final corner now, which is going to leave us with 6 laps left to go in this race, and Pit Bike Sonic there has made the move up into P4. He's going to be looking to put some pressure on Chris Wells.
Yeah, Jamie King's back in the conversation, and here we go. We've got a grandstand finish brewing on our hands. Quincy, Horner, Wells, King separated by nothing, and Simon Gates is there or thereabouts as well. Richard Holmes Williams, he's recovered up to 10th already with 6 laps left to go, who will try to gain as many points as he possibly can at the end of this one to keep his championship hopes alive. But good to see that he was able to rejoin the race and continue on pushing as well. Quincy will make it. 5 laps left to go at the line. Does anybody fancy a go into turn 2? Maybe Ollie Horner fancies a go into turn 1, but he's had to back out of it. That's opened the door for Chris Wells. Maybe no. They all hold formation somehow, even after all looking left and right. Just no way through as it stands. Play Pigeon this year, it's been a track where you really have to set up a move about half a lap before you make it. You've really got to nail absolutely everything and execute it to perfection to get it done, unless you spot something a bit opportune like Jamie King just has. Does he sweep round the outside of Chris Wells? Is there contact between the two friends? Almost, but Jamie King up into the podium places. That is a lovely move. The opportunity presented itself, and he slid on by the 76 up to 3rd. But does he stay there for long? He has to go defensive. Does just hold on. Chris Wells, he'll have to rest, regroup, reset, and go again.
I was literally watching that lap with my hands over my eyes then. How close Chris Wells and Jamie King were to each other then. As much as we know these guys are great friends, when they go racing, they go racing. There is nothing between them then. Absolutely brilliant stuff we are seeing from them. We are coming round now to have just 3 laps left of the final Pit Bike 140 race of the weekend. Jamie King currently in 3rd. Ollie Horner looking to make a move on Harrison Quincy, but still just can't really find the moment to do it. But has Harrison Quincy run a little bit wide there? No, he hasn't, but back traffic. This is where the issues are going to come, because if Harrison Quincy gets stuck, Ollie Horner sees an opportunity. He is going to take it. They're coming down that back straight there. Harrison Quincy leads ahead of Ollie Horner. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Round the hairpin they come. See some more back traffic there. Harrison Quincy's just got to make his way through. We haven't got any blue flags here at FAB Racing. It is up to the riders to sort themselves out here. Jamie King and Chris Wells also just coming past that back marker there. We are coming round now to have just 2 laps left to go. Harrison Quincy, a bit of a gap forming between him and Ollie Horner now, which means Jamie King and Chris Wells are looking to chase him down as well. He keeps getting stuck in a little bit of traffic there, but absolutely brilliant stuff with just 2 laps left to go.
Yeah, Ollie Horner's momentum has been really halted by traffic and has opened up that gap between himself and Quincy and brought King and Wells into the conversation. What may have been a fight for the lead may now be a fight for second for Ollie Horner, but he's still there or thereabouts. Traffic, it causes chaos here in FAB-Racing as we round the final corner to make it 1 lap left to go in race 3 at the Pit Bike 140s. Quincy, Horner, King, Wells, any one of these guys could be winning this race. Down into turn 2 we go. King defensive from Wells for P3. Horner is back on the attack on Harrison Quincy, the 755 holding on there in the lead, but can he find any way through? Can he hold on? Chris Wells goes to the outside of Jamie King, has to go the long way round. King holds him off. Is that an inside opportunity maybe for Ollie Horner? It certainly will be. Is it last chance and all the rear steps up, but he sweeps it through, and like another race earlier on today, it's been decided at the death. Maybe late drag race drama. Ollie Horner, welcome back to FAB-Racing. He wins race number 3 here at Clay Pigeon with a last lap move, and rolling back the years is Ollie Horner. The number 70 wins here at FAB-Racing. Harrison Quincy settles for second as Jamie King holds off Chris Wells for the final podium place. But is he once again late drama and a last minute move deciding the race?
I really never know what to expect when it comes to these Pit Bike 140s. They never fail to disappoint. Never. Every weekend there's just something else which happens in one of the races and someone else ends up on the podium who we wouldn't have expected on the podium at all. But what a fabulous way to end the last race of the weekend. Absolutely brilliant stuff. So it was Ollie Horner who took that win just in the last moments of the last lap, with Harrison Quincy in second and Jamie King in third, Chris Wells in fourth, Simon Gates in fifth, Richard Holmes-Williams in sixth, Ashley Powell in seventh, Keaton Payne in eighth, Bailey Lawrence in ninth, Perry Tomza in 10th, Stephen Foote in 11th, Ruben Bray in 12th, Gary Lewington in 13th, Bradley Powell 14th, Matthew Rayland 15th, Rory Jones 16th, Darren Lewington 17th, James Barrowcliff in 18th, and Robert Leveridge did not finish.
Yeah, what a race we've just seen there. Jamie King, you can see he's already doing his vlog straight back in. YouTube never stops, I suppose. But a massive congratulations to Ollie Horner. A fantastic, fantastic result. As you can see him there behind the number 1 board. Harrison Quincy, yeah, he looks a little bit annoyed with that one, to be honest, as the helmet's off. Jamie King, though, absolutely delighted, and that's because he's beaten Chris Wells. King, he does consider Wells to be a slightly stronger rider, and typically when they do crash out on track, Wells does beat him and finish in front of him. But the reigning Pit Bike 140 champion beating him there today quite convincingly out on the racetrack, and he was delighted with that one as a result. But Ollie Horner is on top at the end of the weekend here at Clay Pigeon, and showing that even though he hasn't raced in a couple years, the boy has still got it. They'll be joining us next time, of course, when we head to Rowra in a few weeks' time. But man, that was unbelievable. And Ollie Horner, welcome back to FAB-Racing. It's so great to see him on the top step of the podium.
Is it then, Ross. That was all of our races for this weekend done and dusted. And I have to say, being back here at Clay Pigeon, what a fabulous weekend of racing we have had from absolutely everyone. Do not forget, wherever you were watching from in the world, do let us know who you were supporting this weekend and where you were watching from. We will be back in just 2 weeks' time at Rower for round 5 of the season, Ross.
Absolutely. It's been a fantastic weekend here at Clay Pigeon, should I say, as it always is when we head down to Dorset. and it has been a fantastic event once again here at the 4th round of the Master Mac FAB-Racing and Minibike British Championship. We hope you've enjoyed all of the action here on either the FAB-Racing channels or the Motorsport Radio channels, and we can't wait to be back heading to Rara in a couple of weekends' time. From myself, Ross McIntyre and Izzy Higgs, it has been an absolute pleasure to bring you the best of the best in British minibike racing, and after some fantastic action, it feels a shame to bring things to a close, but we'll be back in a couple of weeks when we head to round 5 in Rara.